Oh, why is it jumping? Anyway, I'm here. Happy weekend. Um, I was watching this video just now that I want to share. I don't know if lately I've been sharing things that have me concerned, like examples of overreach from the left, or things that have me concerned about authoritarianism from the left. And there was that example of that lady from NPR talking about how truth can get in the way of getting what they want done, etc. And the kid that got suspended for using the term illegal alien, that kind of stuff. Well, this video is along those lines. I don't know if like this is all just happening now and people are capturing it randomly, or if my algorithm is feeding it to me because it knows it's on my radar. Either way, more and more of them keep rolling in. So this one, again, it's particularly disturbing to me. Let me play it and then we can discuss. I'm gonna go on mute.
Can you talk a little bit more about managing and dealing with resistance and what resistance really looks like when you are trying to do this work?
Hang on, I am having audio issues. I think I have to reset something so I can still chat. Let me just take care of this real quick. So yeah, dealing with resistance. You're gonna find out what she means by resistance, who resistance is. I'll give you a spoiler. It's me, it's us. And what their plans on how to handle this are. So stay tuned for that as soon as I fix my settings. 1 second. It is open panel today as usual, so y'all are free to come up. I'll put the little banner on in a sec. Quick. Come on now. Computer's running very slow for some reason. People are losing. Yeah, I saw that, Auntie, about the guy that said, "Oh, he did." Oh, I'm gonna reserve my comment and my reaction simply out of respect for the tragedy. But I have thoughts. I have judgments. Okay, I'm gonna get back to the video. I think I got the sound fixed.
Sure, I'll go first. Resistance looks like we had in our audit of that little town, we had one survey question that really helped the project administrators understand how to approach it best. The question was, do you think our national conversation on diversity is long overdue, not helpful, harmful? People who thought it was harmful, that's where you have to tread carefully. If you don't get the buy-in, you aren't going to get any change, and you will actually get people resigning or working to undermine those efforts. But you do need to identify where the resistance is to it, and the kind of programming, the kind of coaching that those people need will be much more intensive than the kind of coaching people who say, this is long overdue, inject it into my veins, I love it, let's talk about it. It's what makes it difficult, I feel, when encountering resistance is that the data aren't lying. The generation that's coming into the workforce have these attitudes, have these values, and they are coming into the workforce. There's no way to keep them out of it if we want to keep our economy moving. I was just reading a population survey that in demographers think, because of the current low birth rate and the ways that we are forming families, they think by the year 2100 that world population will actually be flat for the first time in human history. It will not be growing. So these are the people who value the work, the people who are not resisting, are coming and will eventually overwhelm, I feel, the people who are resisting. And we're not doing people resisting it any favors in helping them to deny this. I think as people devoted to inclusion and belonging, I think we do need to find a way to help those people also navigate this coming revolution.
I don't want to be included by her. I don't want to share any space with her. I can share a country with her. She's making a big assumption there that I even want her included in my life, or that I want to be included in hers. It's like an ideological vaccine. The way the language they use, the rhetoric about the resistors and how to coach them, and this is coming, and how to persuade us to adopt their ideological worldview. And in a liberal society, it would be through open dialogue, like we do here. But in their society, they've already determined the outcome they want. It's not going to emerge through collaborative dialogue with the rest of society. And there's people that are either on board or not. And the people that are not, they're going to persuade, coerce, compel, indoctrinate, but they're going to bring them in alignment with their vision somehow. That is not collaborative dialogue. That is an illiberal form of, I don't even call it persuasion, I would say coercion, authoritarianism. And so that's that. Again, these people bother me. I'm going to vote to keep them out of power. And if that means putting in Trump, as awful as he is, I still think that this stuff is worse long term and short term. So I just had the clip. It showed up on Twitter, so I don't know the whole context, but it apparently they did some survey. And by the way, that it was sponsored by Johnson & Johnson, this event. I don't know what that whatever those letters were behind her. NJBIA. Let me see what that is. Junior Business. Let's see. New Jersey Business and Industry Association. So this was Jersey, which I'm surprised they're letting it in Jersey. And sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. And these are industry leaders, is how they're identified in the tweet. So even if this is not government, even if this is corporate, I mean, it's still going to have the potential to affect our futures. Because the stuff, let me get my banner on. The stuff started in academia, like in the late 80s, early 90s. Well, they had like the postmodern antecedents to it in the 50s and 60s and stuff. But where I started to see it was late 80s, early 90s in academia, in these little pockets that none of the rest of society knew or cared about. And then as those people would graduate, they would remain in academia to teach the next generation or trickle into the workforce at the upper management level. And so those ideas started to infiltrate and trickle down into the rest of society. And we started to see it, like just the mainstream public. Really, probably 2010s, late. Trump, I think, was the match that kind of inflamed everybody. Trump derangement thing, to me, is a real thing, just like the Seattle freeze is a real thing. I don't care what anybody else says. I have seen people never be the same since Trump got office in 2016. Like, it has completely distorted their ability to process reality. It's fear-based, and I see it sometimes with the Israel-Palestine stuff. That same kind of panic, fear-based doom, end of the world distortion. I see it with the climate changes too, like the climate rapture. The world's about to go up in flames if we don't act this second. It's a 5-alarm crisis. That kind of stuff. That's psychological. That's fear-based. That's not reality-based. And it seems like the woke stuff took that kind of turn about around Trump. And then 2020, when everybody was online and on social media, facing each other for over a year, that ramped it up with the George Floyd thing. And it, to me, subjectively, I don't really leave my house, so I don't have an idea of my local climate. It's mostly social media, but it seems to have leveled off a little bit. And now the culture war, rages in these little like brush fires here and there, little border fires. But it's hard to tell. I never know if it's ebbing or increasing, because just when I think it's fading away and the public's kind of turn away, then some really extreme example of it will show up at a high level somewhere. And I'm like, oh no, we're never getting rid of this stuff. And then that'll fade away. And so it's really hard to tell, but any effort I can make to help have it, like, tamp it down, I'm definitely going to take, as I would against any authoritarianism. If there were a theocratic version of this coming from the right, which that was the boogeyman in my generation, but it never really manifested, even when they had power. Like, I don't remember anything super theocratic that they tried to push. They tried to conserve what were for them at the time existing values, but they didn't really try to. No one told me how to talk, what to do. They gave me their opinion and said things about me. But they didn't try to. They tried to manipulate me and persuade me, but they didn't try to use government to control me necessarily. And so as long as they weren't doing that, I was fine. There wasn't any of this stuff that I'm seeing in the videos at all. And the Christians I knew growing up had a different relation to truth. Like, they necessarily weren't any more concerned with truth than the left was. They just seem to make more concessions to objective reality or consensual reality. It seemed to be less of an issue for them. They were ranting more about moral reality and what they perceived as degeneracy, which I still hear today. But they weren't necessarily railing against objective reality, or like the left seems to do, like biological reality, or the fact that most people are not racist, or the fact that cops are a good thing, except like just basic natural and social fundamentals. It was really more on the social, psychological, and spiritual, cultural spheres, not really the reality. It's like left has this war going on with reality itself, with the body, with nature, with basic institutions that you need to keep a society running, or suddenly these oppressive, monolithic, Gnostic structures that are imposed on us. It seems emotion based, but then so does a lot of stuff on here, like some of the conspiracist stuff, and then some of the stuff from the right it's all, I don't know. Maybe I'm an outlier by just being. I have to have a certain amount of sanity, and I have to feel like there's at least some people around me that I'm in this shared reality with, that our facts match up and correlate, and I feel less and less of that, even among my own community sometimes. Like I'm the outlier there. So I don't know. And I've heard it phrased as a corporate, what's it called? Not corporatocracy. Kind of mixed, where it's a corporate, corporate capitalist, something where it's kind of corporate government merged, hybrid, like a hybrid. So I don't think corporate's running the government. I think government still has the power to rein in and regulate corporations. So there's like a dialectical balance there. But I mean, who knows at any given moment, in any given situation, what side of the ratio the influence of one or the other lies. But again, it's kind of been that way my whole life too. I grew up on Dallas, the sitcom, with J.R. Ewing and the oil company and the rich people, and they like that was normal. Like that was normal. The corporations and rich people and people in power, I would say influencing, maybe sometimes heavily influenced, or maybe having an outsized influence on. But people make this leap. Here's, I guess, one of my main kind of difficulties in understanding and connecting with some of the people here, at least conceptually, is this leap from influence to programming. Yeah, I understand influence. I've been influenced my whole life. Like I can trace the influences of certain rock, like musical groups and bands and certain books and movies, and they definitely influenced me. They didn't program me. They didn't have a preconceived result that they were trying to achieve through me, that it was guaranteed that I would interpret and respond to the movie in that exact way. And I was not in control of the product. I didn't have my own unique contributions to that process. So that's where, when people start talking about programming, mind control, we're conditioned by media and everything. I think at best we're influenced, and that's really hard to quantify and trace on a concrete level. So I accept influence. I just don't know how the hell we go from that to programming. And until I understand that link in the chain, but it's also telling me that other people's experience, who may not be me, do experience it, at least subjectively, as programming. If they watch a movie or read a book, they feel like they've been made to think a certain way that they have no control over. And that is, maybe people are having that experience that I am not. I'm having a different experience when I take in media and information. So there could be internal factors that are influencing your experience of programming versus influence. Anyway, I feel like that was a kind of a long track. The whole lockdown. The lockdown was a global collaborative effort between many it wasn't like an event that was sponsored by a corporation. Pfizer was certainly part of the conversation. And again, we're talking about individuals within, not like corporations themselves, which are abstract entities. But they were perhaps part of the conversation and consulted for their expertise, et cetera, et cetera. But again, there's a leap from that to they are the sole sponsor of the lockdown, which I take to mean the originator of, the orchestrator of the lockdown. And that I can't make that leap from just what I've seen and observed. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Some people may be more, and I'm more susceptible to certain influences than others. There's certain like styles of music that's going to have more of an ability to influence me a certain way than others. Like hip hop's going to have much less influence on me than rock music will. Or like maybe like a reality show like Survivor might have more influence on me than a sitcom. And influence is passive, because what I'm taking from watching Survivor, there's no way the producers could even anticipate to throw that in. I'm taking things very particular to the way I study group and group dynamics, and like my neurodivergent background and my interest in community building and all of that. The producers don't have the time, resources to build all of that intentionally into an episode of Survivor. So what I'm taking from Survivor, I'm partly contributing to from my own background. So like it's part of influence is self-influence. Nobody's like automatically influenced by everything. Like there's some things that's going to resonate with you more than others based on your own personal wiring, biases, past experience, etc. So we contribute, to me, a large degree to the influence process. We contribute something of ourselves. So it's not just, we're just not passive recipients of this external influence. Whatever is being directed toward us, whether it's intentional or not, is mingling with things in ourselves that are unique and individual to each person, and creating this very personalized experience. So how you can unify that and ensure the same result across enough people to call it programming or mind control, I just don't see. This has the potential to be interesting. I'm trying to understand it. Like FCC guidelines or communication, like regulatory guidelines, and schedule kind of throws me a little bit because it seems like in the modern age, nothing's on a schedule. Everything's menu based. It's just a la carte. You just watch it or consume it at your will whenever you want. But in my day, there used to be a TV guide and then a cable guide, and the media was organized and sequenced in certain ways. And so you knew when to find the particular media you were looking for. And so maybe that could like, and I know they do that like for ratings and stuff. I don't think they're doing it to control people, but they play certain shows in certain time slots because it draws more viewers in those time slots. And advertisers communicate to a certain audience at certain times, and so they buy those ads. But I don't think there's some larger mind control purpose behind all of it. But yeah, they probably do work the structure as it's set up to their maximum advantage. They kind of like tweak and hack the system to get the best results that they're looking for from it. But see, again, it's that leap. I guess I have a ceiling, an epistemological ceiling that I can't cross without a really, like that electron boosting up to the next shell. It needs a really strong charge of evidence to boost me up to that next level. And some people just go seamlessly from where I'm at to the next theory, like without even a blink almost. And that's what I can't do. Like there's a little step of the process I have to slow down and be really cautious about for. And if anybody wants to come up or suggest a topic, etc., we did an evening stream last night and it went for like 6.5 hours. So that's good. I'm getting, my goal is 24-hour stream. So that brings me closer to it. 5 hours here, 6 hours there. What's going on this weekend or in your world? I did peek at the news a little bit, and it looks like the big news is some aid bills passed to Ukraine, Taiwan, passed the House at least. I don't know if it's like the final passing. But also what passed was a bill to ban TikTok or require its sale. And that passed the House. So we'll see what happens from there. I know that the talk of that was in the works, and that debate was happening in some of the circles that I'm part of. So now this will, I think, move it a little more to the forefront, and we get to see what happens from there. I don't know enough about TikTok to have an opinion. All I hear so far, and they could very well be correct. I do know, I'm told that the younger generation, like the Z and the Alpha, maybe, that's their go-to source for everything. Like they use it more than Google. That's their YouTube, that's their Twitter, that's their Google. If they want to know something about the world or look something on the internet, they go find a TikTok. And that has the potential to be problematic to me alone. That the quality of your good epistemology depends on several things, and the quality of your sources is one of them. And how, if you don't have it innately, how well thinking or good thinking is modeled for you by others. And I don't know how well, like I said, I don't know. I don't want to even try to guess. I don't know how well that's being modeled on TikTok. And I don't know what quality of sources are on TikTok. And if you want to add in the conspiracy part, it's owned by China. And so, like Auntie said, it could potentially be used against somebody who's not China. So there's that too. But my biggest concern is for a lot of people on the right are concerned about with moral degeneracy, which to them is sexual degeneracy and gender and sometimes fashion and music. I'm concerned about cognitive or intellectual degeneracy, people's ability to make sense of the world or follow basic logic or arguments and come to a accurate enough close enough picture of reality to navigate their lives in a way that has the least amount of negative impact on the rest of us. That's like my main just baseline concern. And I'm worried that people are losing even the basics that are required for that. And I've seen this for a while. Like I talk about being in the educational system when No Child Left Behind hit, and that was in the 2000s when this generation probably really wasn't on social media much then. But so I don't think it's just a consequence of social media, but I do think social media could be contributing to or helping to accelerate it to some degree. Not that I would think throwing social media out is the solution either. I just think maybe being aware of the problems or the potential problems and keeping an eye on it, being vigilant, coming up with some potential solutions or patches, etc. Because ultimately that the locus of that entire process is within each individual. I can only do so much. Education can only do so much. So that's new stuff that I noticed. Other than that, I guess I don't know where Chris is today. He's probably doing life stuff. He's kind of taking a little break from the stream right now and just coming in and out when he can. So we always appreciate seeing him when we're able to. But other than that, if there's no regulars around or anyone that wants to come on, or if it is kind of a nice day, so maybe it's nice where you are and people are out doing things. So I might keep it going for a little longer, but then just wrap it up early. I could always do an evening stream. Perhaps that's where the energy is shifting now to the evening. Although I still like keeping this day stream going as well. So that's all I gotta say about all that. That's my thoughts. Nothing on Twitter other than that video, which I'm sure there'll be more. Oh, there is. You know what? I haven't watched this, but let's take a look. I know nothing about it. Let me see what was recommended by. So this guy I follow, I don't even know who he is. So, but it's a video explaining capitalism and the benefits of living under capitalism, and it's from Milton Friedman, who I have mixed impressions of. Again, I don't know as much about him as probably other people do. Oh, okay. Flow's on right now. That explains it. Well, I might send y'all to Flows. I found out that the reason I can't do a raid is you have to have 1,000 subscribers. So that feature is not unlocked for me yet. So that's another reason to grow the channel. Oh, Praline, are you coming up?
You see me?
Welcome. Yeah.
Donna.
Hey
I want to
there.
turn the camera off.
Okay, that's fine. What a treat.
Well, I hope I am.
Yeah.
I said,
Well, you
God,
work
he's
great.
so bored up there. Let us have some good conversation, you know?
Oh, well, that's what I try to do here. We have our little, every now and then we hit some turbulence, but I try to keep it that way.
What part of Louisiana you from? Say it again, northern?
I'm from Acadiana. I grew up in Evangeline Parish, like outside of Eunice, Opelousas. Lafayette was the big city. But then when I was a teenager, we moved closer to Lake Charles, like by Texas. But then as an adult, I lived in New Orleans for many years too.
I bet you loved it.
Yeah,
I
I
bet
really
you
missed it.
those young
I
years, especially, because you never stop partying. I loved New Orleans personally, and I still do. I really can't get there. Somebody ended me like 7 years ago. I'm not completely paralyzed, thank God. I can get up and walk and stand without anything for like 10 minutes. And then after that, I got to hold on to something. But I have a lot of pain.
Oh,
So, I don't do a whole lot typically. But, that's how I wound up on YouTube, because, being bored, looking for stuff to
mm-hmm.
do. I watch YouTube. I have Netflix, I have Prime, and I watch YouTube. You know,
It's
I,
like the new TV almost for some people.
well, it's addicting once you find it, because then you want to
Yeah,
meet the people, you
I
want to see
know.
what.
I'm kind of guilty of that too now. I don't even watch real TV anymore. It's like, let me just see what's on the YouTube, and then something sucks me in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
That's what
where are you now? Are you still in
I'm.
Louisiana?
I'm in Covington,
In
but I've been.
North Shore.
Yeah, I'm in
Okay.
Covington.
Yeah,
That
I've been to Covington. I loved your downtown. You have that cute
I
little
grew up.
downtown.
I grew up in Terrytown, and that's the West Bank, Gretna. You've heard of Gretna?
I know the West Bay. I went to college with the guy from Terrytown.
Yeah, I grew up in Terrytown. It was a nice area, you know. Well, my dad worked for IBM, so we didn't grow up poor, just emotionally and love poor, not money wise,
Oh yeah.
you know. But that's okay. It made me the person I am today, and I'm a strong woman, you know. I don't take no crap from nobody, even half
Oh,
paralyzed.
I love
One
my
thing
people.
is, if I had to, I'd get up and fight still if I have to,
I
you
know. I
know.
keep telling people about like the women down there, how different they are from up here. I can't believe
Yeah,
how
God,
fragile the women are up here and
I'm
what
gonna
they
tell
faint over.
you, I grew up fighting, and when I got God, I know you don't believe in God, but when I decided I loved God and He loved me. I was like 18, and that kind of softened me a little bit. But still, if I had to, I'd defend myself. Like I keep a hammer, a knife, and
Oh,
then another hammer by me because I'm single and it's just me and my grandson. So like I'd have to defend myself, you
mm-hmm.
know. So that's what I do. And I mean, physically though, if I had to get out and fight, I probably still would. I think I would. That when that adrenaline hits, I still want to get up when I get mad about something, and I got to take a second. No, that's not right. That's not the right thing to do. Calm down. I went through a lot of therapy too, though.
Oh,
So thank God for therapy. You
oh
know,
yeah, it's definitely it's helped me and a lot of other people. There's no stigma in therapy if anybody is on the fence about it. It's just finding the right one. There are some people talk about bad therapy or the trauma they've experienced, and yeah, some of that happens, but generally it's just a mismatch. You're just not with the right therapist that can help you, and so it can feel like a negative experience.
oh,
But if you find the
absolutely.
right one, progress
Yeah.
can definitely be made.
That or a best friend that can handle your
Hmm.
shit. Excuse me, I'm sorry, your crap. Because it's a lot to unload on somebody sometimes.
That's what we had back home. Like there was always this robust, just support network. Your friends, your family. There
Absolutely.
was always people you could call.
And I don't have that anymore because all my friends have overdosed or whatever else might have happened.
Oh,
And my mom and dad have been dead over 15 years. They weren't that much support anyway. My family was never really close. I was the youngest of four. I'll explain it real quick. My dad worked for IBM and he was a workaholic. And my mother, she was a prescription drug addict from a psychiatrist, though, Valium and all that kind of crap. So she slept
oh
all.
yeah.
And so we didn't have any. They let us ride the streets. They let us grow up on the streets. I look back at it now, it's like, man, it's crazy. See, I had two boys. I was very overprotective because R happened to me the first time when I was 5. So, and I have been through that 4 times. So, like, I was way overprotective on my two boys, and I'm constantly, my kids won't talk to me right now. They're angry,
Oh
but
no.
yeah, for like 2.5 years now. That's what I said. Jack goes on and on. Believe me, Jack. Some people have it worse than you. Be thankful. Be thankful you got a support system. Yeah, you built it yourself. That's good. But I don't know if you heard, but I'm already hated sometimes. Yeah,
You're what?
hated. I was hated a couple
Oh,
weeks ago.
online,
Me,
you mean?
yeah, me and
Oh,
Brown
you have
Boy.
panel drama too?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Well, it happened at one time, and then another guy got up like 2 nights later on Flo's channel and said, "I love this channel, but I don't like the drama." I don't like the fighting. And nothing's really happened since then that I've noticed. But I haven't been on anybody's panel. I kind of took a break from that when that happened. But man, you know what? I don't come here for that. I come here for fun, to
Mm-hmm.
try to, make friends. I'm not out to hurt anybody. You know what I mean? I'm not for the high school games. I guess I'm basically trying to say. And this helps me not shop. You know, I go to move.
Oh,
And
is that a vice?
it is now. It is now because they have like sterling silver and all rings and stuff for $1. I mean, it's crazy. They got good jewelry for like $1, $6. Moissanite. I mean, you go look for the sale on Moissanite, and that's like right below a diamond. You get the grade card with it. That's pretty cheap. Like a third of the cost from Walmart. So you get a lot of good deals if you know what you're looking for. And even tools. I don't know what you're into, but tools, paint, all kinds of stuff, craft and stuff. It's all cheaper than Walmart, and it's shipped for free. How can you
So,
beat that? I mean, it comes to your front door.
yeah, I think they're very good at getting you to rationalize. Is this online? You ordered online?
Oh yeah, that's all I do.
Yeah, to click that button.
I don't have a wheelchair, but I do have one cane, but I refuse to use it. My grandson gets upset with me. I'd rather hold his arm. Here, help me walk.
Uh,
It's a man and a woman. I just hate using a cane. And plus it doesn't help my back much anyway.
is it just you by yourself now?
Me and my grandson, he's
Oh,
19.
okay. Your grandson.
He's pulling garbage right now. He does all the stuff I can't do. Like I bought some bikinis and that for my granddaughter through Tamu, and I got them soaking in soapy water right now. Well, I'm gonna need him to go squeeze that out because I can't physically squeeze real tight. So
Oh,
he'll do when he comes back from garbage. I'm sure he does all the stuff I can't. Like I can't. I do scrub the toilet. I can do the whole toilet, but the next day I will be hurting. But I can't scrub the whole shower no more. I can't do that. You know, those days are over. You know, so it is what it is.
Chris is kind of in that same boat right now. I wonder if he could
I
get
don't know.
his daughter to come up there or get some neighborhood kids or something. That's an idea.
Yeah, as long as they don't steal.
Yeah. It's fine.
That's
Like maybe there's an organization that has volunteer kids that they send out for this kind of stuff and something. Anyway, I'm gonna mention it when I see him.
well. I worked in the medical field for a while, and they did have a group of nuns that would go out for the people that were dying, like the last couple of weeks,
Oh yeah.
and do the 24-hour shifts and that between them, which was an awesome organization. I was there for 27 deaths. I did that for a while.
Oh, you were one of the volunteers?
No, I worked for hospice, and it takes a toll on you. It really does. That grief, because you get attached to people because you're
Uh-huh.
there for 2 months before they go downhill, and then they start going downhill, and you're already attached. It's just rough, you know. But
That's
it's
did you
amazing.
have to take breaks?
From what, taking care of them?
Yeah,
No,
like long doing that work long term.
no, I never took a break. It was like, I say the spirit in the world gave me a break because one would die and then I wouldn't get one for like 2 months. I'd have a person like me maybe half messed up, and I'd help that person clean their house, get everything right, and then I'd get called on another job with somebody's passed, and then I go do that. So yeah, hospice does a lot of stuff. It's not just they're dying, and a lot of people don't realize that. Hospice they'll go in for a long time sometimes, and then somebody doesn't even need them anymore. Not everybody dies. Sometimes they'll start eating like straight vegetables and that, and they'll heal themselves. I've seen it done. So those fresh vegetables you grow yourself, it makes a difference without all those pesticides. So
Hmm. Wow.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, I'm
the
sorry.
I think maybe the Catholic culture down there or something. But growing up, I was always impressed with how community, like the community, is always ready to help people. They're just very helping, caring people down there.
Yeah. I haven't called and asked for help except, well, my grandson went to my son's last summer for 3 months. And I can't make it to the laundromat. I had a stroller, put the clothes in the stroller. I, if I made it to the laundromat, I couldn't make it back. My neighbor had to
Oh
go,
my God, you're really pushing yourself. It sounds like.
oh God, yeah, because I don't want to be totally bed bound. I fight every day. I fight every day. I push and get up and, wash the kitchen and stuff. I only do it like once a week, good, like you wipe all the time
Yeah,
out.
that
But
that's probably how I'd be too.
I have to lean on it while I do it. Like I can't stand straight and do it. I have to lean on the counter and do it.
And you still push yourself to do it.
You have to. You
That's
have.
that's so Louisiana.
Yeah, we're fighters, huh? We're
No what?
fighters. I said we're fighters.
Yeah, the resiliency that, I mean, all those hurricanes, like they come and they sweep everybody away, and the old people are out there fighting and pulling boats and chopping
Yeah.
trees. And,
Well, we're raised like that. You got to do what you got to do. You
yeah,
know.
that's very much. It's they know how to survive. They know how to make it off the land.
Like I was cooking pots of red beans at 9 years old. Okay, because I had to, because my mom was sick, mentally sick. Hello. So me and my sister carried the load, and none of us kids are close though. None of us. We never
Oh, you
joke
mean
about
growing up, y'all were kind of the
they
adults?
would up on me till I got big enough. Now I'm bigger than all of them still, and they don't mess with me.
Oh.
But we're not close. We were not raised and taught. Like I taught my boys, you don't fight each other. You love each other and you take care of each other no matter what. You have each other's back. But if somebody doesn't teach a child that, they don't know. You know, a lot of stuff I had to learn on the street, and that's sad. That's sad. Why have children if you don't want to put into them? You know,
Yeah, I think
my grandma put a
sometimes
lot in.
children just happen. I think, and people just adjust to them.
Yes.
Hey,
Hello,
Chris, what's up? We were just talking. Praline, is it Praline or Praline? How do you say it?
it's probably
Praline.
yeah.
Praline
Pauline, that
Queen.
sounds like
She's kind of in a similar situation as you, as far as kind of having being the only person that's around to do things and really having to push herself to do them. And she has a grandson that comes by and helps her and stuff. So we had the idea of maybe there's like some
Oh,
volunteer kids or something. Maybe there's an agency, or maybe like like the Mormons could send some people to your house. I'm being
my
serious.
me, but he works at
Uh,
Cafe Dinner too. He's not just here all the time. He works a job. You know, the donut place, Cafe du Monde. Think he's been going a long time.
I can barely hear you, Praline Queen.
Oh, oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. It's
I
not
think
your. I mean, I'm not upset or anything. I just let you know. I just barely make out what you're saying. So like I
Yeah, you are coming a little bit low, but
can you
it
turn me
sounds
up?
muffled or something. It sounds like there's like something over the mic or something. I don't know. It's just it's very muffled.
No, I'm close to it. It shouldn't be.
Okay, I can hear
um,
you better now. Oh,
I
I can hear
turned
you a little
I
better.
turned it up a little bit, as long as there's no echo. Does that work?
Just filling me in that you have
Talk.
but my friend, but he works at
I
Cafe
can't
du
hear.
Monde also.
I can
Okay,
hear her
Chris,
voice,
I'm
but I can
sorry.
understand what you're saying.
Is it
It's
better?
not your fault. I'm not upset with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I just I want to understand. I just want to hear what you're saying, and
You're kind of clipping too. I'm
I am too.
Yeah. There was a
I'll-
guy that called into Paul's show today that he like gave him a tutorial on how to adjust his sound settings, and he walked through all the settings and gave him all this good advice
Well,
on
everything
I'll
was
how to
switch to
do
my
StreamYard
headphones.
sound.
Hang on.
were you hearing me fine before Chris came up?
I hear you now. I can hear you, but this is the best. I've heard you
you
so
weren't
far.
hearing me before?
Yeah, it was a little muffled, but I was able to make it out. So
Oh,
I was
okay.
able to have the conversation.
Chris, can you hear us now better? Maybe my
A
accent.
little bit. I'm switching my headset, so mine doesn't do it. So hold on.
Okay, thank you.
She's
Everybody,
she's from Louisiana. We're having a good old Louisiana conversation today.
hey, Nicholas, is there any way to turn it louder on my end?
Um,
He's
I'm not sure.
looking.
I've been turning it up on my end, but it's more like the clarity than the volume. There's just a little muffle sound to it.
I can't do the headphones because they that's, I don't know. He didn't say nothing until 16, so I don't know what's up.
Now it sounds like you're further away.
Well, I am. My grandson's working on it. Turn it back.
Oh, okay. He got it. So
Oh, that's high, Nicholas.
Hello.
hey, grandson. We're hearing great things about you.
He is a wonderful kid. He really is. Very blessed. I already told about my mouth.
Is Flow
Okay.
streaming this morning or is it a spillover from last night?
All right, can you guys hear me all right now?
Yeah, now we can.
I love you. Thank you, babe.
Okay, and I could
Can
hear
you hear
you
me now?
I've lost your ear.
Okay. Am I too loud now?
Talk a little bit.
Am I too loud now?
You sound fine to me. Chris, how is she?
Okay, great. Chris, can you hear me now?
Now I can't hear Chris.
I'll be quiet and let y'all talk a while. Go ahead.
Well, now we lost Chris. Maybe he's
You were
switching his
freaking out.
headset. Oh yeah, do they still have 4-H? I was a 4-H president, and I won some ribbon. They had like every year they had like this competition you'd go to with all the 4-H schools, and you'd do projects or speeches and stuff, and you get ribbons. And I won ribbons from it. I won public speaking ribbons, believe it or not, y'all.
You must have had great parents. That's awesome.
Hmm.
I didn't do any of that.
It was a really small town, so there wasn't a lot to do. So any little thing there was to do just seemed fun. Like so 4-H was like, oh my God, 4-H, all this fun stuff to do.
Oh yeah, a lot of people did it in school. You know, I had no interest in school. I'm ADHD and dyslexic, and I failed the seventh grade twice, and then I quit school.
Oh
And then
no.
they said, okay, you're gonna have to go to night school to get the GED. I went one night. I was so freaking bored. I said, now I wasn't diagnosed. I just got diagnosed like in my 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm bored to death. My dad says, okay. He set up the test. He took me to take the high school test at 16 years old, and I passed it. So I got my high school diploma at 16 years old. So I started working, you know. And then I took cooking school for a year, you know. And then I went and got some medical CNA license, which is all the nursing except the pharmacy. People act like nurse aides are nothing, but nurse aides do everything except
Uh-huh.
kill. I just most nurses on the floor will look at you and say, "I'm just a pusher." I mean, that's all they do: push, kill, and write the note. It's a lot. Nursing's hard work. You gotta love it.
So
You
you
know,
made your own path. Like
and also I did babies for 5 years, which was wonderful. That was the best job I ever had. 5 babies a day I did. Yeah.
oh,
And that was at Victory Church in
like just working moms, you would keep them at your house.
what was right next door to the Saints training camp. No, it was a church, Victory Church, right next door to the Saints training camp. I got a lot of those babies, but I did 5 babies a day, and I did it for like 5 years right before Katrina.
Oh wow.
And life changed again. You got to acclimate, you know. Life
Yes.
changed. and you roll with it.
Yes, that's what I'm used to. I think that's one thing Louisiana people grow up learning how to do at an early age with all of the conditions down there. It's
Yeah,
hard to be sheltered and grow up predictable down there. You really have to be able to roll with circumstances.
when you see a hurricane come and your house is fine and your three neighbors had a tree through their whole house and their whole house is gone, and like you talk to them healing through all that growing and healing to rebuild that house, you learn things, you know, it makes you strong,
Hmm.
even if it's not your house. You see what I'm saying?
And it's very like
So,
the community strength too. The people there are very interdependent on each other I think in a
people
healthy.
in, yeah, I've always taken people in. I've had a lot stolen from me. Now I just buy
Well,
Dollar Tree stuff, cheap stuff, so it don't matter.
when I left, I said there's going to be two things I'm going to miss. I already know the people and the food. And that's
Yeah,
exactly what. And when I went back to visit this last year, that's the two things that stood out the most was the people and the food. Like that is y'all's greatest resource.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm shooting on making pralines next month, and I was going to send some samples out, and I'll put you on the list too, just for like 3 or 4 y'all. And then at the doctor's office, they were asking us when I went in. She's like, "You make soap and pralines?" And she kept, and I didn't want to answer her because I was like, I don't want to get in, I'm on disability. I shouldn't be up cooking
Oh,
home,
right.
but I push myself and I'll do it. So anyway, so I'm gonna prepare. I'll tell you what flavors I'm making and see what you like. I'm making banana foster and
Oh, you
peanut
flavor your
butter.
pralines?
Huh?
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
Yeah,
God.
that sounds awesome.
What are the flavors? Banana Foster.
not, yeah, banana foster, chocolate peanut butter, and I was gonna do original vanilla. Do
Oh my
you like
God.
white or dark? What do you like?
I actually don't like pralines because I don't like sugar. It's like
Oh,
pure sugar, and so it melts in my
I
mouth
love pralines.
as
I
sugar.
love
But
I love
the flavors you
pralines. That's
just
great.
listed off sounds so mouthwatering. I love
I
flavor.
like
I just don't like
my favorite.
sugar.
I don't like ice cream much, but my favorite ice cream is pecan praline by far. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. And butter pecan.
Jeff, what do you like?
What do I like?
Sweet, sweet wise.
Um, I don't eat a lot of sweet. I love bread pudding, and I have a like flan at a Mexican restaurant. I have a weakness for really good bread pudding. I'm a
I
bread
like
pudding
flan, but
connoisseur,
it's
and so I always
texture
have
is a
to
little hard
try
for
the
me.
bread pudding no matter what. And I've had some good bread pudding, but Golden Nugget in Vegas, their buffet, I still think is some of the best bread pudding in the world.
Oh yeah, some places make better than here. You know. Well, I'll work on that because I had a friend ask me. She's like, "Is there any way you could do cheesecake?" And I tried that a couple months ago, and it came out really good. But like I put, graham cracker in it, and that's not gonna stay. It doesn't stay fresh.
Oh,
So you'd have
you
to
have to
try it.
eat it
Yeah, and I,
there,
I
eat
was
it
gonna
then.
have to mail it to her as it was, so that didn't work out. So I'm not gonna try that. But I was gonna try to do cinnamon raisin ones this month. I thought about that too. Does that interest you? Oatmeal raisin
Cinnamon sounds.
cinnamon?
I love cinnamon as a
Okay,
flavor,
I can do that.
and butterscotch and my grandma used to have those. She had a whole little like carousel. You know how you get like the vanilla extract? They have all these other flavors like
Yeah, no,
amaretto,
I
lemon,
use
and she had
yeah,
like the whole collection. So as a kid, I would go and I would like sample those little flavors constantly when I wanted to
she
try
makes a lot
different
of stuff.
flavors. You just put them on your finger and you lick it, and you're like, amaretto.
Yeah, I have white
No,
chocolate.
Frank, believe it or not, today is not. This is pleasant. Praline is from Louisiana, and we're having down home Louisiana chat on the front porch, and we're just having a nice, pleasant, enjoyable time. Which I'm
We
sure
wish I
you'll
could
find
do
some
that.
way to mess up with your trolling somehow. So bring it on.
So what kind of sweets did your grandma make?
She didn't really make a lot of sweets. I remember she made this it was the cherry pie you make with the canned cherry filling and the pie crust. Like you buy the pie crust and you open the can of cherry filling and you pour it in and you put it up. She made stuff like that. But one thing we grew up on was the Mississippi mud cake with that
Oh yeah.
marshmallow filling and the chocolate.
Okay.
For some
So like
reason, that
having,
was like a big treat growing up, and it was easy to make. And then
it's like
Rice
having.
Krispie squares. We grew up on like the poor, cheap American version of treats.
I
The
must admit, I was
popsicle, we had the
I
popsicle kit, the plastic popsicle kit that you fill with Kool-Aid, and you stick
Oh
the sticks in
yeah.
it. It makes popsicles because we couldn't afford the real popsicles. That kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah. That's good.
Peanut
I
butter.
couldn't.
One of our favorite treats was a big giant spoon of peanut butter in a coffee cup with syrup poured over it. And we'd sit in front of the TV with our cup of peanut butter with the syrup on it. And we'd just slowly eat it and lick that syrup and that peanut butter.
Well, I still eat peanut butter off the spoon. You
Yeah.
know, sometimes that's just lumps.
What were you
You
gonna
know,
say,
because
Chris?
I like a lot of protein.
Honestly, I was always more of a savory person myself.
Yeah,
I
me
preferred
too.
savory type stuff. Like my favorite treat growing up, honestly, is my grandmother's cornbread. My great grandmother's cornbread.
I love good cornbread.
I mean, well, because I mean, sometimes she'd
That's
make it
good
from
stuff.
scratch. Sometimes she'd make it with like a mix, but it didn't really matter because it's like she'd pour that bacon grease in there, and which I finally figured out how to do as an adult. And like it, you just if you fry up some bacon first, you can even put the bacon in the cornbread. You can chop it up into pieces and put it in the cornbread too.
Mm.
And I actually prefer it without the pieces in it, but if you just put the bacon grease in the mix and make it kind of thin and kind of like where it's almost like it's so dry, it's really dry and it's really like almost it's not cakey at all.
Like
It's
crunchy or crusty.
not exactly crusty, but not crunchy.
Okay.
It's still like soft enough in the middle, but
So you
it's
don't
not
like the fluffy, the
I don't like
airy,
cake
fluffy
cornbread, like
cornbread.
the like corn muffin type stuff. No, I don't
Yeah.
care for them. I don't like them at all. Like I don't want my cornbread to be sweet. I want it to suck the moisture out of my body when I bite into it. Um, I like it to be like kind of salty, and I love salty bread of most kinds. You and I love to make my own flour tortillas too. They're like I make big fluffy like they call Texas style flour tortillas. They're like the thickness of a pancake kind of and like that's I love those. Those are just
Mm.
that and yeah, but my grandma's cornbread that was like I mean she'd make it for me like every time I was there. My great grandmother, of course, she died like when I was 14, but it took me
I'm sorry,
20
because
years to figure out how to make it, but I finally figured out what I finally figured out the right ratio of bacon grease to mix, and it's pretty awesome.
Elvis like bacon grease in his meatloaf. They say, you
Oh,
know,
Bacon grease and what?
meatloaf.
the meatloaf,
Oh, I
his
just don't like
meat.
meatloaf.
Oh, I love a good meatloaf if it's done right.
I agree, and it's not even because meatloaf. There's anything wrong with meatloaf. It's because growing up, like my mom or something would occasionally make like the really cheap kind of meatloaf where you just put ketchup in with a bunch of ground beef, and it's
Yeah,
just I don't know and I can't taste any other meatloaf without
those are
tasting
my
that in my
favorite.
brain, and I hate it. I just hate that flavor. So
What the rebuttal bar at London McLovin? Let me go see what that is. Welcome, Shadow and Light. All of it. We like all of it here. Or we
Yeah,
tolerate all of it
hello.
here. Let's see. Flo and Cynthia and Chuck are on. Who am I looking for?
Yeah,
London McLovin.
that's what I was telling you in the chat before it came up. You know, that they were all on. That's why you wouldn't get many people.
Yeah, Flo for some reason decided to compete in my time slot today. So that's good though. This is instructive for me. Very insightful to know where I stand on the charts and who my competition is.
Don't worry. Let me tell you,
I'm
he's
just
saying hi.
kidding.
Saying
Flo is
hi.
probably doing me a favor because he's probably filtering all the people that I don't
Yeah,
want
for
here this
real. Yeah,
morning because I had
I
such
have
an
no issue
enjoyable
with that at
conversation.
all.
This is what I want. This she's setting like a new standard for the stream. I like
Yeah, I
this
have no
level
issue
that
with
it's at.
Flo doing that. That doesn't bother me at all.
Well, I wanted to tell you this before we go off because some people might need to hear this for their kids. But if you take water and you put chocolate syrup and stir it in, you make chocolate Yahoo, and you'd save a lot of money just
Oh,
yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Water, chocolate syrup makes Yahoo, and that's it. Hello, it's crazy, huh? You pay like $8 for 6 of them when you can just spend $4 and make
but then you'd
240.
have to find a way to refrigerate it because part of the Yahoo was
Well,
it
yeah,
was
you
how
stick
cold
it
it.
in
I
the
never
fridge.
liked a warm Yahoo. It always had to be cold.
You got to put it in the refrigerator,
Yeah,
you know? And every time when you pull it out, you got to stir it, and then you pour it, and you drink it and enjoy it.
yeah.
Now, so Chris, where do you live?
I live in Texas.
Oh, Texas. Yeah,
What you
I've
looking
only
at?
been to there
Hmm?
on the
Oh,
I-10.
I was trying. I'm trying to put some stuff away. I'm like, and I had a, I was, and I suddenly noticed there was like a bunch of notifications from Discord, and I was just like clearing them off.
Oh, okay. The squirrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's an all-day affair.
Yeah.
Getting
No,
ready
I'm
to
from.
escape.
I live in Texas. I live in Dallas area, Irving, Dallas area.
Well, it sounds like a good area whenever I hear about it, you know.
I guess it's not
So,
bad. I mean, Irving itself has gotten is slowly but surely gotten a lot more
Yeah.
ghettoized
Thanks,
here in
Anthony.
recent times, but it's at least in the part that I live in. But it's still fine. I mean, I'm not like complaining about it really. I mean, in terms of like the city, I don't like the place I'm actually living right now. The actual apartment complex, I'm not
How
too
do you
happy with.
think you do with an RV or something mobile?
Oh, I don't think we deal well with that.
Okay.
I don't think Lindsay would deal well with that anyway.
Hmm.
She likes having like she loves her like her bed and stuff too much for to do like RV life or van life or anything like that.
you have to like camping to do RV life.
I love camping. I could do it.
I do
In
not
fact, I
love
want to
camping.
do it. I want to like do a cross country podcast. If there's
Now,
anybody out there that
now
wants to
I'd
collab,
love to do a cross country podcast. I'd love to use it to
we
travel, but I'm
should
just
do it.
living in it like permanently, like as a project type thing, it'd be no problem because there's an end to it. But it's like the idea of like being those people that like
Well, but
commit
I
to
don't know
living in
that
the.
they're being into mine. I might do it open ended
Hmm.
until I have a reason to do something else.
I'd love to travel for a while and and go to parts of the country and different parts of the country I haven't been to and stuff like that. I'd love to do that, but I mean, but I'd have to wait as long. But there'd have to be like a house. There'd have to be like a home to go back to at least for Lindsay and stuff, and
Yeah,
the kids too. So so it's really.
Well,
yeah.
I
It's
can't
probably
take
not
people.
practical in your situation.
I mean, I do homeschool, so it's not like I have to be. It's not like they have to be like in a school or something. But Clover does theater and stuff. I couldn't take her away from all that.
Yeah.
So the baby, I obviously wouldn't. It wouldn't hurt her any, but
She needs a world tour.
sure, definitely.
All right.
No
I
argument
miss her.
there.
The stream really hasn't been the same without her.
Yeah, it hasn't. Life hasn't been the same without her. I'm trying very hard to. I found something last night. I found out something last night. The reason why I have all this stuff out on my bed right now is because I was looking. I don't know. I randomly looked something up. I was like I was going through all of this old video game stuff I had, and I was seeing if any of it was worth any money or anything. And because there's been like there's still like a boom in the retro gaming
What did
market.
you find out?
Well, I had I don't know, like 2 or 3 years ago, I bought Rock Band 4 for the Xbox One, and it comes with like this little like you can't to use the old controllers with it. You have to have this little box um, that um, that lets you use your controllers with the Xbox. And so I was like, shit. I saw it online, and I saw that like they're selling, like actually selling, and I don't mean like people are just asking, but people are buying these things for $500 and up. And I was like, fuck, I have one of those, and I searched everywhere and I found it, and it didn't. But then it didn't work,
Oh.
and so I spent
Have you made any enemies lately, or anybody on the streams that knows
I don't
voodoo
I don't
or
think any I
Santeria?
don't believe anyone sabotaged my rock band controller box. It was just
I
it
don't know
was
if
in
they're good. You never know if they're really good. They might
I
have that
don't think
reach.
anyone even knew I had it.
Demons travel in mysterious ways.
But yeah, any case, anyway, and so I have all this. I got up. I looked up how to fix it and all this stuff, and I found a bunch of stuff online. But I need parts that I don't I can't afford to buy right now, and I need I had my soldering gun out because I was like trying to practice. I was trying to do some practice soldering to see if I could like still do it because my hands are kind of shaky these days.
You know,
And
if you can practice solder successfully, it's going to make it hard to get your disability.
I guess so. I guess that is one
In
point.
fact, if they watch this stream at all, I think it's going to be harder for you to get your disability because you've demonstrated some amazing skills and talents on here.
I mean, I'm not walking around much, but
Yeah, but that's walking around is not the sole criteria for a job. It's if you can perform
no,
any kind of work, and there's mental and intellectual work that you have demonstrated that you can perform,
I
and technical work.
I don't
I
know
mean,
what to say.
you repaired computers live on the stream.
Yeah, I wish that was a viable. I wish that was a viable form of employment these days. It's unfortunately not.
But to disability, when you're evaluating someone's disability status, it's viable enough.
Well, it's the case is all closed now. There's no further evidence
Oh,
or anything. It can be
so you're
entered.
they're just waiting on like the rubber
It's
stamp.
literally it's they when we went to the Social Security office yesterday, they told us that it's now in. Like I can't see it on my end, but that we can't see it on our end. Like when we look at our thing, but like from their end, they can see like the phase it's in. And it's in what they call the writer phase, where like it's literally on someone's desk, either having the decision written out in like in its proper legalese form. There's like like a paralegal or
Yeah, yeah.
somebody that has to write it in like proper terminology and everything. So it's on the desk of the decision writer. Both cases are. So it's um and she didn't she I mean she made it very clear that like there's only certain things that she can say, but she kind of kept kind of doing like a winking kind of very positive thing, being like but you're but so she more or less like kind of let us know.
No, that's your interpretation. Don't read more into that than
Okay,
she
well
actually put
I'm
in.
not trying to, but she made it very she did everything but tell us that like
I just,
from her from what she could see, everything was
so you and
positive.
Lindsay's are both they're both going to decide them at the same time.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of how the timing worked out, but
Oh, okay.
it's not a
And
it's
then
not
is
like
she able to expedite that?
she put notes in the system to notate our circumstances and stuff like that, and
Oh,
she said
okay.
that
So that
she's
might actually help
yeah.
then. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
she said oftentimes like she said like the issue is just like their office has just been very busy and
It's
understaffed, but
bureaucracy. It's yeah. This
but
is
they have been hiring. They've been hiring more people lately though, so that they have more people working than they have been for the last couple of years.
so
And
the
so
decision has been made on both of them. They just have to
yes,
communicate it, but it's already been made. She
the
just couldn't
decision's
tell
already
it
been
to you.
made.
Oh, okay. Well,
The cases are closed.
that's good. That's at a. I thought more might come out of these medical appointments they sent you to, but you said you still have
I got the
one or
letter
two
that
coming up.
no, I had that last one like 3 4 weeks ago,
I thought
and
you had the neurologist or something coming up.
I still have more medical appointments coming up, but in terms of like the ones that were required for the disability screening stuff, that was the last one of those was the mental competency thing I did.
Oh no, I meant stuff related to the vertigo that they sent
Oh
you
no, I
to.
mean yeah, I'm still going to keep. I mean, and even if the disability goes through, I'm going to do everything I can to get rid of the vertigo. Like I said, I'd cut my legs off to get rid of the vertigo. I do
Well,
need to be
you'll
heard.
have better medical options
Yeah, well,
if you
that's
get the
kind of yeah, that's kind
disability.
of part of the point of this disability because like I'll have I won't be confined to the Parkland system. I'll have full Medicaid coverage, so
Hmm.
I'll be able to go to possibly some specialists or something. I mean, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, like it's that's like the main thing really for me for getting the disability, that and like the the back pay check will be nice, I guess, but it'll allow. I don't particularly want to be on disability for if there's any chance I have of getting the vertigo cured and being able to do a job or work a job somehow again, I'll do it in a heartbeat. I do I would I would give anything to get rid of this vertigo. It's the most shitty, miserable like condition I can imagine, to be honest. It's nightmarish, but so anyway, but yeah, but they said like that when we talked to and she was very they were very even though like we had to wait for quite a while, but once we actually got in there and she really thoroughly checked things and got everything like she went ahead and she went ahead and set up our direct deposits and our banking account information, and she added Juniper to our family situation thing, which apparently the lawyers didn't
Well,
do, which I
that's a
really
positive sign. That's to me more positive indication than anything else.
yeah, well that's what I was saying. Like it was a very positive meeting, and as we were walking away, she basically said like she told us not to worry, that everything was going to be fine for us. Um, it's just a matter of just waiting for them to um, get it all written
Yeah.
'cause it's not just writing out the decision. They also figure out all the financials first. So like all of that is all done at once. So there's like it goes through. It's already been. I don't know if it's still in the. There's basically it's on two people's desks. There's a writer that's doing the decision, and there's also basically an accountant of some sort that's figuring out the financial aspect of it. And so whenever the decision comes in, either by phone or by mail, it'll they'll they she said like they'll usually send a direct deposit within like 2 or 3 days from that. So
Okay. Well, hopefully they can expedite it.
yeah, me too. I hope it work goes well. I mean,
Yeah.
Lindsay's is I think Lindsay's is guaranteed, so I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about it either way. I would just but anyway, but I was trying to find that thing for the fridge though, because I was like, because if I could actually sell that friggin' box for $500, I'd sell it in a heartbeat, and I could go buy a fridge. But anyway,
I thought you found a fridge.
I found a place that sells fridges for cheap, but I have not been able to get one because like the car got towed.
But I thought you got
And
your car back.
I did,
Oh.
but I had to spend money. I had to spend donation money to do that. I didn't have any choice. I didn't
Oh,
have any.
so now the money for the fridge went to the car.
It had to because like I didn't have any other choice, and then we had a flat tire too. So like I had no other access to any. I mean, if I left the car in the impound for or the tow yard, if I had left it in there like even another, I think I was 6 hours away for going up another $200. So you know, it's it was pretty important to get it out then and not like and not try to scrape the money some other way whenever the price of getting it out was it's just gonna go up exponentially um every half day or so. So it was just like and I mean it already cost over $400. So I
Well,
mean
I
it's like
tell you what, you and Praline talk for a bit. I'm gonna go grab a refill and then I'll come right back.
all right.
Can you hear me,
uh,
Chris?
I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm
I've seen
okay.
you in the comments quite a bit. Thanks for coming on the panel.
Uh, I'm 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 thinking y'all had a car wreck. That's how y'all got hurt.
No, it just it happened to things happened around the same time. Like Lindsay's thing, I mean, apparently she's had a lifelong condition we just weren't aware of because it never really manifested itself in any kind of like serious form. Although once we found out, it did explain some things from the past that were always a little confusing to me. But it turns out that she has schizophrenia, and she went into psychosis pretty hardcore um, during the pandemic time period. And I mean, she was full on, like, hallucinating and hearing voices and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
So
familiar.
that's what her disability comes from. Mine, during that time period, about, I don't know, 8 months or so, maybe even a full year after the psychosis symptoms first started, like, appearing, which I didn't know, and I didn't know for a long time that's what it was either. I had no idea what schizophrenia really was, or I'd seen it in movies and stuff, but I'd never met anyone with it, or known what it actually looked like to see that happen to somebody. So I didn't know what it was for a long time. And
Yeah.
but during that time period where everything was very confusing and surreal in my life, um I went to my doctor, and my doctor was like, well, I'm not, I once again, I want to make sure before I even say this, like, this is an entertainment channel, and I am not giving medical advice, and I don't actually, and my medical advice is that I think people should generally take vaccines of any kind. But I got the COVID vaccine, and when I got the second dose of it, for some reason, on my driving on my way home, I got really dizzy, and I never stopped being dizzy from that day forward. So
Got vertigo, yeah. I got the first one, and then I got deathly sick, and I've caught it 5 times. I've been sick the last 3 weeks. I'm just getting over another sickness. But I'm gonna
right,
tell
yeah,
you what, I'm 50 now. I'm in my 50s, but in my 20s, I got vertigo, and I mean it was horrible. And
yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I went to all the specialists, everything, because I had good insurance, man, and nobody could fix me. Flushing my ears, everything.
Yeah,
So
they've done all that stuff to me too.
yeah, let me tell you what. Let me tell you how I got well. Now,
Okay.
you might not be ready to do this yet, but this is how I
Mhm.
got well. There's a book called The Yeast Connection,
The what?
and it's the yeast, the yeast
Yeast
connection.
connection. Yeast.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
the yeast connection. And I read that book, so I cut a lot of things out my food. And also, what I did, I laid on the couch and I would put peroxide in my ear and let it bubble and bubble for like a half hour. Then I would dump it and do the other side for like a half hour. And I did that every day until the vertigo was gone. And that's how I got well.
Well, that's amazing to hear. And I'm certainly not opposed to trying things. I have actually tried the peroxide thing. It was suggested to me at one point by one of the physical therapists. The dietary stuff too. My diet is actually already pretty low yeast for the most part. But I don't eat. I don't eat a lot anyway, because I had a gastric sleeve surgery about, I don't know, I guess it's been got 6 years now,
Uh,
a long time now. But I don't eat a terrible lot anyway, and I try to stick to mostly protein. My diet's
yeah,
pretty. I mean, I've tried changing it up some, or trying different kind of dietary type things to see if it made a difference, and so far it hasn't. But I guess I mean, then again, I haven't tried every diet on the planet, so I can't say that dietary things couldn't help. I could, but I maybe I'll give the peroxide thing, another shot.
Have you
See
tried
if it.
that
that's what I
candling thing with the wax
did. Well, what I was going to
smoke?
say was the peroxide, number one, you have to stick to it. Do it at least once a day, half hour each side. And if you got to do that for a month, you have to do that for a month. But also, what he's mentioning, the ear wicks. Go ahead and tell him, Jeff.
I've done them before.
You done ear wicks. That helps
Did they
I've
help?
done the ear wicking before. It terrifies me, but I've done it.
Oh,
I
did it do
I
anything?
would do it.
No, it did not. It didn't not help my vertigo, but it just, like,
uh,
the fact that there's like this thing burning. That, I mean, and you can they can be dangerous. You have to be very careful with them, because
It did.
if they don't balance just right, the wax can actually drip. The hot wax can actually drip down the candle, and permanently damage your ears. So you have to be very careful with them. Um,
Ear wicks didn't work for me, but the peroxide, it took a long time. Took a long time, okay? But I stuck to it. and it finally stopped. So I don't know how long it might take you. I don't remember
Right.
exactly. I know it was a long time, like 5 or 6 months at least. It was a long time. So, because there's
Well,
something deep, deep in there, probably, even if you
It's the
got
crystals.
the F, right? That could have pushed something into that deep ear canal, right?
right. Mm.
So, nobody's going to reach it except probably the peroxide. And that's not medical advice, okay? I'm not a doctor.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
right.
I
Yeah.
understand.
This is the entertainment channel.
No,
That's
I
right.
understand it. I don't take it as medical advice or anything like that. But I mean, it is. It I mean, since you have been through it though, and I mean, it is a personal like lived experience type thing where you have experience with it, and that's what worked for you. And and I have so far I've gotten a lot of various advice from people that I think was, it's been very. I don't you know I don't regret listening to any of it or trying any of it. But so far, I can't say any of it's been successful for me. But that doesn't mean that it won't be in the future. That something won't finally work. It just means that like so
Exactly.
far I haven't.
And it won't hurt you to read the book. Maybe something will
Sure, yeah.
snap with
It's called the yeast connection.
connect connection. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm big now because I gained over 150 pounds since my rep. So I try to do 1,000 or less calories right now because I barely move. But I've gained a lot of
Yeah.
weight, and I can't do the sleeve because I have diverticulitis and
Oh
pancreatitis.
yeah.
So I can't have the surgery. So that's what the stomach doctor told me. So all you can do is eat 1,000 calories or less, and you will lose weight even if you don't move all day. If you sit in one spot, if you do that 1,000 calories and less, you will lose weight. You know. So
Right.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Well,
working on.
because your body burns about that many burns more calories than that typically in a day anyway. So, as long as your calorie intake is lower than your calorie burning rate, then typically you will. That's usually how it works. So, I
Yeah.
mean I don't doubt that I don't doubt that um the maybe the ear thing. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that like the issue like they did some testing and stuff like that. And I
I
think
thought you said you'd cut off your leg to cure the vertigo.
yeah, I would. And I'll try it again. I'll try the peroxide again. I didn't say I wouldn't. I'm just saying that I am afraid that it's something that's not. It is somehow connected to the inner ear. We know that for sure. But I don't know that. I haven't given up. But like there's a part of me that's like I don't know that there's much. I'm trying. It's something I've given up. Is that I'm trying to accept it. I'm trying to like accept the state of things instead of trying to like constantly be looking for like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to get to a
I
place mentally
understand.
where I can accept
But
that this stage of my
have you
life.
exhausted all of your treatment options yet?
No, and I'm not giving up on that. I'm just in a place where I'm trying to get to a place where I can accept the reality of it, whatever it may be.
I thought you had accepted it for a while.
I think sometimes I think I have, and then I get really, really depressed. So
About the vertigo?
yeah,
I
I mean,
understand.
you have to
I
get some.
always thought it's strange you didn't have more reaction to it than you did. Like to me, it's not normal to just fall and break limbs and lose teeth and be that casual about it.
Yeah,
And
I
so
know.
it to me, my impression was always this seems way more serious than he's actually taking it. He's just very blasé about it all.
That's just because like because I when I'm talking to people, it's just like a learned social thing, just
It just
about
it,
it's
it
just like
really throws people like me off because I take it as
it's
the
you
word.
you
Like I
you
take it
kind
as
of try to pretend that you're okay, especially whenever especially when it comes to my kids and stuff like that, whenever I don't want to
Yeah.
constantly around my wife and kids like be like in the state of like constant um
but like you don't if you don't have any control over your falls, then you are in that constant state. It's better to like live in reality and have the people around you in on that than to on
you're
top
right.
of all the other burdens you're carrying, have to worry about masking and faking it and keeping yourself isolated in it away from everybody else.
No, I mean you're right. I don't discount that or think that's wrong at all. I'm just saying that it's I mean it's kind of the same coping mechanisms I learned early
Because
on
you've
with
been very open about your vertigo here. You've been more open about it than anybody with vertigo that I've known. So to go from like that level of transparency to trying to keep up this image at the same time, there's like a
it is very
dissonance
strange. I
there.
mean, people are complicated sometimes in those ways.
Very good point.
Um,
Yes, you're
I'm very open
especially
about.
neurodivergent.
I'm very open about my struggles with depression and other things like that too, and yet I do tend to mask like the effects that it really has on me mentally in a lot of ways, because I just don't want, there's this part of my brain that's just like, I just don't be that guy that's just like sad all the time. I just don't want to be
Oh, I'm on
that.
antidepressants.
But that's where I see this trending.
I'm on antidepressants since my rectal. Don't be
I'm
ashamed if
on
you
them,
have.
but they don't do much.
Yeah, well, you got to get a higher dose or another. I'm on 3 different ones. Okay.
3 different ones. Wow.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
That's what it took.
I'm not saying like I'm not saying wow like in a negative way. I'm just like
Or is
No,
it
no.
SSRI or is it 3 SSRIs or are they different types?
I'm on 3 different types of antidepressants. That's what it took for my brain to work. Maybe there's something different in my brain.
Yeah.
Hello.
No, definitely. I mean, like my doctor at one point he had me on at one time he had me on like lithium, on a low dosage of
That's
lithium plus what Celexa and Abilify and something else, and I was on all that stuff, and I didn't really get much effect out of it. So he did. So when I finally was able to go back to the doctor again and start, he decided like, we'll try something a little more. We'll just try like a higher dosage of the Celexa or something and see if that works. And so far, I can't say it's worked, but it's okay. I mean,
How
but
long how
some
long has it been?
oh, it's been I've been on the Celexa consistently now for 4 months, I think. So
Oh my God, that's probably plenty of time.
probably.
yeah.
When do
I'll,
you
they
see
say
him
it
again?
say it can take up to 6 before it really regulates my
Well,
system.
okay, give it 6 then. When do you see him again?
I don't have yeah, I do have a follow-up appointment, but I can't remember when it is because they always schedule them like so many months out. But I'll get a reminder email like whenever it's time. So
They put me on Prozac and everything. Nothing worked until they put me on Cymbalta. I got a little bit relief with Cymbalta after a couple weeks, and then I'm on Wellbutrin. Oh yeah, I'm only on 2, Cymbalta and Wellbutrin. See how crazy I am? Thinking I'm on 3. I'm not. I'm on 2.
no,
Cymbalta
I've never
and
been on
Wellbutrin.
Cymbalta. Well, Butrin I was on like a long time ago whenever I was a kid. When I was like was like one of the very first antidepressants they ever tried me on, and um, it it didn't really have much effect on me. It wasn't as like, the worst one was Paxil by far. Paxil was the worst one for me. Paxil
Well,
just like completely drained my ability to live. Like, I'm not, or my will to live, I should say. It drained my will to do anything. It didn't make me want to die. It just made me not care if I lived or died. It was very bad. Um, and then after and then the weirdest one though was Depakote, which actually seemed to work okay for me, but it makes me go cross-eyed.
yeah, that's a strong medication. You know,
It
you don't
makes
want
me
to
go
take that fast.
seriously. I literally go cross-eyed, and I can't
Okay,
everything.
what's psychosis, schizophrenia. That's one of their drugs. Okay, they got
Yeah,
Yeah,
Latuda
they
too
used
now.
to give that in the hospital when I worked there.
Yeah, Cymbalta made me happy. And then when I was well, I still deal with depression. I mean, but not nothing like I used to. And then
right.
she put
Yeah,
me on a Wellbutrin, and both of them together, I got some more relief. If it was up to me,
yeah.
I'd grab a whole bottle and take the whole bottle. But you can't do that because you want
Right.
relief, and it takes forever to come. So hang
The
in
only
there.
one that really worked for me was Effexor, or venlafaxine. But unfortunately, like it tends to be the case with venlafaxine. I've researched myself, and I've had doctors tell me the same thing, that venlafaxine, unfortunately, it inevitably builds up. You build up a tolerance to it, and over the course of maybe, sometimes some people build a tolerance to it over a couple of months. Sometimes it takes a couple of years, but typically speaking, like once you start on it, you can only take so much of it a day, and you'll get to a point where it'll stop being effective at all, and that's where I got to with it. Maybe I've been off it long enough now. Maybe I could go back on it, but God, getting on Effexor was terrible.
They got
Gives
a
you
lot of new,
awful nausea, but
you got a lot of new drugs like Latuda. That's a fairly new one, and people I know that's been on it, it worked well. But she wouldn't give me that. She gave me the Cymbalta, which made me happy. Now she had to up my dose. They give you
right.
30 milligrams twice a day, and she gives me 60 twice a day. And then, Wellbutrin made me more happy, so
That's
that's what
good.
I take. Yeah, the Cymbalta works good for me, but you never know somebody's brain. And
Yeah,
you know,
everybody's brain chemistry is different, so it's different for every single person. I know it's
that's
so
fine.
frustrating.
You know,
It
did he
would
ever
be so
mention
much easier if
Latuda?
we could just if our brains all worked the same and we could just in one thing would work for everybody, wouldn't it?
Well, it also shows how chemical we are. People talk about programming and social influence, this and that, but you put the right chemical in your body, and you probably have more of an effect on the person than what TV show they're watching.
Oh, by far, yeah. I think that's probably very true. I don't I don't see anything to disagree with in that statement for sure. I definitely have I definitely think that I mean even in it, and so I mean like most in it, and a lot of it has to do with your stomach and what you eat too. The diet is a really important thing because most of the brain regulating drugs and chemicals that our body produces are actually produced in your gut. Like your like serotonin is produced by your body in your gut and is then sent to your brain. It's not produced in the brain. So dopamine is like one of the only like chemicals like that that's actually produced by your brain in your brain, um, which is of course why that's how narcotics work is that they tend to affect your dopamine um, receptors or inhibitors or production, and that's the reason why people get addicted to drugs is because that's typically how they work is by activating or suppressing some aspect of your dopamine system. So
Well, I'm on Suboxone for pain. They're doing that a lot now. That's a new move too, using the Suboxone as a pain drug, and they're finding out that it's working. And the military's even working on a pellet to shoot under the skin like they do the hormones. But I have full ruptured disc, 7 herniated, a tear in my lower spine, and a protruding disc. And I say, when I'm not on Suboxone, I can't stand up. But with Suboxone, I can get up and push as tolerated. At least I can get up and push. Hello. So Suboxone does work for pain. Definitely.
Suboxone, isn't the what they give the heroin addicts?
Yep. Like methadone. Suboxone's a newer one, which, people don't
Hmm.
realize methadone is a very good pain drug also. But it eats your bones and teeth there. You
Oh,
know.
I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about it. I did have a friend once that a girl that I knew in Vegas that did get hooked on heroin and lost track of her when that happened, and that made me very sad. But
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, to be honest.
Well, you're not missing much.
Oh, really? Well,
It's the
I got
pain.
tricked into smoking at one time, and it made me very very angry, and I never talked to that person again. And
for smoking what? Meth?
no, heroin. Someone tricked me.
Oh,
Yeah.
They told me that it was like organic opium. It's like it's a totally like natural thing. It's like weed or
well, it
something like
is
that.
opium. I mean,
But yeah, but they told me that it was
but did you not know before that heroin was like one of the hardest drugs out there? You thought what did you think about heroin before this person showed up on the scene?
I mean, she told me it was this organic opium type thing, and she was
Oh,
saying
she
like
didn't tell you it was heroin. She said
no,
she.
I didn't know. I didn't know it
Oh,
was.
okay.
and she had like this little like pipe and everything with it, and like it looked all fancy, and so she had me like take a couple. It's like kind of like smoking pot, kind of the way that she had it done, but and then I inhaled a couple of hits of it, or what do you want to call it, and I immediately went and puked my guts out, and like I it was like the most immediate, and it was really really strange because I wasn't, it was like nowhere near nauseous, and suddenly it was like I have to puke right now, and I went and I threw up a whole lot, and then I immediately went and I passed out, and then I found out like, and then like 2 weeks later, um, I, another friend of mine that knew her was like, I had told them what happened, and she was like, oh, she doesn't have any organic opium. She's like, that was black tar heroin. That's what she's hooked on that shit. And I was like, oh, awesome, really good to know. So
Yeah, it's good to
yeah,
get to know people before you hang with them. I've learned that the hard way.
I
You
just stay
know,
away from all people that do drugs of any kind anymore. So I mean,
Uh,
of any kind of illegal
Except for
drugs.
here.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, in real life, I don't associate with anyone that's doing any illegal drugs that I know of. Not even pot. I don't know of anybody in real life that actually does that stuff. So
that's my
I
fever
intention,
now.
and it's especially since I know like how bad depression can kind of create a psychosis too. Like sometimes I get depressed enough where I'd almost be afraid that if I did know people like that, I'd be tempted to try something or something like that. And I don't
I didn't
I don't
realize
even.
the depression was as bad as it sounds. You do see someone?
Yeah, I technically have a therapist with
Okay.
Parkland, but I mean, it's not.
Yours also seems more situational. You seem to take these little dips when your
Yeah,
life
I mean,
situation
I'm sure.
is.
I mean, I was diagnosed manic depressive whenever I was very young, and then they told me it was bipolar, and they told me it was this and that. And I've been told 10 different things in terms of diagnoses, but
Well, let me ask you this: how at the mercy of it do you feel, versus and how in charge of your ability to change your state when you need to do you feel?
I do the best I can. But I've learned a lot of coping mechanisms. I cope pretty well. Conversation helps me a lot, which is usually why I think I probably do seem blasé or flippant about it on stream a lot of times, because usually when I'm having conversations about anything, even talking about it itself, I tend to feel better. I tend to feel happier whenever I'm engaged in conversation. So just being engaged in conversation like is probably the best antidepressant I have. um, and therefore, so that kind of makes sense why it would seem that way, because because usually when I'm having a conversation, I'm not feeling depressed.
Yeah,
But whenever
I noticed.
I'm, apart from that though, whenever there's, I've learned like coping techniques and this and that, but I mean like to a degree, like there are days where it just like just the other day, even like being on the stream, like that was one of those days where I was just, it was just kicking my ass. I just felt really
Did anything set
really
it off,
defeated.
or it just came over you out of the blue, or was it the challenges that have been piling up?
It's probably as the challenge has been piling up. I mean, I don't necessarily consciously associate them like that, but you know what I mean. It affects you like that. Whether you consciously are obsessing about it or not, the fact of the matter is it's still affecting you. The stress and the weight of it still
Yeah,
affects you, and even if you try to like block it out, it's still there. So, it's like it's like like one of those survivor challenges where like like they're doing like those things where like they have to hang on to like the pole or whatever, things like that. Like there's there's a lot of people that seem like, I think their strategy is to try to almost like ignore the fact that they're hanging on to this thing, and like it's like it's wearing on their bodies and stuff like that, like, and it doesn't matter. At some point your body, you either you have to find a way to face it, to face it and embrace it to a degree, or or eventually you're just kind of like give out.
yeah.
You're eventually going to fall. So
Sure.
i try to I try to face it and embrace like the chaos of life and stuff as best I can, in order to try to be to not let it get to me. But I'm not perfect. I'm not great at dealing with all this stuff. I mean, and all this stuff has been stuff that I've never dealt with before these last few years. I mean, I've dealt with depression and I've dealt with ADHD and stuff like that for my whole life, but the the challenges of dealing with the the vertigo and having children, Lindsay's issues, um and not being able to work or to feel it, just the fact that like just the, I mean I don't see, I don't think about it consciously, but I know for a fact that like I will do just about anything to avoid going downstairs if unless I have to, because I'm like because I have like a a fear of the stairs that I don't, I
Because
try
of the
not to acknowledge.
falling.
Yeah.
Can you like
Because
slide down the stairs on your butt until you get to the bottom?
I mean, yeah, maybe I could. I don't know. I haven't tried that
Like
many
in
times.
The Exorcist, the spider crawl.
Right? Yeah, I do spider crawl. Yeah. Well, usually I'm having to carry something, like laundry or something down there. But
It just seems like there's a creative solution, like creating a little pulley system or a
I mean,
piece
I
of
do.
cardboard you could slide something down on that you have to carry, and then slide yourself down to the bottom and pick it back up. Or
I
if I were at
definitely
your
ha-
house, I would be experimenting with some kind of. I would love doing that,
I
playing
definitely
around to see what I could create.
my handrails on my stairs definitely get a lot of work. I definitely get a lot of use. I definitely hang
Good,
on to the handrails and keep myself.
good.
Yeah, as long as I'm holding on to something, I'm usually okay because I can always shift my weight onto whatever I'm holding onto if I lose my balance.
You
So
wish
that's,
your rail was getting handled as much as that rail, don't you, Chris?
oh boy, do I, Moose.
Trust me, brother. I know the story.
Oh, is it projection?
No, I mean,
Welcome.
when you're a married man, what's up, guys?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're. What do you have
No,
to do
you just
about?
gotta keep. You just gotta keep. You gotta keep it in your favor. Otherwise, it starts to.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. I just assumed that everybody's partnership is working like they want it.
Hey, it's all good. Life is great, Chris. I came up because you were saying how you don't want to become like this channel's Eeyore,
I
and
don't want
Yeah,
to be either.
and well, especially
and
since okay, and that's funny that you say that because when I was a kid, I for some reason I think I've mentioned this on stream before. Like people used to like make one of the ways they make fun of me when I was really younger was just calling me Christopher Robin just because my name was Christopher. That was really dumb. But then as I got older and like I started having like depression issues and everything came on. People, I literally would call me Eeyore and stuff
People
like
like
that. Like
classmates and stuff would actually call you Eeyore.
if it's well not it's I was homeschooled, but I went to
Oh,
church. I actually had a lot of friends and stuff like that. And yeah, but yeah, people would call me Eeyore and stuff like that like quite a lot.
oh wow.
Um, so because I would wear that depression on my sleeve or on my face or however you want to say it, and so people would notice it and they would they would call it out and like just how teenagers and people tend to do, like oh you're just all sad all the time, blah 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 and stuff like
Why
that.
so, why the long face?
Yeah, that kind of shit,
Why
exactly.
so sullen, man?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, like and I totally get it, dude, because I've been in that state of mind, and it's like nobody around you that's not in that state of mind can understand truly, because you see somebody in a super happy day and he's like on the other spectrum. He's like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? Why is he all down and out? Like life is good, like the
yeah,
weather's great today. And then you're thinking, man, this is like, I got to deal with this. I got to deal with that. I got to deal with this. Got to deal with that. Like, I can't do this because of this. And, you're going through your head, playing all your problems. I think what is going to help you, Chris, and it's going to help the channel, it's going to help us all grow, because our friend Jack Morgan probably is going to look in here, check in on this stuff. I think what's going to keep you
I did talk
on
to
the
him
up and
actually.
up.
By the way, I talked to him on Instagram the other day actually.
Okay.
Finally.
Yesterday, yes, yesterday, yeah. I got into
You
my
made it
Instagram account
happen.
finally. and I talked to him. He's traveling at the moment, but he said as soon as he gets back from his trip, which it should be at the end, it should be sometime at mid next week. He said he'll get in touch with me and we'll set it up to come he'll come on the show. So anyway, go on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you have about a week or whatever to get your happiness back in order and all that. No, what I think is good though is on a serious note. I'm being serious, 100% serious. When you were doing those laptops, there was something inside you that had passion. It was coming out of you. It was something that you were able to accomplish, something you were able to do, and something you were doing for other people and yourself. And I think you should continue on doing stuff like that and finding like separate little things that you can do that bring you, fulfillment, because
Absolutely.
life is tough, man. Like these bills they're not gonna go away. Our problems aren't gonna go away. People are gonna die around us. All this stuff's gonna keep happening. But if we find like positive things to put our time into, I think it'll keep you from being too down.
No, I agree.
Chris,
I mean,
you're a man. You're not going to feel fully satisfied in yourself until you're taking charge of the challenges and mastering them and overcoming them and providing for your family, etc.
absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's literally
Like,
why
I know you don't want to be like a victim and have it to be dependent on the system and everybody else, and because I think there's something in you that's going to feel inadequate unless you're able to take charge of the challenges yourself.
Yeah, no, that's literally like why that's what whenever I found those computers and stuff like that. I mean, like I was actually happy that I remember something to happen.
I noticed the same thing Moose did. Like when you were making those computers, you were in your zone. Your brain was getting what it needed. You're like that when you talk about movies too. You're so passionate and you get in that creative zone, and your brain, you could see the shift in your brain.
No, yeah, it's the same thing with like whenever you do puzzles and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
that. It's like puzzles. It's like solving a puzzle.
Yeah, it's
Like
like
that.
it's your medicine that
Yeah.
it's self-care is what it is.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Well, I just want you to know you're valuable, Chris, because I think that even myself, some days I wake up and I'm just like, well, fuck, the world could go on without me. And
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you do a good job too, because you always so like good spirited and positive and
You seen Robin
energetic.
Williams?
I mean, look at how many comedians look how many comedians
Look at Jim
like
Carrey,
like
at
Robin Williams. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I just
like comedians that not. I mean, if you
Moose, I hope you're not that. I mean, I hope that's not your
well,
case.
I'm saying
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not suicidal
I'm
or
not saying that
anything. Like there was a time in my life where like I was really having trouble in my life and stuff.
Mhm.
And I'd already been married, and I thought, I said, man, I might have messed up my whole life, like, and I might have, gone down the wrong path, and I might not really fit into this like puzzle that I've like put myself into.
Yep.
And I was feeling sorry for myself. I didn't surround myself with anybody. I actually did the opposite. I hid from the world. I got off the internet for a while. I stopped talking to my friends, my family, and it just got worse for a little bit. And then this is going to sound really crazy, but one day I went and hung out with my younger brother, who were like best friends, and he pulled out some mushrooms, and I'd never tried mushrooms before. And he was like, I bet you're a pussy. You wouldn't even try this. So I ate the whole bag, and I had like a wild experience. I had an amazing experience, and I basically went through a lot of like past trauma throughout a 12-hour period.
Mushrooms are good for that.
I cried a lot, dude. And then after that day, my brain was kind of like rewired, and it was like, you can make a decision. It's like you can choose to go through this life with the challenges and accept the challenges, accept defeat, here and there. But the thing is you have to make the decision to be happy, and you have to make the decision to get up and do it every day. And the little tiny things you do are going to be the things that make you happy. Like coming on the stream, this is going to, brighten your day up. It's your friends. These are people, we love you, like
Yeah.
we want to see you succeed in the world. We want to see you come back every day. Like, so you want to do that. And then you want to do stuff like the computers, and you want to, don't focus on all your problems. Like everybody has problems. Look at Jack Morgan's channel. His whole channel
Jack
is
Talcott.
focused on Jack Talcott. Those channels are focused on people's problems, and it's not just you, Chris. Like my own mother is going through, she has a house for the first time in our life that it was paid off. Tragedy happened. They fell on some stuff, and now they're figuring out whether they're gonna move.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
they might have to sell the first house that they ever paid for, and it was paid off. That's the even worse part. It's like they
Right.
finally hit that point where it was like, we're there, and then something happened, and it was like, you're not there. So
Yep.
it's
No, I
when
know. Yeah.
I'm just saying that don't stay in your head, because it's not just you. It's not just me, Moose. Jeff has his own problems. PralineQueen has her problems. We all have problems.
Sure.
And now I
Yeah.
yield.
Absolutely. Well, that is. I mean, that is what I was saying. That's the reason why I try not to focus on them, especially on the streams like that. I try to just focus on having conversations and stuff like that, and that it makes me feel better in general, and it's good. It is self care for me personally. I do try to focus on the things like my positive goals, the things I'm trying to I want to contribute to the world more than the things that are wrong. I definitely do all that stuff. It just kind of came up in the conversation, like we were just talking about stuff, and that's just like the only reason I was even mentioning any of it. But I do think that I think that it's important to acknowledge the mental health stuff somewhat, and I think it's helpful for a lot of people to hear other people that go through that kind of thing. I've been through the same things that you were saying, like the place that you're at. You feel like you took the wrong path, you screwed up, this or that. Like I was there for a while during those, like, I really it really wasn't until I started coming on streams. I started coming on stream with Jeff and stuff like that started getting my confidence and my will to my motivation to start trying to try to pick myself back up for a long time, because I really
Am I lagging? Or is that
are
you?
you am I lagging? I don't know.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can
That
hear you
was me
fine.
then. You started spinning for a second. Keep going.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, but no, I did go through like a really bad period where I was isolated. I isolated myself really badly. I wasn't on the internet. I didn't talk to any of my friends. I had I just pretty much and Lindsay was dealing with her, she was dealing with psychosis for a long time, so I didn't even have her to talk to. I was just I was completely alone in this bubble, and Clover was with her grandparents because of what was going on with Lindsay. So so I was just there in my head for way too long. And I've said this to people before. I remember, especially back whenever I first started going on any streams with Jeff. I remember I've said this maybe even the first stream that we were talked on. I think the biggest mistake I ever made um, wasn't any of the obvious mistakes I made. The things that I can take, I can, logically take responsibility for things, for certain things that got screwed up, and certain things that were out of my control. And I can recognize those things. But the biggest mistake I really ever made was giving up to the degree I did for so long, because I really did for a long time. I just kind of whenever after Lindsay had been gotten out of her second hospital or second or third hospital stay, and they didn't do anything for her, and she was she was just gone in this state like this, and I had the vertigo and I couldn't work, and there wasn't really, I didn't see any light at the end of the tunnel, and I just kind of so I gave up on things way too much for a long time, and I'm still dealing with the fallout of that way more, the fallout from me making the mistake of not trying. The giving up part, it made things way worse than they ever would have been. It would be so much easier to get out of the hole with the state of things around me if I hadn't had given up to the degree I did then. And I would definitely tell anybody who's going through a time like that, like whatever you do, just don't give up, don't stop trying, because if you stop trying, um, it will the consequences of that are far worse than whatever has happened so far, whatever, because things could turn, because you never know when things could suddenly, because like I mean I didn't think there was any hope for Lindsay at that point, because we'd been to all those hospitals and stuff, but then we found a place and she got medication and she was like, and it was almost instantaneously she got better, not instantly cured, but she was better by like the next day, and I didn't see that coming. um yeah, I didn't think that, I didn't even think it was possible at that point. I mean, yeah, we went to that doctor's appointment. I didn't have a lot of hope from it, really. It was just like, but I still tried because I found it and I was like, and it was a free clinic, so I was like, might as well. I didn't expect it to work, and if it did work, I expected it to work right away, and so, and that in itself, like, and then I felt bad for how bad I felt like I'd let things get, just because like I was so, I gave into the depression so much for so long. And I would just tell anybody that's going through that kind of thing, like, you really don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. You don't know how things can turn around. And then if you've given up for any period of time, and especially not, self-deletion type stuff, I know I would tell anybody to never do that, because you
There's an
never know.
opportunity cost, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You lose so much by stopping trying, and stopping trying, and letting that
But even if
overcome
you
your
stop
life.
trying, it's not the end of the world. You can still recover and move on
Yeah, you can,
from a
Yep.
but
certain
I'm just
point.
saying.
So
I'm living
No,
proof
that's
of
not
that.
that,
Yep.
and I don't disagree with that at all. It's not my, that wasn't my point. I'm just saying, but like I would just, like, my best advice I could give anybody that's going through a time like that would be that just to not do what I did, and give into that desire to, like, self isolate, and let the depression get the best of you like that, because like the fallout from that, it's like, it seriously was worse than the fallout from all the things that went wrong in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
So
and shit happens though, so you got to forgive yourself and forgive
yeah,
other people. You got to,
yeah, you do.
and just let it go,
Which
because
is
it's
which
like,
is is easier said than done, but yes, yes.
it
Forgiving
is,
yourself
but
can be a real son of a bitch. But yeah, I
it
agree.
is, but I think forgiving yourself is step number one to like getting back on your feet, because you got to realize that you're not perfect. No, you're never going to be perfect. No one's ever going to achieve every single dream and goal that they, set out to achieve. But if you don't set a goal or anything like that in life, you can literally go through life and do nothing with your life. So it's
Yes.
like, we have that choice, and it doesn't cost money to direct your life. That's something we get for free. Like, we are in charge of our lives. It may cost to drive somewhere, but it doesn't cost to walk somewhere. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of options that we have in life, that even if you're poor, you can still make decisions.
Yeah, definitely. No, I agree. I mean, that's basically what I was saying anyway. I was
and
just trying to
it's
say.
Chris, it's normal to isolate during depression. I do think it's. I would tell people that's one of the worst things you can do for depression is to isolate. But I also think the tendency to do it is normal. And if you're on your own and you don't have any other way to cope, isolation is probably going to be one of the things you end up doing. So don't beat yourself up too hard over it. It was a completely normal trajectory for what you were in.
No, yeah, I know, and I have, like, I guess I could say I've forgiven myself for that. I just wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Was my my point there? I would just say,
Right. And
recommend you
the
don't
thing
do
I'm
that.
concerned about now that I know that you're vulnerable to that state is the learned helplessness and the fuck was the despair, like the despair that you seem on the edge of sometimes.
Right? Yeah. No,
Because if
it's
you've
an
had that state before, and that's why I think what you're saying is like try not to slip into that, because it kind of sets those neural pathways and makes it easier to happen again. But if you've slipped in this state in the past, that might be some of the stuff I'm seeing is that starting to repeat itself or
No,
reset itself.
even though I guess I haven't talked to it that much, but I am aware of it.
Okay.
Believe it or not, I mean I it was hard for me to to uh to set up like to start asking for donations stuff like that. That was really difficult for me. I didn't
Yeah,
make it
that would
difficult
be
for me,
hard for me too.
but it was
I,
very difficult for me to do, and that made me feel really bad. But then but then I found like the computer thing as a way to try to like, even though I haven't found anyone yet to donate one to yet, but
dude,
but I will, and
but
you know.
I'm gonna turn this around. You got to reframe things, man. You frame things.
Uh-oh. Did he
We
cut
lose
out
you.
or did I cut out? Yeah, I think we lost you.
Like
Yeah, I think
when
we
you
lost him.
frame things, you got to
Uh,
understand that you asking for help was a test. It's a test of how strong the community.
yeah,
Damn
you
it.
dropped out
Yeah,
again
you
there.
are cutting out a
It,
little bit.
it
This is good stuff.
it's all a test, Chris. It's a test, man. It's a test to see what the community can, come through and do for itself. Even being such a small community like this, it's to see if your fellow man has empathy for you. To see, if you can get through a problem by, with the help of friends. If you don't achieve the goal, you don't achieve the goal. But man, like it's worth fighting for.
Yeah, and that
I
there's
agree.
It's
people
worth
rooting
fighting
for
for,
you. So get
and
back
there's
on the track,
nothing
pick
to
up the
be
baton.
ashamed of anymore.
No,
Everybody
I don't. I don't.
is
That's
like,
what
we
I'm
are
saying.
all
Like
on
that's
the
how.
verge of losing everything. Everybody can lose everything in a heartbeat. All it
Yeah.
takes is
Yeah.
one hospital trip, or one house payment, or something that you miss. Next thing you know, you're destitute too. We're all
Yeah.
in this together.
No, I agree completely. That was my point of saying that actually was that it was difficult for me to accept that I would had to do that. But once I did, I I I started. I realized I was, first of all, I was very touched by the donations that we did get, and that have happened so far, and even if there aren't any more, I'm
You
still
got it.
thankful for because if not for those, my car we wouldn't have a car, we wouldn't, because it would be stuck in the impound lot and stuff like that, and and I realized I started seeing it more in a more positive way, and that's why I tried to I try to like put my energy I try to take the energy out of like feeling emasculated or demoralized or whatever. And I try to take that energy and I try to put it into fixing, trying to do something positive with it. I mean, I have learned something in my 43 years on planet Earth now. So I am somewhat capable of like realizing and positive, and trying to take positive action to make positive changes around me. I definitely,
Well, there
I
might
mean,
be
I'm
somebody
saying I'm
out
not
there
perfect, and
listening, Chris.
I stumble and I get bogged down by it sometimes, but I'm, I am aware.
There might
I'm a
be
lot more,
somebody out there listening, Chris, that feels just the same way as you. They might need to know that they're not the only person that feels that way, you
yeah,
know.
exactly.
And so
Which is why
hopefully
I
it
talk
helps
about
them.
it, which is why I try to be as open about that stuff on camera and on the stream as possible, because I feel like, because whenever one of the things that got me out, not just one of the things. I mean, it was the combination of Juniper being born and streaming and starting to go on streams and starting to talking to Jeff and doing that stuff. That the combination of those two things that got me out of that hole, and talking to people and just listening to other people, like relating to people again and stuff like that, and having that community, that social connection that I've been missing. And that's why I do talk about the stuff as openly as I can, because I do think that there is probably somebody that does need to hear it, because whenever you're in that state, you really you don't even realize how in your head you can be, and you don't
Do
even
you
realize
realize it
how.
now? Are you aware of it
Yeah.
now?
Oh yes, but I
Okay.
do. But but when you're in that state, you're really fully in that state. There's a lot of people like that get into it. If you hear if someone else does come around and talks and says they're going through the same type thing, it does, you do feel less alone, and it does really help you start making moves to try to, like, pull yourself out of it and stuff. And I think it's important. I feel like I try to be as absolutely honest on the as honest about the stuff, even though I guess I don't. It's not like an intentional like masking thing I do to make it seem to make myself seem more upbeat than maybe I am. But it's
No, I
just
don't
like
think
something
I
that's
think you are.
I just did it for so long, you know. I don't think about it, and plus, like I said, I feel better when I'm having conversations. So I'm not usually when I'm talking about it on this panel on the panel. I'm usually actually not feeling that down. So you know, it's a comedy, but I try to be as honest about the actual stuff as I can. You know, I don't want to like lie about it or make out stuff, and that's why I try to be on camera as much as possible. That's why I try to I don't try to like hide my location or my name, you know, or who I am. You know, I try not to hide any of those things. I talk as openly and honestly as I can about like my family, about myself
I
and stuff
was
like that
hiding the
because
fact I was folding towels
I will
because
You
occasionally
fold.
I
Wait,
will occasionally
you
do
do
that.
all the housework. You were cooking the other day. You garden. You do laundry. I'm trying to find a flaw in me.
I know. You're everybody's gonna say I'm the bitch, but no, it's not like that. We do
I
a
do that
little bit
stuff.
of everything.
I
We
do all that stuff
That's
too,
the way.
Maris.
you
Like,
know we both do a little bit of everything. She does a
Oh,
little
okay.
bit of this, and I do a little bit of that. She's more of the like for the garden. I'm more about producing like food to eat, and she's more about making it look pretty. And so
You'll
we're
make
a
a
good
good
mix,
team.
you know.
Yeah,
Like
it
she's
sounds
more
like.
OCD. I'm more like the rules don't matter. Praline, were you trying to say something, hon? I'm sorry.
Few times because it's kind of my fault because I questioned Chris and I started questioning him because I'm in a bad state over here, but I feel guilty because he went south because I was talking to him, and I'm gonna just say this for people out there, one day might need it. I do understand what a deep, deep depression is, and sometimes you can't pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But if you ever get like that, try hard, call a friend, do something, and get help. Because there's help out there, and
Come on
people
the
do care.
Discord.
And this helps me too. Even if I just listen to a stream, it helps me. It does make me feel better too, Chris. So I understand. You know. Anyway, that's
yeah.
it.
Well, that's what I mean. You're well. I mean, like, please jump in at any point. I I guess I didn't quite catch what you said. You said at first. You said it. What were you saying? What did you say that when you first started? You said you stopped talking because of what?
No, I said I feel bad because it's my fault because I was asking you questions.
Oh no
And
no. It's good. It's good to talk about. No,
Oh
don't feel
no,
bad about it at
it's
all.
not. It was not your fault at all. This
Yeah.
has come up. This has been coming up in the past few days, even before today. So
Yeah.
okay,
yeah, please don't think it was
And
anything to do with you.
hell that me and Jeff's streaming relationship started with a stream where I specifically was about me talking about the mental health issues I was going through. So that's actually that's like the root of this stream really is even that. So like, is
Yeah,
me and
that
him
is
talking
one of
about
them.
our struggles with neurodivergence and mental health. So um yeah, it's not at all like anything there's nothing to apologize for at all. It's actually one of the main focuses of the stream is mental health, neurodivergence, and community building, and that's our at least I know that's my passion,
Yeah,
and I know
I'm
that's
a peer support. Chris is trying to become one. Moose sounds like he's a natural. So there's a lot of mental
Jeff.
health peer support
I'm gonna tell you what I
conversations.
usually do. I'm gonna tell you what I usually do. Typically, what I would do, I would come hit like and share, and I wouldn't stay, and I'd go bounce around. So today was the first time I ever came up because nobody was coming up. So I said,
Oh,
well, let
he
me.
felt sorry.
So I stayed today. So I'm
Well, I'm
sorry.
sure glad you did. Just hearing your voice like takes me back home. It's that like little touch of home.
Well, that's
you
Well,
do
awesome for you.
you have one of the good Southern accents. I'll say that. Like there are Southern accents
oh,
that
now you're gonna offend all my Sophia
Oh,
out there and a couple of the other girls who have one of those not so good Southern accents. Not right.
I
But
I
thank
don't
you
think
for hitting the
I
like
have yet to hear
button.
a single
Thank you for
person
sharing, and
I
we
have yet to hear a single
appreciate it.
person in the panel verse
You
that
don't
has
there
what
you
have
I
to
go.
consider is a
stay.
bad Southern accent.
You don't have to stay here, but hitting that like sharing it, dropping a comment after the stream's done, all that stuff. Help the algorithm find the Outliers in Exile.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's few of us, but we're pretty awesome. We're just a little weird. There you go.
Oh, I feel,
Yeah,
man, I tell
I'm
you,
not aware of anybody, Moose, on any of the in the panel verse at all that has what I consider. It's really just like one or two people that have the Southern accent to the degree where it drives me crazy.
Who?
Like it's very
Oh,
rare.
never mind. I know who you're
No,
gonna say.
oh, no,
I
no,
don't
not
agree, but I know
no,
who you're gonna say.
they're not in the panel verse. No, there's
Oh,
nobody
okay.
nobody in the panels. I'm talking
I
about real
love,
life.
especially living up here where I don't like starved of it. I love any Southern accent at this point. It is all beautiful
No,
music to me.
there are a few people that I grew up with that had literal hillbilly
You're
accents.
talking
that-
about Chuck,
I
aren't you?
love
No,
Chuck's
I love
accent.
Chuck's. I love Chuck's voice. Chuck is great.
I love my Southerners. I'm sorry, I love my people.
I'm talking about people that sound like this.
I love that. I want to go canoeing
Oh.
with them with like a cooler of beer and hang out and swing from the rope swing. We would have such a good time.
And
Yeah.
it's
That's what I
actually,
think when I hear
it
that
doesn't
voice.
bother
I
me.
think fun. Finally, I'm
It
gonna
doesn't
have
bother
some
me on
fun.
guys. It only bothers me whenever it's like girls with really high voices that have that too, and like the combination of like the high pitch with like the whine of like the super extreme Southern accent. Oh, it's like, I mean, if they're more of an alto range, it doesn't bother me. If they're like soprano range though, it grates on me.
Well,
But
stay home.
But I've met like 2-3 people my whole life that ever did that. So
Okay. Well, there's people whose accent. I hate the vocal fry and the creaky voice up here. Excuse me, like the Van Combe lady accent. That just crawls on my nerves.
I know, it's just like
That vocal fry. Are you here for your appointment?
Live.
The doctor
Oh my
will be with you.
God.
I feel like I'm in like a liquid
is
television
question.
cartoon episode universe. Like it's not even a human voice.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, and everything sounds like a question or like they're not sure about it. Everything sounds like they're asking.
Oh, the
you.
uptick at the end of the voice. I can't
Yeah,
stand
yeah.
that either.
Yeah, that uptick at the end of it, where like it just sounds like it's like everything they say is like, and I think like that you should.
And I think the doctor is gonna come and see you. No, don't see. It's already
You know
Yeah,
what I
no, yeah.
like? You know what
Reset.
I have to be honest. I have a guilty pleasure. I love the like the Asian nurses. Okay, honey, he's come to you in 5 minutes. He be right here, honey. Okay.
Oh, I like the Asian nurses too. I do too. They're always so sweet. They're always so sweet and they always try so hard to be gentle.
What was
too.
that? Was
Moose
that some
is an
kind of like
untapped talent. Chris, when are we getting your script off the air? Your movie off there? Moose is.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, he has some new surprise.
Do we have to change the name of the stream now or
We
what?
might.
Like, because what
The
was that
Outliers
bad?
in
Like,
Exile
like
and Moose.
possibly offensive? To
Oh no,
people
not the
out there?
offense part. How good it was! Like I was there. I was in that waiting room. I know that nurse. You conveyed that so well. Your skill is what I was commenting on. Not the offense part. I don't care about that here. This is not a.
There aren't many accents
I'm a
that I don't
Satanist.
like.
I defend the freedom to offend.
There
That's
aren't
one
many
of our
accents that I
principles.
don't like. However, there are. I have noticed that there are certain personality types in the medical field that I really dislike. Especially I hate to say this, but like I mean I have had one or two Indian doctors that were very nice and very good, but I've had more than not that were just mean.
Bless your heart, darling.
No, I'm not. And by Indian, I'm talking like from India, like India.
That
India
sounds
being,
not racism, but prejudice, like a prejudgment.
No, I mean,
based on...
I don't.
I think
the accent doesn't bother me. I'm not. It has something to do with the accent.
Well, what is it? The skin color?
That you are messed up.
No,
You
the
do
fact
not
that
understand.
they're assholes.
You.
But
You
like
are-
now when you see a future in it, you're gonna think, oh, they're probably gonna be an ass. Like I'm saying, with the way you're just generalizing it to Indians sounds prejudicial.
Just it's just the fact that the only doctors I've ever met in my life that were just except for like there was
because they're probably residents out of med school. They're like the latest crop.
Probably so.
You're lucky they're there to save your life, bud.
Chris
mean,
only
like
can find something to complain
I'm,
about. Me
I'm
bothering
just
me.
kidding. I'm just playing around,
the
Chris.
medical examiner I
the
went to for
drama.
the disability thing, literally, like when she came in the room, she sat down, she asked these questions really curtly, and then she literally, this is how she ended the appointment. She said, "I'm done with you. You can leave now."
You know what I do when I have somebody who's I just can't. I ask for another or I go tell someone. Like I think there's I'm autistic. There's personality issues. I'm not sure you're the right can I reschedule? Is there like if it's and sometimes it does affect me that much. I have the option to communicate that and do something about it. I'm not at the
Yeah,
mercy of it.
In that case,
definitely.
Because
Like
I need my appointment to be successful. And if this is going to keep it from being, I don't want my health care impacted because of this incompatibility. So I get it addressed.
exactly. And
and
I'd turn
apparently,
to her and I would look at her and be like, "You're not done with me yet. There was no happy ending, bitch."
well, apparently though, despite her poor bedside manner, I guess you would say, she actually gave me a very favorable. I mean, in terms of like the disability, she gave me a very favorable report, so it worked out fine. I was just saying, but it was
See,
just like
so
at the
you're in your
I
feelers
I
just
thought I
because
had pissed her
she
off.
didn't have that like bedside manner. She
I thought
wasn't
I had
feeling you
angered
up on
her
the way
somehow.
out. Just
I
give
had
her
an
a little,
ER doctor yell at me one day, and it infuriated me. This lady doctor was screaming questions at me, and I didn't understand what she was saying. And she's like, "I need an answer. Give me an answer." I'm like, "I don't even know what you're asking me." And she got real
Yeah.
irritated, and I fussed and complained. And I'm like, "I am not going to be talked to that way." I was on a stretcher and everything. So I've had it happen to me, but I don't let them get away with it.
I mean, this was like, so this was like statement. This is like the disability like examiner, so I didn't have any choice in that matter. But
Well,
still,
you always have the choice to express yourself. You always have a
I
voice.
suppose.
Is what I'm
I
saying.
suppose, but I wasn't going to try to piss her off more since she already seemed pissed off.
Well, I mean, and me, I like to fight anyway. I don't like a bunch of passive aggressive bullshit. If there's an issue, get it out. Because other than that, I expect friendly service. If you have an
Yeah.
issue that you projected onto me for some reason when you don't even know me, let's get it out. Because I don't want that interfering with our
I'm like
business
that
relationship.
too, but I get overly aggressive and sometimes it bites me in the ass. Like maybe that lady, like her dad died that day or something, and she was just having a shitty day, you know.
Yeah, no,
And then
I
she
always
just wanted to
try to
get
think about
through your appointment
I
real
try to think
quick,
about that sort of thing
you know.
too.
And I know that doesn't excuse it, right? Doesn't excuse bad behavior, but every single one of us has had a day where we were kind of fucked in the head, like somebody
I don't take
died,
it out
something
on other
happened.
people. I
Does.
go out of my way to not take it out on other people if I know I'm in a bad mood or had a bad
I
day.
think that naturally though most of us do, you know, even if we try not to, I think it just comes out, it like permeates off us.
Well, y'all just stay out of work in the back that day. Stay out of the public.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, like I know that I know like I mean Lindsay lets me know usually whenever I sometimes get like without even knowing it I do get like in kind of an irritable sounding mode, and I don't mean to be at all, but like the back pain and stuff like that I have like in the vertigo, like it wears on me after a while, and I start getting like a little snippy and a little hurt, and I don't mean to, you know. It's not like a conscious thing. I'm not like angry at anybody, but it's like the lion with the thorn of its paw kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's this thorn in my paw, and I'm not trying to be angry or anything, but I just like I definitely, but then when it's pointed out to me, I immediately see it. I'm like, oh crap, I'm being like that. So I try to like adjust accordingly, but I don't always notice it because, like, you know, it's just like you're just like in like this like you're focusing so much on trying to like ignore the pain or whatever it is that you're going through, you know. And it's just like you don't even realize the fact that your voice sounds like, you know, you're coming off like a complete asshole, you know. Like, so yeah, I agree, Moose.
Pain takes a lot out of you, you know, and I
It
deal with
does.
it every day too. I know how it is. It's rough. And let me tell you, any of those disability doctors question anything, say, look, I took double pills to try to do that. I had to double my medication to get up and do that. I physically can't do it without meds. That's a show, you know?
Yeah,
Did
absolutely.
did you go to psychiatrist at the end yet?
Hmm?
Did you go to the psychiatrist at the end yet?
Yes,
That'll
I
be
did.
the
That
last
was
time.
my last appointment that I did
Okay,
3 weeks
good.
ago or whatever. Yeah.
You'll find out
It,
soon then.
he was very nice.
Good, good. Yeah, you'll know soon. That's your last appointment,
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
that's what they told us yesterday at the Social Security office. They did say that like that was that everything was in the case was basically closed or whatever. Like it was in it was on the desk of the people that figure out the financials and write the decision or whatever. So I mean, so
You might
it
even get a check this month on the first or the third. You'll get a letter, of course, but you might get a check. It may be completely done, you know? I wouldn't be
it could be.
surprised if you do.
Wow.
They set up the direct deposit yesterday. So I mean that seems like a good sign. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you need to get met it other ways anyway, right? Because I know, life kind of works out that way, where we don't really need to worry because stuff works out, you know? All that worrying for nothing. Hello, you know?
yeah, the worrying is for nothing. It's worry. What's the old saying about worry is interest paid on a debt that is it or a debt you don't owe or something like that. It's like or whatever that is. I don't know. I
But
can't remember the
is
phrase.
there anything you can do about it? Like, are you in control of how much you worry?
I try to be. I mean, if I become conscious of my worrying, if I become conscious of how much I'm worrying, I try to manage it as best I can. So because sometimes I worry without. I know you don't believe in the unconscious, but I definitely have an unconscious because I'm not
Like
always
to
aware.
me, worrying is a conscious act. How can you worry without knowing that you're worried? That's like thinking
Because my
without knowing
brain,
that you're
my
thinking.
ADHD brain is moving
See,
all the time in the background. Like Jeff, I've told this, like I've had to explain this to stuff like when I'm writing, whenever I'm in writing mode, and I'm like writing like a script or something or whatever it is I'm working on. When I'm in writing mode, I spend a lot of time not writing, not writing, but like I actually doing things that I actually distract my conscious mind because my brain is working out the story and everything. And then whenever I get to a point, it's like I just know like when I'm ready, and then I sit down and I can type and I can bang out like an entire
Everybody,
90-page script in like a 24 hours because I spent the time like letting my brain like figure it out, and I'm not like consciously thinking like obsessing about the story or whatever, but it's like churning, and so like I do that churn even with life things too, and I try not to because it's a helpful skill for whenever you're trying to write something, but it's a really bad skill whenever you're trying to deal with not being a
The
worrisome
writer's
person or
brain.
something like that. Yeah, my writer's brain, exactly.
Yeah,
And like
I've said
and
that
so
too. I think it impacts how you experience and interpret real world
it,
events.
it definitely does, yeah. And I've agreed with you on that before too.
But then when you are aware, suddenly you're able to get control of it.
I
And
mean, I can't say I can get complete control of it. I can't say I'm like I'm a I fully mastered myself. I'm not a
well, I didn't.
uh
I wasn't asking that. I'm just
yeah,
saying, are you
but I
able to do
once I'm aware
anything
of it,
about
I
it? Well, are
can
you when it
once I'm
happens?
aware of it, I do take steps to try to wrangle those aspects of myself as best as
Oh,
possible.
are you still like? Are well?
Hmm? What's wrong?
Dang, yeah. Oh well. I hope we don't lose you, or if we do,
Chris, did your
think
lifestyle change overnight when things happen? Because, like, when somebody wrecked into my car, I didn't think anything was wrong. I came home, took a shower, went to bed, and I couldn't get out to bed in the morning.
Right.
And then I found out I had all that damage, right? I guess the night before I had that adrenaline rush, who knows? And
Oh yeah.
then my whole life changed. I mean, I don't even have a car now because I can't afford one. I mean, my
No, I hear
life
you.
completely changed. So it's rough to accept that too, you
Oh
know?
yeah. No, I had a car accident when I was 19, and I got rear-ended. I had my first car was a '68 Mustang, and I'm not that old actually. It was still a classic car then. I'm only 43, but I had a '68 Mustang, and I loved my car. I got rear-ended like by on this like 2-lane highway where like I was trying to turn into a gas station, and the other car, this giant truck, did not see me at all, and they rear-ended me going full speed. They didn't even. I think they might have tried to brake and turn like the last second, and I in the adrenaline, I was a coworker, this female coworker that was in the car with me, and she was like basically unconscious, and like I don't remember much of what happened, but I know that somehow I got all the way. I got her, and I'm not even that. I'm not that terribly physically strong, but apparently I was able to, with the adrenaline, to pick her up and carry her across the street into the gas station, and before I collapsed. So
Wow. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
remember it
trucker.
really. I have no memory of it, but that's what that's what I was told by witnesses that would happen. So
After being hit by a truck, you did that?
yeah, it was like it wasn't like a diesel. It was like a Ford F450 kind of thing.
Okay, I was
Dragging one
picturing
of those
semi.
dragging one of those big tracked like RV trailers behind them. So there's a lot of weight going into it.
5-wheel,
And
maybe something like that.
it missed the gas tank in that Mustang by that much, because the gas tank is like right below the trunk in those in those cars, and it missed the gas tank by literally that much. Like you could actually see the impact mark, and you could see where the gas tank was. It was less than like an eighth of an inch. Like so, like by just if it had just hit just a if he hadn't tried to turn or whatever it is, like that last second, that car would have exploded for real. So, I mean, I was low on gas. I mean, it would have exploded a lot. But but yeah.
It'd have been a small explosion.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, my car went from wherever I was parked though. Like, I mean, I was like, it was like one of those things that happened so fast, and you can't even like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
you can't even understand what happened. But like later on, like whenever I saw like where the car was in relation to where I had been trying to turn at, it was like super, like it's completely like, I've had that happen to me like 2 or 3 times in my life, where I've had like these moments where like some kind of like something takes over, like some kind of part of my brain takes over, and like I find like I have like a strength that I don't feel like I normally have, and like I managed to, like I said, like I'm not like I would struggle to pick up even like even my 16-year-old daughter these days. Like I would struggle to pick her up and
Check
carry
this
her
out. Maybe
like
it
that.
extends to the mind too. People talk about how time slows down when certain things happen. Well, they've done experiments that they say have proven that's bullshit. It don't really work. Some dude came up with one where you have to be in some type of peril for it. You got to make it real in order to get real results. So he came up with, I don't know, throwing people off of a bridge into a net or something like that where they have to fall. So he gave them watches, and they move so fast you can't see any numbers on it. Just look like all 8s or all 0s or something. You can't see it's moving because it moves so fast. But as the guy is falling, he's told to look at his watch, and suddenly now he can read the numbers on the fucking watch. There's something to it.
Yeah, I know.
Your brain kicks in.
Yeah, it's the adrenaline both like gives you strength, and it makes your brain move faster. It's not that it doesn't make time slow down. It makes your brain move faster to catch up with like, so it feels like so it's kind of like that with like the X-Men thing with like the really the Quicksilver, the fast guy, the scene like that one X-Men movie where like he's like it's like all slow motion, and like he's like going around the room like moving the bullets and stuff like that. It's like that, like your brain goes into like X-Men mode, and it's it moves super fast, so everything's in slow motion.
I'm a knucklehead, so I like to not throw out the possibility that you could be bending time going slower. I wouldn't throw that out. It's a small, but I believe that these time.
You got to believe in some magic in the world, right? You got to believe in something like it's just like it seems like the world's more boring if you don't even give it the possibility of existing, right?
And I think I find logical shit for it. There's stuff that suggests that time.
So
is
your
not
subtitle
linear.
says Earth is flat, but for a second I thought it said Earth is fiat, And I was gonna say that that was brilliant, but now that I realize this Earth is flat, now I'm disappointed.
Somebody
I was like,
probably know me. Everybody troll me with that everywhere I go.
I thought Earth is fiat is brilliant, like because you know what fiat means. Fiat is just a Greek word, means let it be or let it be done. So like it's like saying that like reality is like you know you're
Apparently,
like
I didn't
you're
know what fiat meant. I thought fiat in currency. I didn't know it had a different. Fiat means let it
Isn't
be
it
done.
Latin? Doesn't mean
it's not Greek, it's Latin. You're right. It's Latin. It means let it be done.
Right.
That's the
Really?
reason why. Well, that's why
So
that's why
why
fiat
they
fiat
lux.
choose?
Let
currency.
there be
Let
light. Fiat lux.
Yeah, yeah.
wait, which one? Same thing. Let there be light. Let it be done. Is that the
Fiat
same
me,
one?
yeah, let it be done. Like
Fiat
Let it be done.
lux is let there be
let
light.
it be
So
light.
but
So fiat is
fiat just
let it
means
be done. Make
let
it happen. Let
yeah,
it be
make this
whatever
happen.
whatever
Which is
the
why it's fiat currency. If fiat
object is.
currency means that it's
Let
currency
it be
that has
money.
value because we say it has value.
Ooh, they didn't have shit. That's fucked up.
Well, it's been that way most of
Been
my
that
life
way
since I was a baby.
since they got rid of the gold standard.
Wow. Because we say, and some guy was talking recently about how it must fail. I thought that was great. I don't even know where I saw it, but you know, he was talking about with the deficit. Oh, it might have been an auditor talking about with the deficit, the way it's gotten, and what we've exported all of our work to other places because they can do it cheaper. We're not creating anything. It must fail now. I thought that was interesting. He's like, everybody realizes that everybody not stupid. They realize that we don't make shit no more. And it's not real anymore.
But the first
Yeah.
thing Trump did when he came in office was put extra taxes on the people that had their companies go overseas to get done cheaper. Okay,
Yeah.
so a lot of stuff was coming back here. People were getting jobs. First thing Biden did was let that go, let the borders go. So
I'll tell you
we'll
something else Trump did that was cool. He went up against the Chinese because the taxes we charged them was so cheap and our shit was so high. He evened the playing ground. And they got a little bloody there, but I thought that was brave too. That was one of his early
yeah.
things.
And the problem is we owe them so much money, and that's the reason why Biden backed down on it. You know, I
Okay.
don't understand how we owe them money whenever we create our own money, but we do somehow. So it's
We
whatever.
just created and pay them off.
Yeah.
That's all that
Yeah.
air money that we don't see, you know?
Well, you know, it is one of the weirdest realities of life is to realize that our financial system, fiat currency, is basically a collective delusion that we all decided upon
It's not
and
a
that was governed
delusion.
directed.
It's a social, like any other social
Okay,
construct.
a collective
Marriage is a
agreement. A
delusion,
collective
and
agreement.
all the other
Good
little
point, Jeff. That's not
A
a
collective
horrible
agreement.
point.
It's a collective agreement that this piece of
Yeah.
paper or this thing, the
Why do
gold
you
dollar
have to make it
means
more
this.
than that? It's not
Don't
any
keep it at
different than the other
delusion. Don't bail
collective
out of
agreement.
delusion too quick. Don't bail out.
Yeah.
It's a. Why is it different from marriage? Because marriage is a delusion as well.
I mean,
Well,
even
y'all just don't know how to use the word delusion. You're trying to use it to express something
I use
different
I
than
use
Right.
the
I'm
way
trying to find a different word.
I was being facetious and hyperbolic when I said
that
that. So
that throws the
I apologize.
conversation off every time we talk. I think we're talking about something serious, and you throw these little like poetic
Well,
twists
yeah,
into it when you don't really mean to communicate what it implies.
I mean no, I mean I meant it in a way, but like it's not literally a delusion. You're right.
Money is
I
not a
was
delusion
It's a
unless it's a
trick, an
shared
agreed
delusion, but the
upon,
word carries no meaning at that point because you
an
could
agreed
call
okay.
upon trick.
language a delusion. I mean, it
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
becomes a
yeah.
silly conversation at some point where I don't
You're
even know
right.
what
You're
the
right. You're right.
point of having it is.
Even language is like a collective agreement that these sounds mean these things and these symbols mean those sounds and
Yeah.
everyone yes you can apply that to anything. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
Uncle Fatty was good. But there is something about it. It's a fallacy. Not only that, you throw on top that most of us think it's a good thing the more we have, but really it's a debt. And it just signifies that you have more debt the more of this shit you collect. When you think about the absurdity of it, it is an agreed upon delusion, but it don't separate it from a lot of other things I delude.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
Mm.
Thank you for that better reality, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I always it reminds me that you ever seen that movie. I never read the book, but you ever seen the movie Sphere?
Yeah.
Vaguely. Remind me of it.
Well, it's just like,
Something like that.
well, I mean, the only if it, I mean, I have to like my point is about the ending of it. The ending
The
of the
big, hold
movie.
on, it just take a second. The big ball, the big sphere, people would go up and touch it and forget that they touched it, and weird shit would happen. If
No,
you,
it was
if
actually
It
underwater.
sounds fit. 1998. Where was I?
It takes place underwater.
It sounds vaguely familiar, like I may have seen it, but I don't know. But
Basically,
anyway, go ahead on with it.
the sphere, what it does is that it basically whatever people think it turns their thoughts into reality. It turns whatever they think into something real. So if like they have a fear or something like that, if they're afraid of something, it makes that fear becomes manifested in reality. And so like they end up like they're like fighting like their own mind's interpretation. And like
it got
the
really
the end
crazy.
of the movie I always thought was kind of like it's like this, but it straddles the borderline between brilliant and stupid. It's like one of the stupidest kind of ways to end a movie, and yet it's kind of brilliant. And like the way they basically defeat this fear is that they all collectively decide to forget that this fear
Ah,
exists.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot about that part. Yeah.
They all get together. They get together and they make an agreement that they're all going to agree that this fear doesn't exist and none of this ever happened or whatever.
And that
And
whole bunch
and
of
and
crazy
and
shit
they
happened. The
forget about it.
Navy was there and everything. They're like, what the fuck happened? And they come out of this room, probably a decompression chamber, because they made the agreement in there. And
Yeah.
I can't explain any of it.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Really, you can forget shit.
I thought you was gonna
I
say
could
that.
get my ex if I wanted to. I can't
Yeah.
stand that shit.
I was thinking the same thing, Joe. If forgetting only goes so far.
Oh man, man, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is one of the movies that I think about the most of
All right, give
anything.
me
The
the short
concepts,
version
the
of that so I
concept
remember
of
what it
like
is.
being
I
able
know
to
I saw
erase
it.
a memory like that is
No,
so
maybe I don't.
is such a deep concept to think about what that would do to your brain if you could really do that. If you could really go to a clinic that could erase an X or something from your mind, and
Yeah.
how that would like fuck with like you think about how integrated people are into your life, especially someone that
Yeah,
you're in a
or a
relationship with.
parent or
And so
anything.
you remove all memory of just that person, right? And you remove that, and then like there's all these gaps, and like there's all these things that don't make sense because like how did that happen? There was no one who was,
Exactly, because I met this person through that person. If you remove that person, how the
yeah,
fuck did I even know this person? Ghost
exactly,
in a Shell has some shit like that. It's in the future. Everybody is
yeah, it's a good movie too.
integrating ghost technology with the people, and you can do shit like get fake computerized eyes or whatever the fuck, so you can see better, hear better, be stronger. But these things are now hackable, so they can go and erase your memory. They can implant fake memories in there and use you for shit, and it's really cool.
Damn, I want to watch Eternal Sunshine now. I watched Adaptation again for the first time in a long time the other
Oh, you
night,
did?
and yeah,
How
I
was
had
it?
it on. I had it in the movie channel. I streamed it, but nobody popped in.
I
But
didn't know about it.
yeah. I didn't announce it. I was
Oh.
trying to go to sleep, but I thought like I put it on, and then I set the thing to like a playlist so it would play a couple other movies afterwards, and I ended up staying awake and watching the whole thing. And man, that movie is so fucking good. It's just people talk shit about Nicolas Cage every now and then, like, but as an actor. But dude, that dude can act. Like his performance in that movie is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen
What's the movie?
of anything ever. I mean, like the fact that
It's
he
called
acts.
Adaptation. It's a Charlie
Adaptation.
Kaufman movie with
Yeah,
Meryl
it's
Streep,
so good.
Nicolas
It's
Cage.
so good. And I noticed things in
Meryl's
it this
good.
time that I'd never even noticed before. Just like the way that the way it slowly morphs into the movie that he's trying not to make it. His At the beginning, his whole like thing is about he doesn't want to make a movie that has like all these things, and it just slowly morphs into that. It becomes
Interesting.
the movie itself adapts itself
Yeah.
into a form it can survive in, which is like the theme of the movie is the
Oh.
concept of adaptation. It's brilliant. It is truly one of the greatest films ever made. I think I really do.
He told a story which I think speaks to the type of person he is. When John Travolta was doing the Saturday Night Fever days, and Welcome Back Carter shit. He was so fucking popular and famous, he couldn't even walk the streets no more. Even if he went out with the Welcome Back Carter people, he'd get mauled. They'd get
Yeah.
ignored.
Yeah.
So he saw him riding down the street one day, and he was in the car, and he waved at him, and John waves and he drives off. Years later, when he becomes famous, he said, I always wanted to ask you, man, do you remember a guy who walked up to you on the street corner and waved at you? That was me, man. You don't remember that, do you? But the type of person who says that to me says, this dude is driven. He lives, breathes, and sleeps this shit. It looks like he's going to be that guy, man. And no, hopefully John is not so tied up into that shit that he's remembering every motherfucker who waved to him from 5 and 10 years ago or whatever the fuck. I thought that was interesting.
Some people do.
have
Like
no
I mean,
idea
like
what that-
I like
That's crazy to me. It's crazy.
what I missed the whole thing. What happened?
It's
What?
Nicolas Cage.
I heard what
John
welcome back
Travolta.
Carter walking down the sidewalk, and then I got lost.
Nicolas Cage
when he was
waved at
not
John
famous.
Travolta.
When he was
Like
not
before he
famous,
was famous.
regular
Wait, let
down
me
the
hear
street.
Joe.
Nicolas Cage, not famous, regular down the street, sees John Travolta, famous ass, stop at a light. He waves, John waves back, drives off. Many years later, Nick blows up, sees John, can't wait to tell him about that moment and asks if he can remember when I waved at you all those years ago. You weren't nobody. I'm thinking it's a given. No chance he remembers, and what type of person even couldn't wait to bring it up. It speaks to the way his mind races. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, I agree with that. Yeah. I have but I've met some people that I've met some people like especially in bands and stuff like that. Now I did have conversations with them and stuff too, so it wasn't just like a wave type thing. But I remember I met some of my musical heroes like the guys from Sunday Real Estate when they were doing this side band called the Fire Theft like years and years back.
I get none of your references ever, and they all good. I can tell, but
This is white.
please.
This some
Why
suburban
is
middle
it-
class white music.
Yeah, it is. It's it's a very white music. It basically it's like it was basically the music that was first called emo actually, even though it's
Okay,
not
okay.
anything like you would think was emo today. But
I appreciate
they were one of the first bands that got called emo back in the day, back in like the early days of like when Nirvana was still big.
Gotcha.
And I met and talked to those guys to two of the guys from the band for like I talked to them for like 2 hours after the show and they just hung out. It was really cool. And then I got to see them again when they reunited at Sunday Real Estate. And then whenever I actually got to go up and I got to talk to the drummer again, William Goldsmith, and he remembered me. Before I said anything, he remembered who I was. He remembered me from the Fire Theft show, and he was like, "I remember you. Your name." He's like, "I can't
Did
get
you
your name,
talk
but
to
like
him? That's
yeah,
when you talk. Yeah, you would be easy to remember.
For 2 hours or something, he said. Yeah.
Because you're not the ordinary person. Like he's not going to see the same Chris over and over in the crowd every night. So you would definitely stand out.
I think I was thinking the same shit. He would have said something that made the guy think.
Yeah, it's still like I still think it's like but like, he's actually he's even friends with me on Facebook. I've actually said hi to him since then. Like he's a really really nice guy. He's a really really good person. But I met a guy here that was in this band that also knows him that met him in a similar way. And William Goldsmith actually, whenever he got new drums, he actually sent this friend of mine his old drum kit.
Like
actually mailed it to him and shit, and he plays on his drum kit now. And it's just like one of those weird like things where like all those coincidences kind of thing, I love shit like that. I love whenever you find those connections,
There's a civil rights dude. His name's not coming to me because it's 420 and I've been all over the place smoking. It'll come to me.
Right,
it is 420 day. I didn't even realize.
Happy 420 day.
I've been up since this morning, hopping on panels.
Uncle Fatty, happy 420.
Didn't even realize. Yeah.
Moose,
okay,
happy
yeah.
420. Who else?
The Algebra Project. Can someone Google? Because I can't. Wait. Oh,
I got you. I can
the
Google
Algebra
like AI.
Project. The Algebra Project. The name attached to it.
What's it called?
The Algebra Project.
Algebra Project.
Yeah, he used to be with I think it was Snick
Bob Moses.
Bob Moses. Yes.
I've heard of Bob Moses before. Yeah.
He's had a lot of movies and shit made about him. I got a chance to meet him doing some activism shit, and it was in the 90s. And he traveled a lot, giving speeches and shit. And every time he came to Chicago, he'd give me a call and we'd go up there and talk conspiracy theories. I would bring the most ghetto friends with guns and drugs, and we'd be in a hotel room somewhere. I would go to his
And
Hell
then
yeah.
he
you
was an
wonder,
introvert.
you
He talked
wonder
about
why.
he talked about how hard it is for him to talk because they expect him to give a speech, and he can't wait to get to the Q&A. And I remember that, and first time he came, maybe the second time he came to Chicago. And when he got to that part, I saw that he was clumsy with it, and I started asking the questions. He kicked it off, and that night we hung out. That was probably the first night we hung out in Chicago. The same friends
Well,
that do it.
I think I told you before about like about how for over a year I had like this guy Ricky Royal that lived downstairs from me, and he was one of like the godfathers of gangster rap.
Yes.
He came up with Ice-T, and
Yes.
because and he put me on, and he would like put me on the spot and put me on the phone with Ice-T like more than once.
It's really
He
cool.
just
right?
like handed me the phone, and like I was just like I had no idea what to say to Ice-T.
Yeah,
I had no idea what
everybody,
to say.
Hey,
I
T,
was like,
what's up?
hey man,
Hey, Chuck, by the way.
dope shit,
Yep.
you know, like
yes,
I
right.
didn't,
I'm
I
just
didn't know what to
listening.
say.
Okay.
I got one more story then, Chuck. You made me think of, because from the same concert that I met Ice-T at, I met Too Short. Was it not Too Short? Two Live Crew and a bunch of more motherfuckers. But the Bushwick Bill, the Ghetto Boys was
Yeah,
there. We
yeah,
kicked it in the back for a
he was,
long time.
Ricky knows all those guys, yeah.
We became good friends, and when he come to Chicago, same shit. So he came to a radio station that was in my neighborhood. Well, actually, it was a beeper shop, but they was doing a radio show from that location, I guess, to promote it and shit like that. So the place was closed down. It had glass windows, so
He's a
the
beeper shop, so
entire
that definitely dates it quite a
it
bit.
dates it. There you go. Very good.
The Beeper Boutique.
The crowd was so big you couldn't even get up the street. But anyway, I went up there and everybody, oh man, Joe, they ain't gonna let you in. They ain't let no motherfucker in. Ooh, I tapped on the window. I didn't know everybody up in that motherfucker. They let me in. I did a commercial for the guy who owns the building because we're friends. As you made me think of Blair Beepers. Jeff, we all conversation, it goes to always goes to, maybe I drag it to anyway, I forgot. I got a clip I wanted you to see. I didn't have your number.
Are you on Discord?
Technically, but no.
Oh.
I had a friend try to commit suicide, so I downloaded it, but I've never used it or anything. But technically, I had to get on a panel one day, and it was brutal. But black people being targeted and that type of thing. I had a clip. It is not fucking proof, but it's the people who go around and teach the police. I'm sorry, I'm really fucked up. The people who go around and teach, who train the police, right? They fly them in from all over the country, and these are the main people, blah, blah, blah. Well, they got some of their training session, and in there it has some of the stuff that they train on. It's a big presentation with computer shit all behind them, and some of the things they on there was just crazy, and the shit that came out of their mouth was crazy too. But some of the stuff on there was saying, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna send you the clips.
What state was this in?
I'm not
In
gonna
what
send you the
year?
clips. I'm gonna put them in the back check.
Okay.
What year was it?
You have to wait.
1963.
What?
He's gonna put it in the back.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can take anything out of context. And
But
make
is that what I have a reputation for? Racist conversations with JoeCool. He's like, that's what the conversation.
No,
Not that I'm aware of.
At least
I don't hear anybody else talk about that.
Took accountability for maybe he's the one that takes it there, brings up racism, try to set everybody up as racist. When he's the one coming in, having nobody's talking about race till he shows up and starts talking about it, and then suddenly we're racist.
I can't watch that. I don't have TikTok.
That's funny. This is only like a short, but
even if you don't have TikTok, you can still click on the TikTok link. It'll just come up and play.
Let me take a look.
Well,
I think you showed me this before. This looks familiar.
I don't do TikTok.
I just had to download it yesterday for something. So I'm taking advantage of because a friend.
Is there any context to the clip, or is it?
No. To this, I'm going to tell you a bit you can go to, and it'll show you a longer version. And I want Jeff to see that too, because I'm always trying to tell him black people are getting their ass kicked, and he's like, "Show me proof." I'm wondering if this doesn't show proof that the mentality is taught to the police, and that's why they attack black people. That's the point I'm trying to prove.
I wish he'd get to the point. I could have cut this down to a minute.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, you could play it. It's and all of that.
I don't want to inflict this on my audience for that long.
I think it's important, man. Show him.
He really is walking you through it like you're in kindergarten. He could just show the material
with us, bro. I want them to be nice. They could see it, then we can discuss it. And I want you to show a here's the deal bit of the same police agency. It's not like they just target black folks. They target anybody with a camera.
They over patrol low income neighborhoods because poor people are the ones doing the crime.
Are you telling us something, or are we talking about the bit?
I'm reading off the video. So he didn't say specifically black, but he said poor neighborhoods, which makes sense. Like if I was a cop, I'd probably end up in the poor neighborhoods a lot too, because I would expect that's where a lot of the crime would come from.
I must have sent you the wrong clip because I'm pretty sure.
I mean, there's plenty of crime that takes place amongst the upper class. It's just that
but that's white collar crime. That's a different type of crime, and they do.
Exactly.
I think they should prosecute that more. I don't.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I seriously. I mean, I think.
But as far as day-to-day cops, they're not out patrolling Wall Street. They're out patrolling the poor neighborhoods where the crime is.
Yeah.
Yep.
The middle class and the gated communities are not busting up each other's windows and stealing cars and selling drugs and all that other stuff.
What you're saying is true, but we're assuming all of this conversation started from he didn't say black. We're assuming he didn't say black. What if he said black? What if they're teaching them to?
Well, you know how I know, because I'm reading off the captions more than I'm listening, so they have the text.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, Joe. Man, you talked about this before. Like
he does mention black.
There's more of a class divide than there was a race divide.
He did say black. I'm sure you probably agree, but Jeff is like, I want to see.
I get the feeling Joe thinks I'm a racist or something, or has me set that way up in his mind, or associates me with racism.
Actually, Jeff, it may be even worse. It ain't just I think you have an inability to see that. I think you have an inability to see some things, period. You need an exact stamped out. When other people evidence bills and they'll make an assumption, like for instance, this racism issue, it looks like to me until you see it in a newspaper or something, or a guy tells you he's racist and writes it down.
Yeah, that's what racism is. It's an act of racism. Until an act of racism committed, it's not racism.
Okay.
Or you can't see inside someone's head, so you don't know the racism till it's exhibited in something they do.
Very good. I think this is what I am saying. Most people, I think, certainly me, I see enough stuff where I will make that assumption. Oh, this nigga's definitely a racist. Even if I'm not there to see it, because in reality, people are smart and they hide their racism. The laws
I don't think there's as many people that are racist as you think. I just don't think most people spend their day thinking about how much they dislike black people. I just really don't. You're giving yourself way too much credit. Most of America has moved on. We just want people that want to be part of society. We don't care what color they are.
Who would be a better person to know if that's true? I know I have all my quirks and all, but the guy who experiences it, or the guy
to know if what's true, whether somebody's racist, you have to be able to see inside their head. I don't think either one of us are positioned to know that.
Yeah, whether the majority of white people have moved on from that shit.
No, I think your view of white people is racist. You have a very stereotype in general.
I have heard just as much. I mean, and this is from friends of mine. I've heard just as much out like racist sounding rhetoric from all of my black friends than I have from the white, and probably less from the white people because they're afraid to say that kind of shit. Yes. I've heard a lot of rhetoric from. I mean, they're good friends of mine. I'm white as hell, and I make no bones about being white as fuck. and you know, and like, and I've heard them say as much, like, you know, but it's always joking, it's always in jest. I have seen
I
like
got black friends who I
I have seen
determined to be
redneck
racist.
white guys like that will literally use the N word like it like it's just like, you know, like the same way someone says dude,
I got friends who
and
do it too.
and they will go and like they will be like best friends with some of like the most ghetto black dudes I know,
Right.
and like you just
Oh,
go
you're
up to
talking
them
about
like
the
treat
hard
them like
N
brothers,
word.
stuff like that, and just like
Yeah.
and just be like and you just think like you're seeing this guy, this redneck guy, and you're thinking, oh god, this is gonna get bad or something like that. I mean, it made me nervous. And instead, like they would just be like they would like they both like kind of do that thing they do in movies where like each one of them kind of like makes like a hostile kind of thing, like what are you up to in a, you
What's
know,
up, nigga? What's up?
what are you up
Yeah.
to, ninja? You
Yeah.
know, what
Yeah.
do you, you know, like, and then all of a sudden they're like, ah, you know, they hug and
This
shit
may
like
be
that.
only important to me, but are you saying he uses the hard ER or he just says the soft A?
Oh, they would say the hard R, yeah. They would.
So what do you
I
think
mean,
of this guy? I would
sometimes
have
it
just an
would
opinion.
vary. It would vary. It would
If
be
the
both.
white guy around his one set of friends used the hard ER and around his black set of friends uses the soft A, couldn't label him a racist, but I'd be curious.
You
He'd be
would,
on the way.
you'd find a way.
That's a good indicator.
No, but I mean, like this particular interaction I'm thinking of, I'm basing this off of a real interaction that
Yes.
I saw more than once, but I saw it in one particular one. And this
I was
guy, like,
hoping you did.
I went out to this guy's this was like out in the country. Okay, we went out. I rode with a friend of mine out in the country, and he said he was going to go. And it turned out it was something drug related. I didn't know it at the time, but it was
Treason.
but he said he was going to go pick up something for a guitar or something for his mixing board or something from this dude, but it
Wink,
was
wink.
about drugs. But but, but we went out there and we went to this place in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I mean, we were out in butt fuck ass nowhere, and like we're literally like we walked this shack of like a house looking thing. It looked from the outside of it, it just looked like inside it was gorgeous. Outside
That's funny.
it looked like a place that it looked like a murder palace. Okay,
He
I
died.
mean, it looked like some place you're definitely gonna get killed in. And we went, and then this guy comes out, and he immediately comes out, and he's like, "What are you doing?" In hard R, you know, all this
Right.
shit like that.
Right.
And he's
Right.
like, and my friend Cal gets in the car, and he's like, "I don't know what all this shit like
Yeah,
this," and
now that's funny. Now
they're
that's
doing it just
funny.
to
That
fuck
was
with me.
suddenly funny.
They're doing it just
That's
to fuck
funny.
with me.
That's
And
funny.
like, and as soon as it's, and then all of a sudden, and like I'm like scared, like, you know, someone's gonna pull a gun out or something, and all of a sudden, like, it's just like they were like hugging and shit like that. And like we go on the side of this house, and this dude
That's
actually did have
hilarious.
like he actually did do music stuff. He had a wall of like gorgeous mint guitars just like on the wall and
I
all
know
this
you
shit. I
love
was just
that
like,
shit.
I mean, like this place like looked like it looked like a place that rats wouldn't want to live in out from the outside.
Yeah.
And in the inside, it was just like this immaculately clean, like, you know, he just like kept it like that just so people didn't like try to like rob him and shit, I guess.
All right, can
And
I get Jeff? There's another vid that you probably want to play. I wanted you to see that to set up the vid that talks about how they train people to police. That would be the name of the channel is Here's the Deal. I forgot.
That footage
See,
he's showing of that training, someone sent me that before. I'm trying to
Yes,
remember. It's like a private company that goes around and trains police, but a lot of
Yes.
departments use it. And I think
I've
it
seen
was
it
to
before.
show me how aggressive they train the
Yes.
cops to be or something.
Yes.
I
It's,
mean, I mean, I've seen black cops be just as
Yeah, I don't think it's a
crazy.
race thing. Joe's gonna see race. I think he's gonna
wait. I agree
exaggerate
with Chris. Before you
race.
say anything, I agree with Chris. I've seen black cops just as bad in every race, just as bad, and I assume they believe the propaganda.
How
as
is it
well.
racism if they're doing it to other black people?
It's a racist philosophy mentality that people are following. I'm trying to tell you, it's built into the
What if it's just a
programming.
person committing a crime and a cop arrested him and they both happen to be black?
That happens too, but that doesn't mean that it
They
isn't.
do.
What
I
I'm talking
have
about is
How is a black cop arresting another black guy racist?
the same way the
No,
head of the
it can
white
be.
power movement can be a
It can be.
Hispanic nowadays.
I can
Like,
I
I'm
can vouch for
black
this
and I
because
hate this other black person because he's black. Like, that sounds like an edge case of anything. That's
You're
not
making shit up.
I've
You're not
important for the
listening to what I'm
conversation.
saying. You're believing
Hey,
what
don't
you
tell me to
already
shut up,
believe.
and don't tell me what I'm listening to or
I
not
didn't
listening
tell you
to.
to shut
I know.
up.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Go ahead.
say you're not listening to what I'm saying. That's why
You don't know what I'm.
about,
How do you know what I'm
because
listening
you
to?
cut me off every time I tried to say it. So I know you can't be listening.
Well, then I'm letting you say it, but the stuff you are saying, I'm listening to.
All right, I'll give you that, but it's one truncated sentence from a statement. It'll be
Okay,
taken out of
say what you
context
want
every
to say.
time.
Go ahead. Go.
Oh shit! I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about, man.
What I was gonna say is when they're more educated, sometimes they treat the same color bad.
Oh,
Even
we were
white
talking
people
about
do
that.
that.
Yes, it's my belief that all races fall into a mentality that's left over from real racist bullshit,
Exactly.
and still have those beliefs. We
That
all
seems like
believe
a
in black,
shallow
white,
belief to
Hispanic.
reduce all humans to falling into this race. That I don't accept that belief. It's too
You don't
reductive.
you don't believe in
People are
programming.
more than just your shallow idea of their racism.
That's again, you're telling me
I
my
don't think
ideas.
you've interacted with enough people to know that most of us are not racist, because you've had
Well,
some experiences with the
yeah,
ones that lead you to believe that it's more
yes, I don't know.
representative of what you're calling our race than it actually is.
I
I mean,
think it'd be comfortable for you to believe that, to simplify that and believe it.
And I think
It's
it's comfortable for you to believe it because it helps you understand some
you
of your
see what I
life
mean about how
experiences.
you don't
Well, you
really
know
know what I'm
what? Then
talking
go
about.
find a panel that's letting you talk, because
I'm good.
interruptions
You can
happen.
cut me off. I'm an adult. I'm just pointing it out. I'm good. It's just
Okay,
a
but it
video.
happens all the time here. So what purpose is it to keep pointing it out? That's a norm here. All I hear when people point it out is you're autistic. You can't keep up with social cues and conversation. You can't time yourself, and we need you to be neurotypical
And I'm a
perfect, or
victim
we're
of
going to whine and
all the
complain.
people who have
This is a
attacked you.
space where people can interrupt because that's what autistic people do because
Yes.
of our inability to time ourselves with other people. So don't come
Yes.
into an autistic space and complain that it's not meeting your neurotypical norm.
You're calling it a complaint. I'm pointing
I
it
don't
out.
see the
Take it how
point
you
of
will.
that. People come in here all the time and complain of interrupting, and I don't see a pattern to it,
Yes.
because they don't complain about it 90% of the time, but then sometimes they do, and I'm like, well, that happens all the time. Why are you complaining about it now when it happens all the time? You and I have interrupted each other constantly. It's never stopped us from having a conversation, and all of a sudden today, it's an issue for you.
No. It's an issue for you. You're the
No,
one
you were
speaking
the
wrong
one that
about the
kept, don't
interruption.
you fucking gaslight me. You were the one that kept
Yeah.
raising it as an issue, not me.
Yeah.
People can go back and watch the stream. Don't bring that bullshit on here
They
with
can
me.
listen to me as soon as you give me a moment. They can listen to me and hear
Go
my
ahead.
version of it.
Go ahead.
You said that I say crazy stuff. All I pointed out was that you don't really know what I'm talking about because you interrupt me. Now, this is where you're going to say the gaslighting part is, but it's true because you're so sensitive about people telling you this, you're going on and on about it. We could have continued the conversation. We could do it now.
Sensitive about people telling me what?
No, I don't want. That's not what I want to talk about. I wanted
Well,
to
you
talk
just
about.
made a claim. If you don't want to follow up on it or
All
clarify
right,
it,
what do
then
you want to
just
talk
don't bring
about?
it up in the
What did
conversation.
you? Okay, all right.
That's a total setup.
It was not. I was just trying to get back to the original conversation. Interrupting. You said that people always talk about interrupting, and it's just something that we do over here. Why is it a big deal?
And other panels.
You
Yes,
talked.
yeah,
Yes,
I said all
I
of
got
that.
nothing
Yeah.
to do with that. That's baggage from other people giving you
Well, you
shit.
keep bringing it up today. You've made 3 or 4 comments of how I keep interrupting you. You
No.
keep raising it up.
All right, now people can go back and watch the
If
tape.
it's normal, you would just like sit there and roll with it, but you keep bringing it up like there's anything that we're going to do about it.
Who's bringing it up?
You brought it up 3 or
on.
4 times. Watch the stream. I didn't
Yes.
bring up interrupting. You did. You kept
You're
reacting
still
to me
talking about it
interrupting.
right now, Jeff. It's you.
Then go on another stream if you're
But
not
kick me
enjoying
off.
yourself
Make
here.
your
I'm
own
not
decisions.
kicking
You're
you
an
off, but
adult. But
don't
I'm not
come on
going
here and
anywhere.
complain
I know what
if
the
it's
X
not
button
your
is. It's
if it's
right
not
there.
your thing today.
I'm fine.
We were having a great conversation, me and Chris and Praline. I don't want all this fighting and stuff.
No, who's fighting?
If you're bothered by interrupting, or
I'm
if you're
fine.
not having the conversation that you want to have today, I'm sorry. I'm not able to give you that today.
I'm fine.
Try again another day.
I'm fine.
It doesn't seem like it to me. It doesn't seem like you're
gonna
fine.
make it that I'm just not
Okay
fine.
now.
I'm good. Stop
It's over.
worrying about me. I'm fine.
All right, I'm gonna go get a refill and we're gonna reset. I'll be back.
I apparently got something at the door. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Is that dead?
Yeah, what's up?
See this nigga gaslight me, Dan.
I did. That's why I came up here, actually.
Good.
That's good.
Dan, I
Praline.
don't know where we hang at, but I would like your take on that cop shit too. Not so much the clip I was trying to show him. Here's the deal did one where he was talking about if you see someone filming. Praline, were you trying to talk?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You was
but
just low, baby. I didn't hear you.
I was just going to say that it's a sensitive subject also. So I think that kind of wound him up. You know?
I'm sure it was.
That's kind of the point, though.
That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, that's the point.
You know, Joe, because I watch you all the time on panels. I know how you are. You know?
I mean, no offense, and I can get rugged. It's not a big deal. And I
That's
don't
right.
mean to offend him.
We can all be misunderstood at times, you know?
Yeah. I'll get better,
Denizen,
hopefully,
you had a
because
question?
I don't want to make that guy mad.
All right. Hey, Denizen. It's been a while.
Hey.
What's up?
Hello, welcome back. We held it
Miss
down.
Queen, have we met before?
Uh-oh, it sounds like a come on to me, bro.
Yeah, have you met
my bad.
Denizen?
I mean, my reputation precedes me.
There's a little bit in the voice too, Miss President. We
Hey,
What did he say? What did he say?
Flows out in the comments now.
Oh,
are you not streaming anymore, man?
That's good.
I don't find Joe actually mean. I find him pretty chill to hang out with, actually.
I was gonna say before, I have spoken to black police officers before. I lived across the street from one. My parents' house lived across the street from a black sheriff, a Texas sheriff, and I had a conversation with him one day about because I got pulled over at one point because my tags were out, and I had my friend Kel, a rapper friend, with me, and and he was kind of like aggressive towards Kel, and it was a really awkward conversation, but he was like, but he kind of came to apologize to me, I guess, because he felt bad about it or something like that. But he was like, but he himself did say that they have to be he feels like he has to be extra careful when it comes to black passengers in a car or black people that he pulls over, because he feels more threatened. Even he himself felt more threatened by more thuggish type people, as in his words. So it's not my words.
More of what I'm saying. I'm saying the belief is out there. It don't matter what color you are. You're gonna believe it.
Right.
What belief?
The belief that black people are evil, cast society that would kill you.
No, I mean he didn't.
No, but y'all are kind of thuggish compared to other, and not black people, but cultures, because there's white thugs too.
I get you. I understand.
I mean, and
Kel,
to be fair, he definitely dressed and acted he acted the part.
Yeah,
He definitely, his personality was very, he could be
Are
very
you saying
polite.
he was a coon?
What?
Are you saying?
Come on,
man. You always try to inflate,
dude.
Oh my god.
He's just kidding.
RaShu,
He's just kidding.
He was one of my best friends. But I mean, he
can't take away the coon jokes. I'll have nothing to live for.
He dressed the part, man. He just dressed and acted the part. I don't know. He's a damn good rapper too. A damn good rapper. We kind of had a falling out, and I don't speak to him much anymore. But because I literally I moved him out here to Dallas and to help make an album with Rick Royal, and he just sat on his ass and didn't do anything for almost a year, and I finally
wait. That speaks to you, yeah. You let my man sit on his ass for a year on your dime. Speaks to you.
I tried, dude. I bought equipment for them. I bought recording equipment. I set up like a studio space in my house. I did everything to encourage those motherfuckers to make an album. But I couldn't make the album for them. I made beats for them. They didn't
I know
like the
you
beats I
learned.
made. You
Did
know,
you,
like I mean,
know
I
you
did
did you have the
everything
fried
I
chicken
could.
laid
So
out? All that?
Right? See, that was him.
yeah,
That
yeah.
was
I got out with the watermelon and fried chicken. Yeah, that's totally what I did. Yeah,
I told you white people are so racist.
I'm that
Yeah.
kind.
Okay,
I'm
that
that kind of
reflects on
white
me. I'll
racist.
take
Yeah,
that one.
sure.
Oh, I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
You know what? I like watermelon and fried chicken as much as any black person I know. So
Oh, shit. What's good, Rashad?
I eat
Hey,
watermelon all the
RaShu,
time.
welcome.
RaShu, my apologies.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Hey, RaShu, you're new to the channel. Nice
He
to
was
meet
here
you.
last night. We had a new
Oh,
little crowd. Mid bro life logic had a little crowd he brought over.
He cracked me.
oh,
RaShu
cool.
was
Yeah,
It's the first time I'm meeting you though. So nice to meet you.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure.
Nice to meet
Jeff,
you.
how you doing,
Hello.
sir?
doing okay. How are you?
I cannot
And by the way,
complain.
if you want to hear what Kel sounds like on my SoundCloud, which I'll post in a second, there is a song on there called Yodo that he does
You know what?
he does the intro and like one of the main
I have
vocals
some.
on
I
it. So
think I have it.
yeah, I'm just saying like he's a real person that I actually have like recorded proof of his existence. So he's not just like some made up black friend that the white guy is like making up me like, oh, my black friend, you know, like he's a real person that actually is a rapper. So I just want
to. No, for real, he's real. I swear.
Can anybody else hear that?
I can.
It's a little bit low, but
I can hear it.
That's him right there.
This is not copyright.
No, this is I made this.
You know, YouTube doesn't turn. You still stream it like a version with all the streams.
How long?
Innovation so key, mistress of the backbeat. Man, you can't control me, beat me down to throw me. No, you're not my homie. Don't try to take me bowling. None exempt for trolling. You motherfucking blow me.
He was a shake the bone, stage your future ready to throw. I don't want this shit, it's old. Burn your pellets, break the molds. Be assured this is the last time I'll ever kill your ass. So look back here, made you look, stole your queen and moved your rook. While you babbled like a brook about the time you read a book and all that worthless shit you took, it's just another petty crook. I shake your hand and use a hook. What you think?
Yeah, I see why you thought he had potential. The chick, though, I threw out on her ass day one.
That's my wife you're talking about there.
Oh, please tell me you're joking. Oh, please tell me you're trolling me. That's not your wife.
I mean, if you said that about my vocal, my little like pre-chorus there, I understand. I actually think she did a pretty good job myself.
I apologize.
But yeah, my particular vocal, I was never happy with it. But that's what I sound like.
So. When the other cat hopped in, it was great. Wait. That first was a cat. That was you.
The verse was my wife, and then like the pre-chorus part, where like the deeper voice came in, that was me.
Oh, okay. All right. Whoa, wait. That's the three people I just heard.
There's three people. Yeah, the beginning of it was Kel.
Oh, I thought that you got skills. That was you I was complimenting then.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're the one with the potential.
Yes, you're the one I was complimenting.
White boy rap.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I used to affect kind of I used to do a
you didn't need them.
A deeper kind of voice thing I did, but yeah. Anyway, it was a dumb high concept song. The whole song was supposed to be a joke.
I noticed that.
It was like a comic book kind of thing. It was about these people that infiltrate a cult and turn the demon they worship against them, and the demon eats them all, and it's really it's really dumb. So
if it was a concept.
Hey Chris, have you ever heard of Metro Zoo?
Metro Zoo, I have not. That sounds interesting. I'll check them out.
Yeah, I think you'll appreciate their sound. They don't make any current music, but you can find stuff in their archives for sure.
I'm a huge fan of a lot of like old school conscious rap stuff. Like I'm a huge fan of Bus
Boogie Down
Driver.
Productions.
Huge
These
fan of Bus
guys
Driver.
are these guys
Ghost
are
One.
borderline trolling, conscious, and high.
Well, I mean, I
That
think
sounds
just about
dope.
every conscious rapper was
Maybe
a
we
little bit
can
high
get
at
him
the
on the
time, so
show.
like,
Right?
Maybe.
But yeah, Bus Driver, Dose One, Aesop Rock. Those are like those
Okay.
are my favorites. So
Okay, you heard of ASAP Rocky. So these guys, when ASAP first came out,
no, not
these
ASAP. No, Aesop Rock. ASAP
Oh,
Rocky. I do know who ASAP Rocky is. And he's cool too. But no, Aesop Rock. He is
okay.
a. I don't know what. I
Not to be
think
confused with
he's
ASAP Rock.
Persian. He's
Rocky.
Persian. He's very tall, and he's been named like LA Weekly named him like best rapper like several times. He's been he's done a lot with Open Mike Eagle and stuff too. He's pretty well known in indie circles. I mean, it's not like he's not like a complete. He's probably one of the bigger names. He's probably a bigger name than Bus Driver is, honestly. But still, but
You
I
missed your calling,
don't know
man. You
him.
should have been the guy who finds talent at the record company. I forgot what he's the AR or something.
I am actually really good at spotting talent, but I can't. But I don't have that position. So
What happened with your wife?
hey, I think she did good on that song. So like, she rapped it exactly the way I told her to. I produced that entire thing from the ground up. I wrote every word of it, and it came out, except for my part, it sounded the way I wanted it to sound. So I'm
Yes,
happy
yeah.
with it. So
You know, you can control what you can do, really, and trying to control other people will drive you fucking insane. And relying on other people sucks sometimes too.
It was better than I could have done.
I mean, my SoundCloud is it's just soundcloud.com/Chris Slater, and if you want to ever check it out, I mean, I'm not trying to promote it or anything.
Justin,
I
you
don't
can
I
do
don't make
better.
I don't make any money off of it or anything. It's not like it's honestly most of it's just beats, but like you're welcome to check it out.
All
I
of the
do
music that you hear on this channel is Chris. The opening
yeah,
music,
every bit of music on the channel
everything
is me.
Chris.
So
I do. I put people's music in a lot of my vids. So it's not so much lately,
well,
but
feel free to use any track on my SoundCloud, and also on the if you get on the Discord has I have a folder, and I'll invite you to my Discord, and it has a folder that has all of my tracks on it. So if anyone wants to use them
I
for
got that
anything,
shit
any reason.
muted like a son bitch. It took me probably a day to mute it. I told you a friend of mine tried to commit suicide, so I had to get on there. And after that, all was
Yeah,
You gotta take the notifications down. Yeah, you do. Notifications on Discord can be very annoying unless you figure out how to
that's the key to Discord is managing those notifications.
It really is. I mean, because like the notifications can drive you insane if you don't.
It did, bro.
Yeah.
I accidentally joined a Discord once. I didn't even realize. I didn't even mean to click on. I guess somebody sent me an invite or something. I didn't notice it, and it was just like I was getting all these notifications about something I did not care about. I did not.
Yeah.
I wanted it gone so badly, and I was just like, and that's what motivated me to learn Discord enough to.
Am I crazy?
to actually figure out how to.
Do you get every notification if you're in a Discord and people are talking every time they so and so?
That's the default, I think. Is
okay.
And then you have to go in and figure out which ones you don't want and turn them off.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But once you actually get it, once you get it set, it's actually pretty.
Yeah,
chill,
it's pretty easy to set. It's just knowing how to tweak it and set it right. And then, but for newbies, there's like a learning curve.
Yeah, Discord's not real obvious with how you get to the settings or anything like that. It's not the most user intuitive interface.
I'm curious, man. Any chance that you heard something of the previous conversation that you were going to comment on? You and Dan up close at the same time.
Sorry, who was that towards?
Yeah, that was for you. I wonder, did you hear the previous conversation and did you have a comment or a remark to make?
No, I actually came up here to try to see if you guys could get me up to speed on what you were talking about. I'm sorry about that. What was the topic before?
That white people are racist.
Oh yes, of course, that was it.
We were talking about battle depression and mental health. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that was
before
a
that we were
sidetrack.
before Joe came in and with his
Fuck that.
activism, we were discussing
With the
mental health.
activism shit, we would. Oh, before that, yeah, I was here for that part. When we were talking about, I was saying that what people are taught, the indoctrination that's out here affects everybody, black, white, so and so. Everybody believes that black people are less.
No, they don't. No, I don't think most people do believe that.
Yeah, I don't think that either.
No.
Good. We got like 3 no's up here. Yeah.
You
No,
got a
for
true
real. I know a
outlier.
lot of white people that think like that. A lot of my son's friends are black. So, I mean, it's not like that everywhere.
But that
I
wasn't
mean,
my.
But you can be friends with someone
Just like
who's lesser
everybody
than
doesn't
you.
hate
Dog
cops
is man's
or
best
paramedics,
friend.
you know?
the majority of people just walk down the street and don't think about
There you
color,
go. There you
man.
go. That's a
It's
good
not
word.
That
until
wasn't my contention. That wasn't my
I think it's
contention.
well, I didn't say it was. I'm just trying to give you my opinion on what you
I
said.
got you. But what about is there a difference between the black person who leaves this neighborhood and he is in a that was a dumb one. Oh, skip that one. Just trying to show that there is a difference. So the majority of the people can walk down without thinking about race because they don't have to. You know, black motherfuckers have to think about that shit. You know, your black people got to teach their kids, listen, extra shit. Don't make sure you look straight ahead when the cop stops you and all of that shit. Everybody does it. Black people do it to a crazy extent because they believe cops will kill you.
Well, that's because more black people
Yeah, I
are
had to teach myself.
criminals.
I mean, it's a different world than 40 years ago. It's not the same. It's really
No,
not.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
maybe more
right
so
now.
like you're thinking, but like I had to teach my son
40 years ago,
how
it's
to
hard
deal
to
with
tell.
police. Because police are going to beat the crap out of you if you don't yes sir, no sir, and that.
Yes,
You know,
but I am
and
only
it doesn't matter
talking
what color
about
you are.
yes, but that is not what I am saying. I am saying that
Yeah, but that's
blacks get it more. The argument that everybody gets it doesn't
I
help.
can't hear what she's saying.
Yeah.
Her microphone.
Oh,
is
that's
very
because
muffled.
Yes.
Jeff, turn me down. Turn me up, Jeff.
Are you using a phone, Queen?
Do what?
Can you hear me now?
Are you
Turn
using
me
a?
up, Jeff.
Hey, that
Can you hear me?
yes, that was better. That
That's better.
Jeff said turn me down.
No, yeah, okay, we're good. RaShu, that I sent the video to Jeff, and it talked about, I think it was in that video, where it talked about what you just said. Blacks commit more crimes. There's a reason for that. Because if what I'm saying is right, and if they think blacks are less, then black neighborhoods are over policed. They are, which means they're gonna get more arrests, more. Those get rewarded. And they get more. We got to prove our statistics tough on crime.
Do you believe that's true?
Well, according to, I think it was the shit I sent Jeff. It is true. They got a guy.
Do you believe that's true, though?
Oh yeah, I absolutely believe it's true.
The truth is,
because they're black, not because they're poor or have more crime,
a
but
bunch of stuff.
because that's where the people with the dark skin live. Let's go extra police that area.
There was a bunch of that.
We think less of them. We want to go police people we think less of.
Well, it'd be a bunch of reasons. One, black people are poor. They're not connected. Their complaints are not accepted. No one will believe them because, they're less than human.
Aren't you from Chicago?
I am. Yeah.
You sound like you're the one that doesn't think very highly.
I can already tell where RaShu's going with this.
So listen. Just the other day, you had hundreds of Chicagoans go down to Mayor Brandon Johnson and say that they were fed up. They had Trump hats on. They had all these things on, right?
Yeah.
These are the people that voted this guy in there. It's now to the point where as though they're taking so much onus off of the police and giving more money to migrants, whereas though the citizens don't even feel safe to be in their homes. You cannot sit up here and say that you live in a predominantly black neighborhood and you don't feel safe where you live because you don't have any type of camaraderie with I might have said that wrong, but with the people in your neighborhood or in your surrounding areas.
Sense
right?
of community.
Are you talking about me per se? Or you just talking about people in general?
No, I'm just saying just so happened the other day, it went viral that people had, a talking with the mayor, right?
Yeah.
And they were fed up because of these same issues that you're saying on the other side is subjugating Black people, right? And what I'm saying is that you had hundreds of Black people representing the city come out there and say that no, we actually need more police. We actually need you to start taking control over these crimes. We actually need you to address the fact that there are things going on. So in your area, you live in a high violence, high robbery area, right?
I do.
Of course, police is going to be more substantial in that area, right? It's just a no-brainer, and they need to be. They need to think that every other person on the block walking down the street could be a potential criminal. You just could be.
All right.
So, sir, if you didn't have a hoodie on, if you maybe dressed with a button up, you know what I mean, smiled when you see these people, maybe you wouldn't have to fucking worry about, your pockets getting checked. But
Very
if you
good.
look like the average 3 to 7% of the population, then I mean you would be judged as so.
Very good. So I think you're saying that if your philosophy is true, that because I'm more likely, because I'm wearing a hoodie, I'm more likely to commit a crime. So I should be over policed.
No. You're not more likely to commit. You're more likely to probably get profiled.
Yeah.
Because you're not a criminal, right?
But you said they deserve it. They should be over policed. This is where they should be.
Well, it's for a reason. It's not for no reason. I can see if you would just drop a SWAT team in a rural area and just start policing them, that would be wrong. There has to be a reason.
Wait. Why would it be? Why do you get to determine that the cutoff for Chicago, because you could commit a crime, we need more policing there? That philosophy would go anywhere. And we're not talking about.
You're missing one word. I said there has to be a reason. And in Chicago, there's been a reason for police presence.
All right.
In a rural area, just to insert any rural area and have SWAT team go there and start targeting people, that would be wrong.
All right.
Even if it was a group of Black people.
Here's the problem with your philosophy. And give me a minute, because I'm about to do a Jeff here. Give me a minute and say that I can't get a thought out. In Chicago, that theory that more criminals are in my neighborhood, they can't determine who's a criminal or who's not. So everyone gets shitted on. Everyone gets treated disrespectfully, cruelly. And the more that's allowed, the more they can get away with. They see they can get away, the more they do get away with. Now, these policing statistics that you're talking about, this is how they come about. The police catch a guy square with drugs, he's going to have a whole jab on him, at least 13, maybe 30 to 60. The police is going to take that and grab people all day and put those cases on him. That's the way policing is in Chicago. I was telling someone I got caught with 13 bags of weed. They just grab a bunch of people and give them all bags of weed. That's how the statistics are. They stop anybody they want, violate their rights, go through their pockets, and all of these things. And a lot of these criminals are being founded on. Here's one. In my neighborhood, on my corner, when I started cop watching, these kids were being given what were called gang loitering tickets, $70 tickets. There was a law, they were telling them that if we tell you to move on because you're in a gang, and we know you are, everybody in my neighborhood is, if you don't leave for 3 hours, we can write you a ticket. These idiots have been writing tickets and they've been paying it. This is what happens when you over police. They're not catching people square. It's not like Black people create more traffic tickets, roll more stop signs and shit like that. Most of these stats that you got are them creating shit, things in ways that they don't do in other neighborhoods and to other people.
What you're not realizing, Joe, you don't realize that in suburbia and everywhere else, the dope is coming heavy and hard, just like y'all neighborhoods. And I know
they
we're probably
over police the suburbs.
Wait, let her finish.
But they're
I'm sorry.
policing, you know? I understand your point, but it's gotten, and it will never change probably, okay? There's the point. But it's a lot worse in the white area in the Mexican now, okay? They all got their gangs,
If
and they all got their.
Praline,
Now
if
they
I
want,
pull over,
you know why they doing something about heroin now? Because it hit suburbia. Because for
agreed.
30, 50 years, y'all were killing each other with heroin and everything. They didn't do shit. What
Agreed.
happened? It hit white suburbia, and now they changing shit, right? They're trying to
I'm,
crack down
I'm saying they
teach
treat
kids
black
to
people
black.
differently. I think you're agreeing with me. I'm saying they treat black people differently.
Look,
Praline,
it's
anyone
not.
can answer. I want to
Listen,
ask Praline
we
a
treat
question. I want
black
to take a
people
second.
differently. Us as black people, we treat
Yes.
black people differently. If you were if you came up on here and you were some aggressive Negro, I would not interact with you, sir. Why should I?
What they got to do anything? If you was aggressive white motherfucker, it'd be the same, yeah?
It would be the exact same. It would
Let me
no,
ask
no,
you.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
because
okay.
we're talking about black people.
Yeah.
So don't insert white people because it's the same energy with anybody, right? Respect is given.
That has
Disrespect.
always come across as a cop out to me. The don't mention white people when we're talking about black people thing. Isn't that contextually the whole point? When you say black, don't you mean not
I'm
white in
saying
that
there
case?
is distinction. Yes.
No, I'm talking about. Listen, if I was speaking to you,
Why
Gen
do
Z,
you
I
always
wouldn't-
turn my mic down to where I can't, like,
Your mic is loud. You're the one with the loud mic.
dude, I came in this stream to begin with my audio set to 130. I because of you kept playing with it every time I talk. I lowered it to 115 to
And
100
it's still
to
loud.
80, and it's
I need
down to
put it even lower.
75.
You're still loud, bro. You're loud.
Yeah,
You're very
Yeah,
loud.
it's loud.
Yeah,
I'm
but when he
responsible
turns it,
for the volume levels on
but
my
it,
show. So let me do my
okay,
thing.
but I keep talking and no one can hear me, and
You're
then I have to turn it
loud.
back up. Holy
Your mic
shit.
is very loud.
Holy shit.
All right, just
But I
make
keep
your-
talking and no one can hear me, so then I have to turn it
we
back
can
up.
hear you. That's why I don't know why you're
No, you couldn't
Definitely.
hear me. 3 times I was talking, you couldn't hear me
I
because
think
my mic
people
was
got
turned
every
down,
word of what
and
you
I
said.
heard
I don't know what they
okay,
did.
okay, but I'm telling you what happened in reality, and then I had to turn the volume back up, and now you say I'm too loud again.
Yes, you're loud.
All right, can we
Okay, now
continue
now
with
it's
the
on
point?
30. So should we put it on? Where are we gonna put it? You want to
We're
put it
gonna.
on
It
5?
may fluctuate because I'm adjusting it throughout the stream. So just ignore that part and continue to talk. We can hear you. You're heard.
Just but just leave it alone now.
I'm
Just
gonna
leave it,
adjust
okay?
it as I need
Go
to.
ahead,
Don't tell
man.
me how to run my
All
stream.
right, go ahead,
That's
go ahead, go
becoming
ahead.
a problem.
You guys
You
go
were the
ahead.
one
Never-
talking, Dan.
go
You
ahead.
were the one.
I know. I was
okay.
trying to.
Yeah, we were talking about the so and so. I wanted to ask Praline a question, but any of you, if you pull over a white person, black person, all things being equal, who's more likely to have drugs?
Nowadays, white.
Either.
Hey, more so.
Or
But now, you
alcohol.
know,
The problem is
more
what
likely
would
to
be
have
the
alcohol?
probable cause for them to have to search the car to find
Wait,
drugs?
I like a answer to my question before you tell me that one. All things being equal, pulled over, who would have more likely to have drugs and or alcohol?
I can't go off of just skin
can't
color.
say
I don't
that.
know either
Four
one.
times more likely, just off of race. 4 times more likely. The white person. You should over police the white neighborhoods, but you won't because you don't look at them the same way you look at black people. Hey, new guy. Angel.
I don't think anything's gonna make you trust the cops.
Me, black person driving back from Mississippi.
What would be the probable cause? Does the car smell like weed? Is there visible alcohol out? Is there an open container? Like what are we saying here?
We're saying the traffic stop.
Well, if it was a traffic stop, were they driving erratically or was there a tail light out? Because
No,
if there was a tail light
they
out,
ran a stop sign.
if they ran a stop sign, then you could be running from a crime. You could be doing anything. So if they're white or black, you would profile them, right?
Okay, but I was saying which one is more likely to have drugs or alcohol.
I don't know.
Statistically,
I don't know.
I just told you.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You can look it up. Are you interested? Or would you, no.
You just offered a source. So if you just offered a source, we can look it up. But don't just sit here and imply that I'm not trying to listen to the information that you're saying because it's not an argument. This is not an argument. We're having a conversation.
You just didn't believe me. Maybe you just didn't.
No. This is not about belief. We're talking hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetically.
Right. So no belief,
maybe
no
you didn't
ideology,
hear me.
none of that.
maybe you didn't hear me the first time I said that the
Maybe
white
not.
person is 4 times more likely to have it, because later on you asked me.
Did I deny that? Did I deny?
I thought later on you asked me, you said again, I don't know. And I said, I just told you the white person's 4 times more likely to have drugs than the black person. So logically, you should go police the white person more, but they won't.
No, because then that's discriminating. It
He
has
just
to be
said they should come to
circumstantial.
my
As a
neighborhood more
police
because they're
officer,
more likely to commit
as
crimes.
a police
That's
officer, if you're going to be a stand-up police officer and have your paperwork correct, you have to have a legit reason of pulling these people over, and then the chain of command has to follow, right? So you can't just police somebody because they're more likely.
They have drugs more likely, so we should go after them more. That was the same logic you lose why they should come after me and black people, because we commit more crimes.
I
That's
didn't
You
say that.
understand
I said
probable cause?
probable
It's
cause.
not the color of your skin. There's other
I said
things that have to
probable
be there.
cause. You know, 9 times out of 10 in a city like Chicago, your car probably smells like weed. And if there's weed in the car, there's a fucking gun in the car. And you know this, Joe.
My car.
So stop playing.
No, what is your point?
Well,
One, weed is legal, and according to statistics, the white guy is way more likely to have it if we're going off of race. I know you feel like Chicago, because that's why I believe it's what everybody was told. They believe Chicago is this horrendous place, blah, 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 and everybody commits crimes. There would be reasons. I gave Jeff a really good vid, which they, wait, Jeff, you would not have told us. No, it wasn't the clip. I didn't give you the vid. Here's the deal. Street police training. There's a part in there where I think that's the video where he explains how, it's probably not the video, where he explains how it was the TikTok vid, how he explains that. Can we watch a 3-minute TikTok vid or something?
It was like 4 or 5 minutes.
It would explain exactly these things, and I'd have some backup or proof or statistics or something.
Okay, but I was just gonna say, if you're gonna look up, like in one state, you should look up in another state too, because I'm sure, like Chicago and New Orleans, it's more likely to black, but other states might be more so to white. We don't know.
Well, I do that. I take the time to do that, and me and some friends tried to find the whitest places we could find, and Connecticut was one of them that we looked up. It turns out Connecticut.
Excuse me. Like, I came in like at a weird time. Like, what is like JoeCool, RaShu, and PralineQueen talking about in terms of the cops thing? Because
cops are racist. Cops are racist. They over police black people because they see them as inferior or less than.
That's Joe's
belief.
Yes.
So I'm gonna play this video that he wanted me to show.
I think this is a video. They're gonna explain it.
I love violence. I love fighting. I love shooting, and I fucking love freedom.
So last week I made that post about some of the horrible things that they teach at these police training seminars. And then Mr. Checkpoint, who's all about holding police accountable and videotaping the police, reached out to me and said, I know exactly who this training company is, and they're worse even than what you saw in those videos. So they're called Street Cop Training. Here you can see they have like 121,000 followers on Instagram. There's their conference coming up in Orlando. And this is from that video. You can see here, Street Cop Training. And see this backdrop? Sometimes this has PowerPoints, which makes sense. The seminar, you would have PowerPoints appear. He sent me 2 images of 2 of the PowerPoints that appear at some of their seminars. Really quickly, just so you can see, Street Cop Training, this is their PowerPoint. So this slide is titled Proactive Cops and Citizen Complaints. And it starts, more complaints, ? That means you're doing your job. 90% of officers with 10 plus complaints have more medals and gun arrests. It's literally saying you might violate some people's civil rights, excessive force, but guess what? While they're complaining about that, you're also going to get rewarded with medals and get more gun arrests. And then this next one is especially awful. African-American complaints hold less weight as they are known to be criminals.
Whoa.
This is a seminar that teaches law enforcement. They pay like $700 each of taxpayer money, and it's teaching them, don't worry about African Americans complaining about you. They're known to be criminals, African Americans as a whole. And the second slide, titled Proactive Patrol Tactics, starts with Blacks make up 13% of the population, yet commit 50% of the crime in the US. This old, tired white supremacist statistic, it's based on old FBI data that is just about arrests, not convictions. Police regularly overly patrol lower income neighborhoods, and oftentimes those are made up of, say, Black or Hispanic communities, and they're heavily patrolling and they're being told, be tough on.
Hang on, Joe. See, that's the part. He said poor neighborhoods who are often made up of Black or Hispanic. He didn't say Black neighborhoods.
I said it happens to.
Well, not
poor
only
and
that,
Black.
he's
Crime.
talking about a
We
page
need
that
data
has
to prove that
100,000
being tough.
subscribers.
This is some propaganda that
Yes!
you follow. You
Yes.
got radicalized. Dude, Joe,
Yes.
come
This is
on.
radical
The page has
propaganda.
100,000
On crime,
subscribers. That
data
could be
equals
all
arrests.
bots.
You're seeing these people every day. Who are you going?
This is
Like,
like
this is
wrestling. You
clickbait.
can't tell this is fake.
This is
That
clickbait.
I
he has
saw-
a
I
he
saw
has
the
an
footage.
angle he's trying to get you to see
Yes.
I saw the
his
original.
way.
He's
shit
trying to reach
myself.
people like Joe.
I saw the
I'll
shit
I'll let
myself.
I should I let it continue? I almost
Go
don't want
ahead,
this.
it's
All
fine.
this
You
to
don't need
avoid
to. You
answering the
don't need to.
question, do Black people commit more crime?
Right.
That's the real question that we're asking here.
We
And
can
we
look
go
at
on.
the statistics now. We don't have to go off of an outdated FBI thing. We can have the current ones. Have you shown this video to cops? What do they say about it?
No, someone sent me this yesterday, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or
It's
today.
bullshit. See, the thing about the internet is that you can find any little corner of the internet to agree with any little idea that you might have, and then you'll have a community around it. And then you feel like this shit's right. That's why you think the earth is flat. It's not true, sir.
That's not what this is, though. This was me trying to show proof that police actually teach to go after Blacks because, as I said,
We saw
they are
two little
poorer.
PowerPoint slides that were. Go
They
ahead.
are poorer and
That
less
video
connected
hasn't
than
proved
other people.
nothing about them going after blacks. As someone like yourself and me, if I was a police officer and I saw you going like 10 miles above the speed limit and I ran your license plate and saw you had a criminal history, yeah, I'd be afraid for my life or the concern about your criminal history and just ask you to please step out of the car there, Joe. And if you refuse, I have every right as an officer to restrain you, to do whatever I need to do to get you in position, because I just don't think people like yourself, Joe, understand that black people and white people, Asians, Hispanics, whatever race, ethnicity, commit crimes just as much as everyone else. Just because more whites do it doesn't mean that blacks do it in the same ratio. Like, look at robberies. Even if whites commit the most robberies, blacks have committed the most in places like Chicago, San Francisco, and Philadelphia in recent years. And you want to sit there and say that's okay? If I found you having a stolen Louis Vuitton or Rolex that you were afraid to say yes or no to, if I asked, did you steal these? Yeah, I'll assume that you did steal it, because a lot of officers deal with situations where a criminal is too afraid to say their honest feelings and all that, because they don't want to get in trouble with the law. And that's why a lot of officers say allegedly, because of what the criminal is doing. Like, I could say you allegedly stole the Rolex from a luxury watch shop, and go from there. But at the end of the day, cops are doing their duties to protect and serve to the cities, communities, and everywhere across the U.S. But it's people like you, Joe, that are trying to defund the police. And
People like you, Joe. The enemy of the people, Joe.
Listen. It's kind of like if I go to a mechanic and this mechanic ripped me off, right? Are all mechanics bad? No.
Well,
I just had a bad experience with this one individual.
I give you
right?
better.
You have individuals who are bad people. They might plant stuff on you, they might do things to you, but that does not represent the entire reason why we should have police and why they should be upholding the Constitution.
Here, let me
Maybe
give
we
you
should
why
talk
you're.
about that.
Let's talk about why that logic doesn't hold. First of all, a better analogy would be if I went to a mechanic, would he have a wrench? Right? All mechanics, he better know what the fuck a wrench is, because they signed up to do that. The same way cops signed up to do a thing. You can't tell me a cop has a good heart. He's a nice guy. That doesn't come into play, because if the law says you got to smash this motherfucker out their car because they didn't sign a ticket, you're gonna do it. You're gonna take their money for speeding. The back wheel touched the yellow line. You're gonna sit out there and write tickets the first 5 years
If
as
you're
a
a
cop and
law-abiding
rob.
citizen, why would you refuse to deal with the cops when you know you can
And
just
why
take it
would
to
you
court
not
later?
want to obey the laws of the
You
road and
law-abiding
want to
citizens know that
bypass
the
the
court system
stoplight
doesn't
or
work
stop
for them.
sign, Joe?
The cops are believed. Say again, Angel. I didn't hear you.
Why would you want to like bypass a stop sign or a stoplight and be a crazy driver?
I would not want to do that, but I don't believe that if I forget to turn my blinker on, I owe you $200 when you jump out from behind the bushes. I think that's nonsense. It's bullshit. It's robbery.
Well, it's the laws at the end of the day, but some laws can be overturned. Like over 5 years ago, a 9-year-old kid in some form of city of Utah had went to Congress and asked for the unbanning of snowball fights, because back in that city at the time, they considered snowball fights as a form of missile there. So he fought, and they ended up overturning and making snowball fights legal again. Anything can be overturned.
No. Due respect. They don't make any money off of snowball fights. It don't affect their pockets. If they make it where they can't stop motherfuckers for speeding and get $200 out of them, that'd be a more difficult law to overturn, because that pays a lot of people's bills.
Still illegal in the city of Utah that I forgot what it was. Then maybe the individuals that did do snowball fights would have to pay 200, 500, or whatever the amount would be for just having fun. But it's not. The point is you think it's stupid to get a $200 ticket for not turning your left turn blinker on, but at the end of the day, it's the law with whatever city where you're at there, man. And as you travel, laws variation from where you go. Like the laws in San Francisco may not be the same where you're at, Joe. Well, where are you
Sounds
from, by the way?
sounds quite tyrannical.
I think you're saying if
Hey,
a law
wait, can I
is
ask you a question?
unjust, just obey it, even if it's unjust and immoral. It's the law. Just suck it up and obey it. I think that's
And arbitrary too.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
arbitrary. Yeah.
But also, I want to say, so in California, it's legal to smoke weed, right? So say I go to Texas, and I'm smoking a joint. I'm at my own house. I rented a room or whatever. I'm outside, out back, barbecuing, and they come and they arrest me and they put me in a cage. Now, is that cool? Because it's legal. It's the law.
You're
Like they
evil.
can just pick me up.
Apparently, you're evil, right? If you smoke in Texas, you're this evil guy. But if you smoke in Chicago, where it's legal, or Colorado, you're not evil. The law that you're talking about determines whether I'm evil, having been the same guy I was when I woke up that morning.
What Texas law enforcement, let alone a person who lives in Texas, is going to walk onto somebody's property and smell weed and then try to either snitch on them or lock them up? Like, come on, that is an extreme case to try to make a point.
I'm fighting some weed charges.
There are people.
No, but it's
Joe
the law.
Rogan
the law.
lives in Texas. He's been on camera smoking weed. You never heard Joe Rogan getting raided because he has weed? No, they're talking about if you're driving in your car, or if you're in a public
Willie
place,
Nelson's been
don't have
arrested in
these
Texas
things.
for multiple
Jesus
times.
Christ, can I talk? It's not like I'm speaking over you guys all the time.
You gotta fight fight here for the mic.
I'm not trying to fight at all. Go ahead, Denizen. Sorry.
That wasn't Denizen, that was Moose.
White people, we all sound the same.
My fault, man.
Nah, I'm fucking with you, RaShu. I'm fucking with you, man. Shit.
Shit.
That was
Oh,
dead
no.
air. But listen, again, we don't need to go to the extremes to make a point here. In California, of course, it's going to be way more lax. They've been smoking weed there in public places since late 80s. Like Texas, this is a very new thing. And for the most part, they just don't want you driving under the influence. They
No,
treat
that
it just
wasn't
like
the
any
point,
other
though,
DUI.
right? I think the point was, well, my point I was trying to make. Someone else was saying that part. My point was that I can't be a good moral person doing it in Colorado and then immoral because I crossed an imaginary, arbitrary line. It could not make me immoral. If you've told some police they get to attack me now, they're evil people. That's my point.
So if it's white folks, why are we on a panel full of white folks?
Yeah.
Good
question.
I don't know what if it's white folks mean. You have to be more specific.
Huh? What's going on? Tell me.
Yeah,
Tell
how
me
do
your
you end up
logic.
marrying
Tell
a
me your
white
logic
lady?
right now. Because if white people are policing black people more, period, across the board, why should we even be talking to these honkies right now on this fucking panel?
Well, you probably didn't hear the beginning of the conversation when I said
I didn't. I came on here asking
when
you
I
guys
said
to
it
get
affects
me up to speed.
everybody. Yeah, it wasn't my contention that white people police more. All people, everybody follows the philosophy that Nixon put in: war tough on war. War on drugs and all that bullshit. All these old philosophies are still being followed. We all follow. Your race don't matter, is where I was going.
Well, besides the political exploitation of just trying to get money from the war on drugs, do you disagree with that sentiment?
Yeah, well, Nixon
Do you think
himself
that
would
there shouldn't be a
disagree.
war on drugs?
Yeah, I do disagree with that sentiment. And Nixon himself said, Earl Hart or somebody I think was in the room with him, and the reason they came up with it was to get rid of the black college kids who were giving them shit and the hippies. And they said, what do they got in common? They both smoke weed. We'll make the schedule so and so narcotic, and we can stop them from so and so. So that would be
But
the
that wasn't a
exception.
black thing. That was a black and white thing. That had to do with the hippies era.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not.
But that was more so because they were studying psychedelics at the time, and they realized that these things made you less prone to become in the system.
We're talking about weed.
Weed had to do with the same experiments that they were doing with LSD and mushrooms back in the same
Yeah,
time.
but weed's not a psychedelic. I thought you were saying that
Sir.
they did all psychedelics like that.
Sir, I'm talking about drugs in general. In the time period that you're
Swears
talking about.
too? Alcohol, sir? Cigarettes? That kind of drug, sir?
I'm just referring specifically to what you just said.
I said
and what you
weed,
just
and then you
referred
took
to
it to
was
LSD.
Okay, you got it. I'll be back. Somebody's at my door.
Don't be a dick too, bro.
Yeah. Get him, Joe. Hold him to the fire. Everybody gets judged by how they judge.
Why does it matter if I speak loud or not to those?
I don't know. I'm wondering the same thing myself. They don't like your autism here.
Really matter. Like I was just trying to tell Joe about how the police officers are not there directly for black folks or people, and specifically because police officers at the end of the day are there to serve, protect, and help. But if someone like Joe wants to complain about a $200 ticket for not turning on his right side blinker, it ain't really his fault. It's the law, and wherever he gets in trouble from.
I agree. But
Wait, it's not the cop's fault?
Yeah, I was about to blame the cop. Let's
Go ahead.
say let's say that law. If I forget to cut my blinker on, I get hit with a baseball bat. The cop comes up and hit me with a bat every time I forget. Are you gonna tell me it's not the cop's fault? It's the law.
That's like a pathetic analogy.
Nobody's hitting you with a base.
It's not.
Like, it makes no sense of what you just said. You're trying to act as though you would get in trouble every time, but it's what you need to follow. And if you can't remember to put your blinker on, and the cop sees that you turn right without your blinker on, then yeah, you'll get in trouble. It
You
ain't
should pay
really a matter of
$200.
how many strikes or how many how many balls you'll get. It's a matter of remembering to follow what? Much like a pedestrian crossing a crosswalk who forgets to press the button for the signal there. If I got in trouble from the police for not pressing the crosswalk signal, then yeah, I'll take responsibility and pay what is due because it's
Why is
the
it
law.
due? Why do I owe money if I don't press that crosswalk signal or whatever? Why do I owe them money if I forget to leave a blinker on? Why?
Because there's a protocol, sir. There's a protocol. This is why we have laws. You have to follow protocol. And
But they got to
sometimes,
make sense. They can't just make random
sir,
laws.
if you don't put on a blinker, what doesn't make sense about that? You might not be notifying the driver behind you. You could cause an accident. So just
Very
follow
good.
the
For
protocol.
safety.
What if I'm
Okay,
the only one on the
safety.
road and a cop sees me do it while he's parked?
Okay.
And then he pulls, and then he comes behind me and pulls me over because I failed to use my blinker.
Denizen, I have a first-hand experience.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn
First-hand
you down, Denizen.
experience.
Don't complain.
I didn't turn my blinker on because I thought it was nobody on the street. You got me.
Am I loud still?
Give me a
Check
ticket,
this
give me a
out.
warning, whatever
Can you
you
hear
think
me
I
now?
deserve, sir.
Check
But
this out real
I'm
fast.
sorry.
Real fast, Joe.
Nobody can hear.
Hang on, Moose gets the floor. Go ahead, Moose.
It was
Hold
my
on,
question, and I was trying to get in there again. I had to turn my mic back up. Y'all couldn't hear me. I kept talking that whole time. Nobody could hear
Your
me.
mic is loud, and if you fool with my settings again, you're leaving the panel. You don't.
I
go
can't talk on the panel anyway. What difference does it make if I leave? I'm talking and no one can hear me because you turned me down to 5.
Dude, you're delusional. Nobody's stopping you from talking.
Man,
Talk.
you're a gaslighting asshole, dude.
Oh my
Your mic is fucking loud. I'm
You're a
adjusting
gaslighter,
your
bro.
settings, which I have the right to do as a panel host. If you don't like it, fucking
You got the
leave.
right to be a
Quit by
gaslighting
being a
asshole.
drama queen.
Hey, Denizen,
You're the
let
one
me just say this.
screaming and making a big
Denizen,
deal
I've
of
never
fucking with your antlers and shit.
I didn't
I'm
hear
not a
your
drama
mic
queen.
ever turned down this whole time. I just keeping it 100% with you. I never heard your mic turned down. You seem very loud, to be honest with you.
He has a reputation for being Denizen with the loud mic. He's gaslighting. He's gaslighting.
Jeff, from one autistic individual to another, if someone like Des can speak that loud, then why can't I? But I do appreciate you adjusting my volume out of respect there. But just the fact of it is there, I wasn't as loud as what Des was when I first started speaking in terms of adjusting to what Joe was talking about.
Yeah, I think it was your communication style that this other autistic person in the audience has an issue with. So I'll let the two autistics fight it out over that, but not on the panel.
What's the name? You still up here? You said that it's for safety. That's why the protocol was put in effect. I'm paraphrasing. For safety, keeps people safe. I would dispute that because the real people you want to keep safe are your family and friends. But when a cop sees his family and friends speeding, other cops, he lets them go. He does. Wouldn't he want to keep them safer and charge them $400 if it was really about safety? It's not about safety. It's about bread.
Are you talking about a single individual let their family go? You're not talking about the entire law enforcement, are you?
I'm talking about all law enforcement will not give.
How do you know that all?
Other...
What's the stat that you can direct me to that says all law enforcement has this bias?
Yeah. Well, first of all,
a lot of law enforcement are recording all their interactions. So whether or not you pull over a car or not, you have to justify why you just let this person off.
Okay, I'll tell you.
So we can for sure say that all law enforcement does this, Joe. Like let's be real. 100% of 110% of law enforcement does this.
Well, let's no, of course. When I said all, I'm not talking about 100%. And I think you know that you're being pedantic.
I do not know that. I only know what you're telling me, sir.
Okay. Well, trust when I say all people or whatever. It's people speaking.
I can't trust without verification.
Can you let other people talk without interrupting?
Hey,
I
The
sit
next
there
person that complains about it is off the panel. I'm serious. I'm tired of that shit.
All right. He complained just fucking 2 minutes ago is what I'm saying. I'm giving him a gift.
All right, next topic.
Oh my god.
I really
What's
didn't
up,
want it to
Moose?
be like that. But I'm sorry, Joe. I mean Jeff, sorry.
But
And Joe. I didn't mean to get you kicked off, Joe.
No, I'm just tired of the etiquette. Like, please respect the panel host. I'm doing this almost one man show. I have regulars that help me, but I'm autistic myself. If this is not your place, you're not going to be able to complain your way into making it the space you want it to be. The easier thing to do is to just go find that space and quit hijacking with all this whining about the volume settings and people interrupting and the way autistic people talk and this and that. I don't want that here. Why would you bring that to a space that's designed for that?
like the way I talk in terms of my volume is just the way that I am. If people was able to get to
Yes.
know me long enough, they'd see it's nothing that is out of my control. It's just something that's always been within a part of me. And some people are saying I've been yelled in real life. Hell no, I've never had no one do that stuff there. Auntie, or whatever your name is, Auntie Dearest. Like, it's just hilarious of what some people in your chat are trying to like assume, Jeff. But at the end of the day,
Well,
how loud I talk is determined by my energy, my the anxiety, and a whole lot of other factors. RaShu even knows I speak in the loud tone that I do a lot of times on Chaotic Truth panel when I'm like speaking my knowledge of what I know, see, and am informed of. So I speak with a passion, and if my passion in terms of my loudness is a problem, then just look at all the other people like Kyle Rittenhouse who speaks with a passion, who people like JoeCool probably hate. And I'm sorry to have even brought him up, but what I'm trying to make is I'll speak with a
uh-oh.
passion.
Did he freeze up or did I?
No, you did not freeze
No,
up.
I
Oh,
think
no.
you froze up, Jeff.
It's not a problem. Don't
Mhm.
worry. You can.
Yeah, no.
Keep
No,
going,
you
Angel.
good, Angel. It's not a problem for me at all. It's a problem for them. They can handle it on their own. They're adults. They know how to block or go to other panels or mute or whatever.
Well, hey Jeff. So what I wanted to say about the pulling people over, I know somebody in my family who was driving at 2 o'clock in the morning. They were coming back from they're a musician, and so they play music for a living, and they made a left hand turn into a Safeway, and it was on a double yellow line, but there was nobody around, nobody. It was pitch black out. And so the cop pulled him over, and he ended up getting taken to jail and paying all these like fines and stuff, all because he made a left-hand turn without a blinker. Like, I don't find that acceptable.
How did it escalate to jail from a traffic stop?
Well, he was also part of the cannabis industry, and even though he was 100% legal, had all the paperwork and documentation with him because he had taken that left-hand turn without making the blinker. That's why he got in trouble.
I mean, come on, guy. That's come on. You know, cannabis is a gray area, even if you're legal. They didn't even let you put
No.
your profits into a bank for years. I think that
I
just
and I
stopped like last
understand
year.
that, but it doesn't make it right. So
I'm not saying that it's right, but as a cop, if you were in the cop's shoes, you probably smell marijuana coming out this guy's car. You know that he just did something illegal. You have a camera on your chest. It's probably protocol just to bring that guy down there.
Well, the first thing is I wouldn't pull someone over if I was a police officer
No,
just for
that was
making a
wrong.
left-hand
That was
turn.
wrong because first of all, you have to be visible, right?
Yeah,
You
you should
can't
be
just be
visible.
hiding. You can't just be hiding in a corner somewhere. He probably could have argued that if he didn't have all the other stuff going on, but since
Well,
he
he did,
probably
and he won, but he had to pay for
cool.
you
He
know all
won.
the fees and stuff.
Due process happened. So that's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
like
got white.
RaShu said, driving under the influence is driving under the influence.
No, he wasn't. He
I mean,
wasn't
it
under
is.
the
I mean, you got to
influence.
take. Listen, I've been pulled over driving home
I
after I
have
woke up drunk, and somebody was tailing me for like at least 5 or 10 miles, and they called the state troopers and had the state troopers come pull me over. And I'm like, sir, I was drinking earlier, but I just took a nap. I'm driving home, whatever. And we had to go through the sobriety test. But midway during the sobriety test, he was like, you know what? You're good. I can tell. And he let me go. But at the end of the day, it was just like I took ownership for what the fuck was about to happen.
Yeah,
I
but
was
in
drinking
that
earlier, sir.
instance, it kind of was, justified. Somebody who's they were like, okay, this guy's driving kind of sketchy. They're following you. They're trying to
The
make sure
cop
you get
didn't
home
see me driving
safely.
sketchy. Somebody called them on the phone and said that there was a sketchy driver, and they intercepted me miles up the road.
Right, right. So I mean, in that instance, it's kind of a different thing because somebody else is saying you could possibly be a danger. It's not
But
just like you
in your
randomly just
case,
driving down the road.
you said that the cops saw him cross over the line, and your boy, you didn't say that he denied it.
Why would you deny it? You're making a left-hand turn into a
But none
grocery
of it
store.
seems jail worthy though. They seem like they would just talk to him, give him a traffic ticket or whatever, and
It
usually
probably
traffic
smelled like
stop like
weed in the
left-hand
car.
turns don't end up in jail.
It probably smelled like weed in the car, or he could have had weed in the car, or one of those things.
Was
True
weed
Eagles.
illegal at the time?
Yeah, he had product because that's what he did.
He
He was a
had product.
musician.
He had product, so it's probably protocol to walk these guys through. It happens. The
And it's
guy got
fine.
let out. The guy
He
got let
won.
out. He won his case. Due process worked at the end of the day. So
But it's still harassment. It's harassment for
it's
something
not
so little.
harassment.
It
How is that
is.
harassment?
It is. I mean, a police officer's job shouldn't be to sit out there at 2:00 in the morning to catch somebody just for
No, it
doing the
shouldn't.
left
No,
hand
it
turn.
shouldn't. It shouldn't. And if he didn't have weed in the car, he probably could have argued that and probably would have got that cop reprimanded in some sort of way. But since he had weed in the car, that changes everything. All those other things gets lowered down like the value Jeff does over here, right? So the argument becomes now this guy had weed in the car, right? And he could probably argue some other things. So there's a gray area there that we're not talking about.
No, you're right. You're right about the gray area. But he did have all the paperwork, and he was 100% sober. So it wasn't even like that.
Guys, a lot of times, I'm not saying that I never said that he was under the influence. I said that it smelled like weed, which is in a lot of places probable cause. But guys, a lot of times when we make these examples, we got to put ourselves in the cop's shoes. Imagine if you were that cop. I just sent over a video in the private chat. A cop literally pulled a guy over because he was driving an expedition with no tags. That's all he pulled him over for. Soon as he walks up to the window, the guy shoots his Glock 40 at this guy. It hits him in the neck and it grazes his head and it shoots him in the vest. He somehow miraculously got off and still chased this guy down. This guy went into 3 houses, held people up at hostage. Like, come on. This was just supposed to be a traffic stop for a plate. And you mean to tell me why these guys aren't on edge? They have to be on edge because things can happen in a split second.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I generally trust cops and cooperate.
I shoot with cops. Cops love me. I don't have no problem talking to a cop, and I thank them for their service. It's not a problem. I'm not a criminal. I have nothing to be worried about. So I don't get it.
Well, a lot of people get mixed up in their feelers on what they think is a wrong law that is unjust instead of looking at the law for what it is.
And the cops become representatives of that, of like
Well,
a
Yes.
Well, people do the same thing with racism. Black people want to call everything fucking racism. No, it's not. You're just prejudiced. You have a certain outlook on certain types of people, And that's just what it is. Everybody has it. It's human nature. It's one fucking race, and it's called humans. Sorry, guys.
I agree.
That's right. No, I agree.
Joe's older and he keep trying to tell him he don't get it. He don't want to get it, I guess. You know? He's old school.
Hey, Jeff, can you turn Parline up a little bit?
Yeah. I wish there was an easy way to equalize these volume levels. StreamYard has the automatic adjust, but it never seems to work. Talk a little bit, Praline.
Can you hear me now?
Can
Yeah,
you
that's
talk
me now?
better?
Verizon, can you hear me now?
Barely.
You barely can hear me?
As long as he's not echoing. I'll turn you all the way and we can go down from there. This is maximum volume.
On Flow and that, nobody has ever had a problem. I don't understand.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me better now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm holding it up to my face. I guess you can.
Yeah, and I turned you all the way up. So
Okay. I'm sure that helps. And I don't look at chat. I mean, I'm lucky I got up here. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so now that we got your
Well,
volume
Angel,
up.
where you from?
What were you?
What did you say,
What's
Praline?
okay, Joe? I was just going to ask you where you're from so we could change the subject. Start talking about other things. Arizona?
I'm from
Most
Arizona.
people that go there love Arizona. That's nice. Born and raised there?
I was born here, did not grow up here, but I did move back like about 4.5 years ago.
No place like home, huh?
Yeah,
I
no
went to
place like
Tennessee,
home.
California. I always wind up back home. So Chuck, hello. How you doing today?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm
Good,
okay
good.
today. Having a good day. So
Apparently, a lot of people are.
I don't know
that's
about where you
good.
guys are, but the weather's beautiful outside today.
where are you,
Yeah, it's
RaShu?
It's been
I'm in-
raining here for the last 12 hours, so I mean,
Oh, I
I
got
love,
you.
It looks
but
sunny behind
most
you. You have
people
the light of
don't think that's
Jesus.
beautiful.
coming
So.
off of-
I'm in the DMV.
DMV.
You heard me?
The DMV.
Dominican?
The DMV.
The DMV.
Yeah,
Is that the
DC,
Dominican?
Metro, DC,
Oh.
Maryland, Virginia area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know
Oh,
what that
okay.
meant. I thought you were the Department of Motor
Yeah, I
Vehicles.
never heard that. Yeah.
Jeff, is my volume good with where it's at there, just so I can make sure?
I think so.
That's
It
low.
sounds okay to me. But
You
but
can
I
turn it
noticed
up.
that
You can
the
turn it up a little more.
viewers, it sounds different when you're watching as a viewer than when you're behind the panel. So I ultimately count on the viewers to let me know
All
if
right.
something's too loud or too low.
Because I'm used to seeing my own like little voice echo.
Denizen, you can come back if you can stop being fussy about everything.
Don't make us
I mean,
thank you. Come back today.
there's certain people that come in with hot mics. Lanza's one. Denizen's got a hot mic. Somebody else does too. I'm trying to remember. But for some reason, when they come in, their mic is super hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have one of them fancy dancy mics. I'm just using a cell phone.
Yeah.
And so when I hear somebody too loud, I turn them down to level it out with everybody else. And
I mean,
that's
you
who's
tried to
complaining
do
about.
that with Dez or Double D, as some people are calling him into your chat there, Jeff. And it's like he took offense to that. I had no problem with you adjusting my volume, but it's just the way I like am, or the way I like speak is just how I am. I don't need no course in communication. I don't need none of that.
Well, when people get animated, they tend to talk louder. I'm bad for that because I'm hard of hearing myself. And when I get excited, I raise my voice, and people think I'm
Like the
screaming
Nothing
when
wrong with
I'm
that.
not.
In fact, that's pretty normal. Yeah, me
Because
too.
Some people are coming
most
in
of
here.
I've
it is
lost jobs. I have lost jobs. I've gotten fired for yelling, and I'm like,
really,
no, I'm just passionate when I talk. But up here, they're not used to that, and so to them, it looks like yelling.
Jeff
Oh yeah,
yell.
some
I
people
mean,
tell
yelling
me
has a
to.
definition.
Yeah. Well, you get
And people say
passionate
I
when you
talk
have.
too much. So yeah.
And I would say it,
You do,
it reached the level of like
but
even
it's the
that's a
spurgery.
definition. Can you guys hear me?
Barely.
Yeah. This
Jeff's
is
gonna
how
Who,
set
like
it.
Denizen?
yeah, this is
Yeah,
where my
No,
Denizen.
I
volume.
mean, what I'll do is I'll put it back to 50, and then we can go adjust from there. Go ahead.
Give us a
I mean,
test,
if you want,
Denizen. There
I
you
can tell
go.
you
There you
how to
go.
set the audio correctly.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Tell me.
But okay, so we first of all, you want to listen to the stream. So you want to get to a point where you know like the people on the panel aren't going to be dicks, that you can trust them, so that you can
Yeah.
take your eyes off of StreamYard for a second.
Oh,
Go to
you
listen
mean
to
on YouTube, not on
yeah, it's
StreamYard.
the only
Go to
way.
listen to
It's
it.
the only way that it matters. And you don't want to reduce somebody
Right.
to 5. You want to reduce somebody by 5, right? So you start with 5 and you get an idea of what that is. If you can tell the difference, then you really don't want to do more than 5. If you can't tell the difference, then you can do 10, 15, something like this. And the only way to have the full mix is to listen to the stream. And it's a pain in the ass, but you'll get used to it as people join and
No, it
leave
seemed
and
like there'd
join
be
and
technology that could just.
well, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, you could run your output through a mixer before it gets to the YouTube stream, and then you could do it all internally right at your desk. But I'm presuming you don't have that kind of setup. So without that kind of setup, you
No,
would just have to
StreamYard
listen.
has the setting, but it doesn't do anything.
No, it does. That's right. How it ends up on
Well,
YouTube
it's
is
the
all
fact
that's going to matter at the end of the
it's
day.
because you guys are using all external microphones and you have to adjust those outputs and inputs accordingly. So if a guy was just to come on here like me and I'm just using the default settings from StreamYard is going to level it based off of that. But if you have an external microphone, then you need to know about what Denizen is talking about.
You gotta bounce back and forth listening to your own stream if you really want the levels to be
StreamYard's
meaningful.
not very good at it.
Aside from simply
You know what? I feel like I need a
muting
producer.
people when they're when you well, I mean, shit. I can do it for you. It'd be much better if I was backstage anyway. But
Why
if
you
you
say that?
I mean, come on, dog, we just witnessed it. We just
No, but
witnessed it.
I still, Denizen, I consider you a valuable regular, and so
Okay, I
like
I appreciate
I don't want you to feel
I
like you don't
appreciate
belong
that,
here. You're not
but
part of
I don't stay on this panel very long unless I censor myself deliberately.
like cursing or
I
just
don't.
content.
No. Just like I can't say what I want to say when I want to say it, and when I do, it ends up like how it did before.
Well, maybe
And
not.
that doesn't
when you
have
want
to be.
say
That
it.
doesn't have to be anybody's fault. It just. I don't think this is my vibe as much as you think it is.
I didn't know that you were feeling like you weren't getting to say things you wanted to say. That's certainly not intentional. I want you to feel like you.
I know.
Have a
I know
place
it's
to
not
say
intentional,
things.
and I don't take it personally. This is not that place, brother. I'm telling you that. Like, and that don't mean I can't never come up here ever. It just my opinions are not popular on this panel. They do not go over well.
Are you guys gonna fucking make up or what?
I don't think there's
no.
anything to make up. I don't think
No. This is
quick blowjob or what?
no.
I don't think it's that kind of an issue. I just I've
don't
come
think
to yeah.
So you're saying like when you do talk, people react to your opinions?
Oh yeah, I'm the like I'm always the first person to get muted, have their sound turned down, or be put backstage.
But that's
You
I want you to
just roll
understand
the beautiful
that's
bean footage.
that's
Denizen
done by
is the
me, and I
outlier
want you
in
to know it's not
Outliers.
because of your opinion at all. It's because of what I'm hearing, like very practical, concrete things that I'm hearing related to volume, sound level, etc. So please don't think it's in response to anything you're saying, content
Yeah,
wise.
but I was talking that whole time and asking you guys, hey, can you hear me? And then waiting for you to pause and saying, hey, can you hear me? And you couldn't. So I turned my
Well, we
volume
were
back up.
screaming over each other.
No, I
heard
waited
you.
I waited for pauses. I waited for pauses and asked,
I heard
and
you. I heard you. It was just we were deep into the shit. I'm sorry, man.
well,
Shit,
I gotta tell you, as soon as I turned my mic back up and asked if you could hear me, y'all responded immediately.
yeah, because you
So
fucking
You're
bombarded
really
everything.
loud,
You
and
right,
it
asked
so
wasn't about your opinion.
I don't. So you begged me to come up on the panel all week, and as soon as I do, you turn my volume down to where it's irrelevant, and to where people who are in the audience and to where people in the audience can't even hear me, and they tell you they can't hear you, and I'm going
Oh
back
my
and watching
God,
the stream,
Denizen, will
and
you?
I'm going
Oh,
back and watching the stream, and I can't hear myself.
will you come on tomorrow? Please, can I? Is there anything I can do to get
Probably
you to
not.
come on in tomorrow? I'm please, I'm begging you, Denizen. You got to come on tomorrow.
I mean, just
And
listen.
every day this week. You're the first person I've ever begged to come on this stream.
Why are you begging somebody to come on your stream?
Because I stopped coming up, because when I come up here, it causes issues.
The issues today were technical issues, and to me, we've resolved. We can all hear each other now.
I
It
understand
wasn't
that's your
about
perspective, and I
your
respect that.
opinion or anything. Well, I'm. You can either believe me or not, but I'm telling you, from my end,
I think that you're
it
correct,
definitely
but that
wasn't.
it's a little more
You can
complicated than that, and you're not seeing the whole
not
picture.
trust me, but that is how it looks from my end. There was no
I know,
intent.
and I think that you're correct, but that you don't see there's a little bit more to that picture that you're not seeing. So
Like
you're not wrong, you're not stupid, but there's a little bit more detail to what goes on. The dynamic is a little bit more complicated than you think it is.
Influenced my decision to adjust your volume level above and beyond just the needs of the stream at the moment.
Like from my perspective, I've observed and demonstrated it.
Sounds a little
with
bit
testing.
paranoid, but okay, do what you want with the patterns. I'm just telling you. I'm giving you
that's your response to everything.
About
You
my
know,
own self and my motivations. So I'm giving you that information.
I don't think you're aware of all of your motivations, to be frank.
Well, that's kind of a little condescending.
Is it condescending to call me paranoid and to act like I'm, like my version of reality is being questioned right now?
I am questioning some of it, as I do anybody on this.
So what's good for the goose, right?
That doesn't match with my priors.
RaShu, do you
But
have
we
a
don't
channel?
have to take the whole stream to do this. We can go back to whatever.
I'd love to.
All right, let's do that.
RaShu, do you have a channel?
I think we should jump down this rabbit hole and dig through it. Come out the other side.
Let's go.
I do not, Praline.
Yeah, if anybody has a channel, feel free to put it in the back, and
You look and sound very intelligent. Plus, you live by the Washington over there with all the museums. I was just wondering if you had any kind of teaching channel or something. That's all. I like to learn. Okay.
I do not. I'm sitting here learning myself.
You're just you just show up on the panels.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I'm at too. Sometimes you got to take a break and do other stuff.
You talking to me?
Talking to everybody.
Oh, okay.
like touch grass, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Exist in the metaverse
I'm
alone.
online. Yeah.
But yeah. So Outliers in Exile. What does that title mean?
Auntie Dearest, where's the video where I got into a fight with the neighbors there? Because I just am like trying my best to ignore what you're saying, but what you're saying is a bunch of made up bullcrap there. Like, this, what you are saying has never happened, and you think it has. Show the video then, and I could verify if it's true or not there, Auntie Dearest. If you don't know anything fully, then shut up, please. Like, I've never gotten into no fight with my neighbors. I love and respect my neighbors. They've given me so much stuff over the years that they're like basically like my mom and dad replacements, if you ask me, and they love me as much as I love them. And
It's also called autism cult, and I don't want you coming over here harassing my guest on the spectrum, especially since you said you're on the spectrum yourself.
What does that mean? He's
We did enough
incapable
from
of
your
lowering his
people. We don't
voice?
need to do it to each other.
he probably
Does that mean he's
doesn't understand
incapable of
that.
lowering his voice?
Everybody's screwed up at some level. I don't care where you're at. Everybody is. I know in my world we
Angel,
are.
are you incapable of regulating the volume at which you speak?
That's really what it is, and people don't understand that. Like when
Yeah,
I
like,
become
like with my
energy,
rocking, he's probably just not aware.
You just got a little bit quieter there. Are you able to do that like
Yeah,
more?
it's right there.
no,
When he was
when
just
I become energetic, when I become excited and
Oh, for
topics of
sure.
conversation, it'll
Yeah,
throw my
yeah.
energy up where my voice will become loud. Like that,
Yeah, yeah,
if
we're
you
all
can
like
hear
that.
I'm a bit louder now, is because it's out of my control. It's my energy, my drive, my basically whatever causes it is out of my control there. Like, but if you think it is, then try living in my shoes for a goddamn week or so there. If you know everything about being a goddamn fucking human being at the end of the day there, Double D. Like, you don't know what it is to be a human being. You don't even know what the term normal really is. Because what is normal, just like what is a woman?
Well, I think we all suffer from that. It's just part of the human condition.
But
I wonder
you're
how much effort.
criticizing me. You're criticizing
Well, I
me
didn't
for something
criticize you at
that's
all.
always. Well,
No,
that's the way it's going.
Angel, in fairness to me, it looked like he was just asking questions to try to understand.
Well, it felt like criticism there, but
I know.
Yeah, but
everything
I know Den.
And
I
that's
know
that's
Denizen a
something
little
I'm
bit.
not very good at. Like some
I don't
people are
think
good at that. I haven't met many of them. They're very few and far between. But some
that's why
people
you
are
need
so
to.
good at their
Well, that's
language
why.
that they
That's why
can
you need
take
to.
away all of like the intimidation and the criticism just by the tone that they use and the words that they use and the way they articulate themselves. I am so fucking envious of those people too. And I do try hard. I try hard by trying to remove emotion inflection from my voice, which sometimes makes it worse. And then I also try to take like accusatory comments, words out of my what I'm saying. But I noticed that it still is not very effective. I'm not very good at communicating. I trigger the fuck out of people.
Me too. I do too.
I do too.
Look at Joe.
Yeah, you
Joe
know,
got off the stream. He didn't even come back.
Yeah. Sure.
not
But do you do
everybody's a
it
great
for?
orator.
But do you
Joe
do
off
it
the
for
street. He didn't raise
intimidation and intent there, the Double D?
I know it was you, Jeff. I'm just saying. He could have came back like Denizen.
No, I probably would
You
not have let him back. I had my Joe limit.
Yeah, behind it.
So can I say this to Double D? Like, get to know a human being before you judge them. That's all. Like what Jeff and I are trying to say. You're not too familiar with who I am, and the RaShu has seen me on many other streams, and he knows what I'm like and all that. And you just need to get to know a person before you judge someone.
Yeah,
I think he will. Denizen has.
my son has the opposite problem. He's got autism, but he whispers because his hearing is super sensitive, and it drives me crazy.
Oh.
And I'm hard of hearing, so I keep telling him speak up, and then he gets mad because it hurts his ears to speak up. If that makes any sense.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Crazy. I'd never heard that before. That's amazing, Chuck. Wow.
Yeah, it's super
There's
sensitive.
actually autistic people that are like deaf and that is as hard of a hearing as Chuck's own kid is there. So there's many different levels And some autistic people have to go as far as like learning sign language.
Yeah, and then there's the ones on the other end. I understand completely.
It's a wide spectrum.
Hey Chuck, do you have a hearing aid?
Yeah, but I can't wear them at the moment because I ruptured an eardrum, and so they're waiting for that to heal up before they give me a new set of hearing aids.
That's
What happened here?
interesting. That's interesting that your son has, you know, excellent, probably more than natural
Oh,
hearing abilities, and you have problems with it. That's an interesting trade-off right there.
I got a what is it, a 3,500 square foot house. He can be at the very far bedroom upstairs, and I can be in the opposite corner at the bottom level of the house, and he can hear me pass gas, no matter what level it's at. When we go out
Does
to
he
eat,
tell you? Like, what does he say?
huh?
How do you know
Oh,
he can hear?
because he comes down and he says, "I heard that." When we go to a restaurant to eat, he has to wear headphones, earmuffs, because the noise just totally annihilates him. It's so loud to him. So yeah, we have to take special precautions with him. But his
And the other
hearing super
Corey,
sensitive.
what happened to Dawn?
I'm done.
No,
and the
what?
other thing, Auntie Dearest,
Wait,
I don't
hey,
live in no apartment. I live in a house, so understand where like my place of living is at. I own my house, and I have the permit
say, why is
to.
Auntie getting all the flack today? Let me see.
I have no idea. Like I don't think, think a lot of stuff she's saying is like made up, and she like is just trying to say stuff because of what
Oh,
we're
well,
like there.
just ignore her then.
Yeah, I know, but she doesn't really know what my place of living is like. She doesn't really know what my neighbors are like, and she doesn't know like jack shit at the end of the day. So, it's just hilarious of how much like shit she's wanting to make up.
Who are we talking about?
Somebody in the comments.
But Angel, don't take it personal. Not everybody
But she just doesn't really.
understands.
Yeah, she just she thinks I live in an apartment. I have a house. She thinks that I have fought with my neighbors. I've never fought with my neighbors. I love them wholeheartedly, like my mom and dad. And I sometimes wish my neighbors would actually adopt me and make me their own son, even though I'm like too old probably for adoption as of this point. But regardless, they are more like a mom and dad to me than my actual real mom and dad, who passed away a few months ago, just a months apart there, are doing for me. And everything that they've done so far, I truly appreciate. They gave me some old clothes of theirs. They gave me an old entertainment center with a storage case that I can put DVDs and movies in. They gave me an old couch of theirs. Like, there's so much that they gave and have done for me, and that I never even asked them for. And so I greatly appreciate with everything that they're doing, and we're always happy to see each other on a regular basis. And I give them as much as a hug because I love and appreciate everything that they've given and do for me. And they've also had at times cut my grass for me because I don't have any form of like mower or any tool like that. But what they provide and do for me, I appreciate that. And Auntie, you don't know anything at the end of the day.
Okay, well, we can leave it there, I think.
That's beautiful, man.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that your mom and dad.
Yeah, sorry about your mom and dad, dude. That's terrible.
My mom passed away on December 30th, 2023, and my dad passed away on January 31st, 2024. Just about a month's time.
Yeah, I'm sorry
That's
to hear
crazy, man.
All right, I think I'm going to wind it down. I might do another stream later tonight, but I'm going to take a break.
Thanks for having me,
Any
Jeff.
closing thoughts or last minute words?
Nah, I'm good.
No,
Go ahead,
Thanks,
Pauline.
Jeff,
y'all
for
have
having me on, man.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
nice talking to
you
you
guys have a good
guys.
day. I'll go and jump
Yeah,
off.
thanks for coming, RaShu. I
See
appreciate
you guys in Discord.
contributions.
See you later,
Angel,
Angel. Talk to you later,
good to
man.
see you again. Denizen, you too. I mean that. Praline, good to
Free
hang out with you.
JoeCool. No justice, no peace.
People,
Joe is welcome back too, but he's going to have to
people,
just make peace with the interrupting.
remember,
Chuck,
whatever you see, whatever you hear on these YouTube channels, take it with a grain of salt. Just remember, you don't have to sleep with these people. I'm out.
okay, I'll see you around the Panelverse. Joe Kushner. All right, I think that's it for me for a little while. Chances are there'll be an evening stream coming. They seem to be more regular lately. So if I don't see tonight, we will be here tomorrow doing it again. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Wait for the music. There we go. Bye.